Chapter 1 The Hook. A cold wind gusted through the night, across the snow-covered land where men had been killing one another for the past 3 days. The air was crisp, if not so icy as Lan expected for this time of year. It was still cold enough for his steel breastplate to carry the chill through his coat, and his breath to mist in front of his face when the wind did not whip it away. The blackness in the sky was just beginning to fade, the thousands of stars like the thick scattered dust of diamonds slowly dimming. The fat sickle of the moon hung low, giving barely light to make out the silhouettes of the men guarding the fireless camp in the sprawling copse of oak and leatherleaf. Fires would have given them away to the Aiel. He had fought the Aiel long before this war began, on the Shienaran marches, a matter of duty to friends. Aielmen were bad enough in daylight. Facing them in the night was as close to staking your life on the toss of a coin as made no difference. Of course, sometimes they found you without fires. Resting a gauntleted hand on his sword in its scabbard, he pulled his cloak back around himself and continued his round of the sentries through calf-deep snow. It was an ancient sword, made with the one power before the breaking of the world, during the War of the Shadow, when the Dark One had touched the world for a time. Only legends remained of that age, except perhaps for what the Aes Sedai might know, yet the blade was hard fact. It could not be broken and never needed sharpening. The hilt had been replaced countless times over the long centuries, but not even tarnish could touch the blade. Once, it had been the sword of Mokiri kings. The next century he came to, a short stocky fellow in a long dark cloak, was leaning back against the trunk of a heavy-limbed oak, his head slumped on his chest. Lan touched the sentry's shoulder, and the man jerked upright, almost dropping the horn and sinew horsebow gripped in his gloved hands. The hood of his cloak slid back, revealing his conical steel helmet for an instant before he hastily pulled the cowl up again. In the pale moonlight, Lan could not make out the man's face behind the vertical bars of his faceguard, but he knew him. Lan's own helmet was open, in the style of dead Malkier, supporting a steel crescent moon above his forehead. "I wasn't sleeping, my lord," the fellow said quickly. "Just resting a moment." A copper-skinned Domani, he sounded embarrassed, and rightly so. This was not his first battle, or even his first war. An Aiel would have wakened you by slitting your throat or putting a spear through your heart, Basram, Lan said in a quiet voice. Men listened closer to calm tones than to the loudest shouts, so long as firmness and certainty accompanied the calm. Maybe it would be better without the temptation of the tree so near. He refrained from adding that even if the Aiel did not kill him, the man risked frostbite standing in one place too long. Basram knew that. Winters were nearly as cold in Arad. Mumbling an apology, the Domani respectfully touched his helmet and moved 3 paces out from the tree. He held himself erect, now, and peered into the darkness. He shifted his feet, too, guarding against blackened toes. Rumor said Aes Sedai were offering healing, closer to the river, injuries and sickness gone as if they had never been, but without that, amputation was the usual way to stop a man losing his feet to black rot, and maybe his legs as well. In any case, it was best to avoid becoming involved with Aes Sedai more than absolutely necessary. Years later you could find one of them had tied strings to you just in case she might have need. Aes Sedai thought far ahead, and seldom seemed to care who they used in their schemes or how. That was one reason Lan avoided them. How long would Basram's renewed alertness last? Lan wished he had the answer, but there was no point in taking the Domani to task further. All of the men he commanded were bone-weary. Likely every man in the army of the grandly named Great Coalition. Sometimes it was called the Grand Coalition, or the Grand Alliance, or half a dozen other things, some worse than uncomplimentary. Likely every last man was near exhaustion. A battle was hot work, snow or no snow, and tiring. Muscles could knot from tension even when they had the chance to stop for a time, and the last few days had offered small chance to stop very long. The camp held well over 300 men, a full quarter of them on guard at any given time. Against Aiel, Lan wanted as many eyes as he could manage. And before he had gone another 200 paces, he had to wake 3 more, one asleep on his feet without any support at all. James' head was up, and his eyes open. That was a trick some soldiers learned, especially old soldiers like James. Cutting off the gray-bearded man's protests that he could not have been asleep, not standing up straight, Lan promised to let James' friends know if he found him sleeping again. James' mouth hung open for a moment. Then he swallowed hard. "Won't happen again, my lord. The light sear my soul if it does." He sounded sincere to his bones. Some men would have been afraid that their friends would drub them senseless for putting the rest in danger, but given the company James kept, more likely he dreaded the humiliation of having been caught. As Lan walked on, he found himself chuckling. He seldom laughed, and it was a fool thing to laugh over, but laughter was better than worrying over what he could not change, such as weary men drowsing on guard. As well worry about death. What could not be changed must be endured. Abruptly, he stopped and raised his voice. "Bukama, why are you sneaking about? You've been following me since I woke." A startled grunt came from behind him. Doubtless Bukama had thought he was being silent, and in truth, very few men would have heard the faint crunching of his boots in the snow, yet he should have known Lan would. After all, he had been one of Lan's teachers, and one of the first lessons had been to be aware of his surroundings at all times, even in his sleep. Not an easy lesson for a boy to learn, but only the dead could afford oblivion. The oblivious soon became the dead. In the bluff and broad, Bukama was almost as tall as he, taller than most men, and wearing a mockery helmet without a crest, though he had the right to one. He had more concern for his duties than his rights, which was proper, but Lan wished he would not spurn his rights so completely. When the nation of Malkier died, 20 men had been given the task of carrying the infant Lan Mandragoran to safety. Only 5 had survived that journey, to raise Lan from the cradle and train him, and Bukama was the last left alive. His hair was solid gray now, worn cut at the shoulder as tradition required, but his back was straight, his arms hard, his blue eyes clear and keen. Tradition infused Bukama. A thin braided leather cord held his hair back, resting in the permanent groove across his forehead it had made over the years. Few men still wore the Hidori. Lan did. He would die wearing it, and go into the ground wearing that and nothing else. If there was anyone to bury him where he died. He glanced north, toward his distant home. Most people would have thought it a strange place to call home, but he had felt the pull of it ever since he came south. "I remembered enough to hear you," he replied. There was too little light to make out Bukama's weathered face, yet he knew it wore a glower. He could not recall seeing any other expression from his friend and teacher even when he spoke praise. Bukama was steel clothed in flesh. Steel his will, duty his soul. "Do you still believe the Aiel are pledged to the Dark One?" The other man made a sign to ward off evil, as if Lan had spoken the Dark One's true name. Shaitan. They had both seen the misfortune that followed speaking that name aloud, and Bukama was one of those who believed that merely thinking it drew the Dark One's attention. "The Dark One and all the Forsaken are bound in Sheol Gul." Lan recited the catechism in his head, bound by the Creator at the moment of creation. "May we shelter safe beneath the light, in the Creator's hand." He did not believe thinking that name was enough, but better safe than sorry when it came to the shadow. "If they aren't, then why are we here?" Bukama said sourly, and surprisingly. He liked to grumble, but always about inconsequential things or prospects for the future. "Never the present. I gave my word to stay until the end," Lan replied mildly. Bukama scrubbed at his nose. His grunt might have been abashed this time. It was hard to be sure. Another of his lessons had been that a man's word must be as good as an oath sworn beneath the light or it was no good at all. The Isle had indeed seemed like a horde of dark friends when they suddenly spilled across the immense mountain range called the Spine of the World. They had burned the great city of Caerhyen, ravaged the nation of Caerhyen, and, in the 2 years since, had fought through Tear and then Endor before reaching these killing fields, outside the huge island city of Tar Valon. In all the years since the nations of the present day had been carved out of Artur Hawkwing's empire, the Isle had never before left the desert called the Waste. They might have invaded before that. No one could be sure, except maybe the Aes Sedai in Tar Valon, but, as so often with the women of the White Tower, they were not saying. What Aes Sedai knew, they held close, and doled out by dribbles and drops when and if they chose. In the world outside of Tar Valon, though, many men had claimed to see a pattern. 1,000 years had passed between the breaking of the world and the Trolloc Wars, or so most historians said. Those wars had destroyed the nations that existed then, and no one doubted that the Dark One's hand had been behind them, imprisoned or not, as surely as it had been behind the War of the Shadow, and the breaking, and the end of the Age of Legends. 1,000 years from the Trolloc Wars until Hawkwing built an empire and that, too, was destroyed, after his death, in the War of the 100 Years. Some historians said they saw the Dark One's hand in that war, too. And now, close enough to 1,000 years after Hawkwing's empire died, the Isle came, burning and killing. It had to be a pattern. Surely the Dark One must have directed them. Lan would never have come south if he had not believed that. He no longer did. But he had given his word. He wriggled his toes in his turned-down boots. Whether or not it was as cold as he was used to, iciness burrowed into your feet if you stood too long in one place in snow. "Let's walk," he said. "I don't doubt I'll have to wake a dozen more men if not two. And make another round to wake others." Before they could take a step, however, a sound brought them up short, and alert. The sound of a horse walking in the snow. Lan's hand drifted to his sword hilt, half-consciously easing the blade in its sheath. A faint rasp of steel on leather came from Bukama doing the same. Neither feared an attack. Il rode only at great need, and reluctantly even then. But a lone horseman at this hour had to be a messenger, and messengers rarely brought good news, these days. Especially not in the night. Horse and rider materialized out of the darkness following a lean man afoot, one of the sentries by the horsebow he carried. The horse had the arched neck of good Terran bloodstock, and the rider was plainly from Tear as well. For one thing, the scent of roses came ahead of him on the wind, from the oils glistening on his pointed beard, and only Terrans were fool enough to wear scent, as if the Isle had no noses. Besides, no one else wore those helmets with a high ridge across the top and a rim that cast the man's narrow face in shadow. A single short white plume on the helmet marked him an officer, an odd choice for a messenger, albeit an officer of low rank. He huddled in his high-cantled saddle and held his dark cloak tightly around him. He seemed to be shivering. Tear lay far to the south. On the coast of Tear, it never snowed so much as a single flake. Lan had never quite believed that, whatever he had read, until he had seen it for himself. "Here he is, my lord," the sentry said in a hoarse voice. A grizzled Saldian named Rakim, he had received that voice a year back, along with a ragged scar that he liked to show off when drinking, from an IL arrow in the throat. Rakim considered himself lucky to be alive, and he was. Unfortunately, he also believed that having cheated death once, he would continue to do so. He took chances, and even when not drinking, he boasted about his luck, a fool thing to do. There was no point to taunting fate. Lord Mandragoran. The rider drew rein in front of Lan and Bukama. Remaining in his saddle, he eyed them uncertainly, no doubt because their armor was unadorned, their coats and cloaks plain wool and somewhat worn. A little embroidery was a fine thing, but some southern men decked themselves out like tapestries. Likely under his cloak the Terran wore a gilded breastplate and a silk satin coat striped in his house colors. His high boots were certainly embroidered in scrollwork that shone in the moonlight with the glitter of silver. In any case, the man went on with barely a pause for breath. The light burned my soul. I was sure you were the closest, but I was beginning to think I'd never find you. Lord Amers is following about 500 or 600 IL with 600 of his armsmen. He shook his head slightly. Odd thing is, they're heading east. Away from the river. At any rate, the snow slows them as much as it does us, and Lord Amers thinks if you can place an anvil on that ridgeline they call the Hook, he can take them from behind with a hammer. Lord Amers doubts they can reach it before first light. Lan's mouth tightened. Some of these Southlanders had peculiar notions of polite behavior. Not dismounting before he spoke, not naming himself. As a guest, he should have named himself first. Now Lan could not without sounding boastful. The fellow had failed even to offer his lord's compliments or good wishes. And he seemed to think they did not know that east would be away from the river Aranon. Perhaps that was just carelessness in speech, but the rest was rudeness. Bukama had not moved, yet Lan laid a hand on his sword arm anyway. His oldest friend could be touchy. The Hook lay a good league from the camp, and the night was failing, but he nodded. Inform Lord Amers that I will be there by first light, he told the horseman. The name Amers was unfamiliar, but the army was so large, near 200,000 men representing more than a dozen nations, plus tower guards from Tar-Valon and even a contingent of the Children of the Light, that it was impossible to know above a handful of names. Bukama, rouse the men. Bukama grunted, savagely this time, and with a gesture for Rakim to follow, stalked away into the camp, his voice rising as he went. Wake and saddle, we ride. Wake and saddle, ride hard, the nameless Terran said with at least a hint of command in his voice. Lord Amers would regret riding against those IL without an anvil in place. He seemed to be implying that Lan would regret this Amers regretting. Lan formed the image of a flame in his mind and fed emotion into it, not anger alone but everything, every scrap, until it seemed that he floated in emptiness. After years of practice, achieving Cody, the oneness, needed less than a heartbeat. Thought in his own body grew distant, but in this state he became one with the ground beneath his feet, one with the night, with the sword he would not use on this mannerless fool. I said that I would be there, he said levelly. What I say, I do. He no longer wished to know the man's name. The Terran offered him a curt bow from his saddle, turned his horse, and booted the animal to a quick trot. Lan held the Cody a moment longer to be sure his emotions were firmly under control. It was beyond unwise to enter battle angry. Anger narrowed the vision and made for foolish choices. How had that fellow managed to stay alive this long? In the borderlands, he would have sparked a dozen duels in a day. Only when Lan was sure that he was calm, almost as cool as if he were still wrapped in the oneness, did he turn. Summoning the Terran's shadowed face brought no anger with it. Good. By the time he reached the center of the camp among the trees, and almost silent, no wasted motion or breath. There were no tents to be struck, since pack animals would have been an encumbrance when it came to fighting. Some men were already on their horses, breastplates buckled in place, helmets on their heads, and in their hands lances tipped with a foot or more of steel. Nearly all of the rest were tightening saddle girths or fastening leather-cased horsebows and full quivers behind the tall cantles of their saddles. The slow had died in the first year fighting the IL. Most now were Saldians and Kandori, the rest Domani. Some Makiri had come south, but Lan would not lead them, not even here. Bukama rode with him, but he did not follow. Bukama met him carrying a lance and leading his yellow roan gelding, Sun Lance, followed by a beardless youth named Conidron, who was carefully leading Lan's cat dancer. The bay stallion was only half trained, but Conidron was well advised to take care. Even a half-trained warhorse was a formidable weapon. Of course, the Kandori was not as innocent as his fresh face suggested. An efficient and experienced soldier, an archer of rare skill, he was a cheerful killer who often laughed while he fought. He was smiling now, at the prospect of fighting to come. Cat Dancer tossed his head, also impatient. Whatever Conedran's experience, Lan checked Cat Dancer's saddle girths carefully before taking the reins. A loose girth could kill as quickly as a spur thrust. I told them what we're about this morning, Bukama muttered after Conedran had headed off to his own mount. But with these an anvil can turn into a pincushion if the hammer is slow in coming. He never grumbled in front of the men, just to Lan. And the hammer can become a pincushion if it strikes with no anvil in place, Lan replied, swinging into the saddle. The sky was plainly gray now. Still a dark gray, but only a scattered handful of stars remained. We will have to ride hard to reach the hook before first light. He raised his voice. Mount. Ride hard they did, cantering half a mile, then trotting, then leading the animals by the reins at a fast walk before mounting to begin over. In stories, men galloped for 10 miles, 20, but even without snow, to gallop the whole 4 or 5 miles would have lamed half the horses and winded the rest long before reaching the hook. The silence of the fading night was broken only by the crunch of hooves or boots in the snow crust, the creak of saddle leather, and sometimes the muttered curses of men who caught a toe on a hidden stone. No one wasted breath on complaints or talk. They had all done this often, and men and horses hit an easy rhythm that covered ground quickly. The land around Tar Valon was rolling plain for the most part, dotted with widely spaced copses and thickets, few large, but all thick with darkness. Large or small, Lan eyed those clumps of trees carefully as he led his men past, and he kept the column well away. Were very good at using whatever cover they could find, places where most men would be sure a dog could not hide, and very good at springing ambushes. Nothing stirred, though, for all his eyes could see. The band he led could have been more than 40 feet above the surrounding ground, but any elevation gave some advantage in defense. The name came from the way the northern end curved back toward the south, a feature plainly visible as he arranged his men in a long line along the top of the ridge to either side of him. The light was definitely growing. To the west, he thought he could make out the pale bulk of the White Tower itself, rising in the center of Tar Valon some 3 leagues distant. The tower was the tallest structure in the known world, yet it was overshadowed by the bulk of the lone mountain that rose out of the plains beyond the city, on the other side of the river. That was clear enough when there was any light at all. In the deepest night, you could see it blocking the stars. Dragonmount would have been a giant in the spine of the world, but there on the plain, it was monstrous, piercing the clouds and rising taller. Higher above the clouds than most mountains were below, its broken peak always emitted a streamer of smoke. A symbol of hope and despair. A mountain of prophecy. Glancing at it, Bukama made another sign against evil. No one wanted that prophecy fulfilled. But it would be, of course, one day. From the ridgeline, gently rolling ground ran more than a mile to the west, to one of the larger thickets, half a league wide. 3 trampled paths crisscrossed the snow between, where large numbers of horses or men afoot had passed. Without going closer, it was impossible to say who had made them, or men of the so-called coalition, only that they had been made since the snowfall stopped, late 2 days ago. There was no sign of yet, but if they had not changed direction, which was always possible, they could appear out of those trees any moment. Without waiting for Lan's order, men drove their lances point down into the ground beneath the snow, where they could be snatched up again easily at need. Uncasing their horsebows, they pulled arrows from their quivers and knocked them, but did not draw. Only newlings thought they could hold a drawn bow for long. Lan alone carried no bow. His duty was to direct the fight, not to select targets. The bow was the preferred weapon against the though many Southlanders disdained it. Amers and his Terrans would ride straight into the Aiel with their lances and swords. There were times when that was the only way, but it was foolish to lose men needlessly. Before you must, and as surely as peaches were poison, you did lose men in close quarters with Aiel. He had no fear that the Aiel would turn aside on seeing them. They were not wild fighters, no matter what some said. They refused battle when the odds were too great. But 600 Aiel would see the numbers as just right. They would be facing fewer than 400, although placed on the high ground. They would rush forward to attack and be met with a hail of arrows. A good horsebow could kill a man at 300 paces and wound at 4, if the man drawing it had the skill. That was a long corridor of steel for the Aiel to run. Unfortunately, they carried bows made of horn and sinew, too, just as effective as the horsebows. The worst would be if the Aiel stood and exchanged arrows. Both sides would lose men however quickly Amers arrived. Best would be if the Aiel decided to close. A running man could not shoot a bow with any accuracy. At least, it would be best if Amers was not behind time. Then the Aiel might try for the flanks, especially if they knew they were being followed, and that would kick open the hornet's nest. Either way, when Amers struck them from the rear, Lan would gather the lances and ride down. In essence, that was the hammer and anvil. One forced to hold the Aiel in place until the other struck it, then both closing in. A simple tactic, but effective. Most effective tactics were simple. Even the pig-headed Kerhanen had learned to use it. A good many Alterans and Merindians had died because they refused to learn. Grayness welled into light. The sun would be peeking over the horizon behind them soon, silhouetting them on the ridge. The wind gusted, catching Lan's cloak, but he assumed the Cody once more and ignored the cold. He could hear Bukama and the other men near him breathing. Along the line, horses stamped their hooves impatiently in the snow. A hawk quartered above the open ground, hunting along the edge of the wide thicket. Suddenly the hawk wheeled away and a column of Aiel appeared, coming out of the trees at a quick trot, 20 men abreast. The snow did not appear to hamper them to any great degree. Lifting their knees high, they moved as quickly as most men would have on cleared ground. Lan pulled his looking glass from the leather case tied to his saddle. It was a good glass, Kerhanen made, and when he pressed the brass-bound tube to his eyes, the Aiel, still a mile off, seemed to leap closer. They were tall men, many as tall as he and some taller, wearing coats and breeches in shades of brown and gray that stood out against the snow. Each had a cloth wrapped around his head, and a dark veil hiding his face to the eyes. Some might be women. Aiel women sometimes fought alongside the men, but most would be men. Each carried a short spear tipped in one hand, with a round, bullhide buckler and several more spears clutched in the other. Their bows were in cases on their backs. They could do deadly work with those spears. And their bows. The Aiel would have had to be blind to miss the horsemen waiting on them, but they came on without a pause, their column a thick serpent sliding out of the trees toward the ridge. Far to the west a trumpet sounded, thin with distance, and then another. To be that faint, they had to be near to the river, or even on the other side. The Aiel kept coming. A third trumpet called, far off, and a fourth, a fifth, more. Among the Aiel, heads swung, looking back. Was it the trumpets drew their attention, or did they know Amers was following? The Aiel continued to issue from the trees. Someone had miscounted badly, or else more Aiel had joined the first party. Over 1,000 were clear of the trees, now, and still more came. 1,500, and more behind. He slid the looking glass back into its case. Embrace death, Bukama muttered, sounding like cold steel, and Lan heard other Borderlanders echo the words. He merely thought them. It was enough. Death came for every man eventually, and seldom where or when he expected. Of course, some men died in their beds, but from boyhood Lan had known he would not. Calmly, He looked left and right along the line of his men. The Saldians and Kandori were standing firm, of course, but he was pleased to see that none of the Domani showed any signs of edginess, either. No one looked over a shoulder for a path to run. Not that he expected any less after 2 years fighting alongside them, but he always had more trust of men from the borderlands than elsewhere. Bordermen knew that sometimes hard choices had to be made. It was in their bones. The last of the IL cleared the trees, easily 2,000 of them, a number that changed everything and nothing. 2,000 IL were enough to overrun his men and still deal with the mares, unless the Dark One's own luck was with them. The thought of withdrawing never arose. If a mare struck without the anvil in place, the Terrans would be slaughtered, but if he could hold until a mare's arrived, then both hammer and anvil might be able to draw clear. Besides, he had given his word. Still, he did not mean to die here to no purpose, nor to have his men die to none. If a mare's failed to arrive by the time the IL came inside 200 paces, he would wheel his company off the ridge and try to ride around the IL to join the Terran. Sliding his sword from its scabbard, he held it loosely at his side. It was just a sword now, with nothing about it to catch the eye or set it out. It would never again be anything except a sword. But it held his past, and his future. The trumpets to the west were sounding almost continuously. Abruptly, one of the IL in the front of the column raised his spear overhead, holding it up for the length of 3 strides. When he brought it down, the column came to a halt. A good 500 paces separated them from the ridgeline, well beyond bowshot. Why under the light? As soon as they were halted, the rear half of the column turned to face the way they had come. Were they simply being cautious? Safer to assume they knew about a mare's. Drawing out his looking glass again, left-handed, he studied the IL. Men in the front rank were shading their eyes with their spear hands, studying the horsemen on the ridge. It made no sense. At best they would be able to make out dark shapes against the sunrise, perhaps the crest on a helmet. No more than that. The IL-men seemed to be talking to each other. One of the men in the lead suddenly raised his hand overhead, holding a spear, and others did the same. Lan lowered his looking glass. All of the IL were facing forward, now, and every one held a spear raised high. He had never seen anything like this before. As one, the spears came down, and the IL shouted a single word that boomed clearly across the space between, drowning the trumpets, distant calls. Analine. Lan exchanged wondering glances with Bukama. That was the old tongue, the language that had been spoken in the Age of Legends, and in the centuries before the Trolloc Wars. The best translation Lan could come up with was one man alone. But what did it mean? Why would the IL shout such a thing? They're moving, Bukama muttered, and the IL were. But not toward the ridge. Turning northward, the column of veiled IL quickly reached a trot again and, once the head of it was well beyond the end of the ridge, began to angle eastward once more. Madness piled on madness. This was no flanking maneuver, not on only one side. Maybe they're going back to the waist, Conedrin called. He sounded disappointed. Other voices scoffed him loudly. The general view was that the IL would never leave until they were all killed. Do we follow? Bukama asked quietly. After a moment, Lan shook his head. We will find Lord Amer. Those trumpets were about, too. This day was beginning strangely, and he had the feeling there would be more oddities before it was done. Chapter 2. A wish fulfilled. Despite a fire blazing on the green marble hearth, the Amerlin sitting room was cold enough to make Moiraine shiver, and only a tight jaw kept her teeth from chattering. Of course, it also stopped her from yawning, which would never have done, half a night's sleep or not. The colorful winter tapestries hanging on the walls, bright scenes of spring and garden parks, ought to have had a coating of frost, and icicles should have been hanging from the scroll-carved cornices. For one thing, the fireplace lay on the other side of the room from her, and its warmth did not extend far. For another, the tall glassed casements behind her, filling the arched windows that led onto the balcony overlooking the Amerlins' private garden, did not fit as well as they might, and they leaked cold around the edges. Whenever the wind gusted outside, an icy breeze hit her back and cut through her woolen dress. Another struck her closest friend, as well, but for all that Sayuan was Terran, she would not have let it show if she were freezing to death. The Sun Palace in Caerhyen, where Moiraine had done most of her growing up, had often been as cold in winter, yet there she had never been forced to stand in drafts. The chill seeped from the marble floor tiles through the flowered Illianer carpet and Moiraine's slippers, too. The golden great serpent ring on her left hand, the snake biting its own tail that symbolized eternity and continuity and an initiate's bond to the tower, felt like a band of ice. When the Amerlin told an Accepted to stand over there and not bother her, however, the Accepted stood where the Amerlin pointed and tried not to let her notice any shivers. Worse than the cold, really, was the heavy smell of acrid smoke that even the heavy drafts could not dispel. It was not the smoke of chimneys, but of burned villages around Tar Valon. Concentration on the cold kept her from fretting over the smoke. And the battle. The sky outside the windows held the gray of early morning, now. Soon, the fighting would begin again, if it had not already. She wanted to know how the battle was going. She had a right to know. Her uncle had started this war. She certainly did not excuse the Aiel in the slightest for the destruction they had brought to Caerhyen, city and nation, but she knew where the ultimate blame lay. Since the Aiel arrived, though, Accepted had been confined to the tower grounds as strictly as novices. The world outside the walls might as well have ceased to exist. Reports came at regular intervals from Azil Maird, High Captain of the Tower Guard, but the contents were not shared with anyone except full sisters, if with them. Yet she wanted to be, if only by knowing what was happening. That might be illogical, but then, she had never thought she was going to join the White Ajah once she gained the shawl. The two silk-gowned women in shades of blue, seated on opposite sides of the small writing table on one side of the room, gave no sign that they were aware of the smoke or the cold, though they were almost as far from the fireplace as she. Of course, they were Aes Sedai, with ageless faces, and for the smoke, they had certainly seen the aftermath of more battles than any general. They could remain serenity made flesh if 1,000 villages burned right in front of them. No one became Aes Sedai without learning to control her emotions at need, inwardly and outwardly. Tamra and Jatera did not seem tired, though they had taken only catnaps since the fighting began. That was why they had Accepted in attendance all night, in case they wanted errands run or someone brought to them. As for the cold, neither cold nor heat touched sisters the way it did other people. They always appeared unaware of either. Moiraine had tried to work out how that was done. Every Accepted tried sooner or later. However it was worked, it did not involve the One Power, or she would have been able to see the weaves, or at least feel them. Tamra was more than simply Aes Sedai, she was the Amerlin seat, the ruler over all Aes Sedai. She had been raised from the blue, but of course the long stole draped on her shoulders was striped in the colors of the 7 Ajahs, to show that the Amerlin was of all Ajahs and none. Over the history of the tower, some Amerlins had taken that more literally than others. Tamra's skirts were slashed with all 7 colors, though that was not required. No Ajah could feel itself advantaged or disadvantaged with her. Beyond the tower, when Tamra Ospenya spoke, kings and queens listened, whether they had Aes Sedai advisors or hated the White Tower. That was the power of an Amerlin seat. They might not take her advice or obey her instructions, but they listened, and politely. Even the High Lords of Tear and the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light did that much. Her long hair, lightly streaked with gray and caught in a jeweled silver net, framed a square, determined face. She usually got her way with rulers, but she did not take her power lightly, or use it indiscriminately, either outside the tower or inside. Tamra was fair and just, which were not always the same thing, and she was often kind. Moiraine admired her greatly. The other woman, Tamra's keeper of the chronicles, was a different matter altogether. Perhaps the second most powerful woman in the tower, and certainly at least equal to the sitters, Jatera Morrisseau was always just, and usually fair, but kindness never seemed to occur to her. She was also flamboyant enough for a green or a yellow. Tall and close to voluptuous, she wore a wide necklace of firedrops, earrings with rubies the size of pigeons' eggs, and 3 jeweled rings beside her great serpent ring. Her dress was a deeper blue than Tamra's and brocaded, and the keeper's stole on her shoulders. Blue, since she also had been raised from the blue, was nearly wide enough to be called a shawl. Moiraine had heard that Jatera still considered herself a blue, which would be shocking if true. The width of her stole certainly spoke in favor of the Whispers. No more than 25, perhaps less, then a second glance would say a youthful 45 or 50 and still just short of great beauty, while a third changed it all again. That smooth, ageless face was the mark of Aes Sedai, to those who knew. To those who did not know, and many did not, her hair would have added to the confusion. Caught with carved ivory combs, it was white as snow. By whispered rumor, she was over 300 years old, very old even for an Aes Sedai. Speaking of a sister's age was extremely rude. Even another sister would be given a penance for it. A novice or accepted would find herself sent to the mistress of novices for a switching. But surely thinking about it did not count. Something else placed Jatera out of the ordinary. She had the foretelling sometimes, the talent of speaking what was still in the future. That was a very rare talent, and came to her only occasionally, but gossip. The accepted's quarters overflowed with tittle-tattle. Gossip said that Jatera had had more than one foretelling in the last few months. Some claimed that the reason the armies outside the city had been in place when the Aiel came was one of Jatera's foretellings. No one among the accepted knew for certain, of course. Maybe some of the other sisters did. Maybe. Even when the fact that Jatera had had a foretelling was common knowledge, sometimes no one other than Tamra learned what it had been. It was foolish to hope to be present when Jatera had a foretelling, yet Moiraine had hoped. But in the 4 hours since she and Siuan had replaced Tamail and Brenda's in attendance on the Amyrlin, Jatera had only sat there writing a letter. It suddenly hit her that close on 4 hours was a very long time to spend on one letter. And Jatera had not covered half of one sheet of paper yet. She was sitting there with her pen suspended above the cream-colored page. As if Moiraine thinking of it had somehow reached her, Jatera glanced at the pen and made a small sound of irritation, then swirled the steel nib in a small red-glazed bowl of alcohol to clean away dried ink, clearly not for the first time. The liquid in the bowl was as black as that in the silver-capped ink jar of cut glass on the table. A gilt-edged leather folder full of papers lay open in front of Tamra, and she appeared to be studying them intently, yet Moiraine could not remember seeing the Amyrlin turn over a single sheet. The two Aes Sedai's faces were images of cool calm, but plainly they were worried, and that made her worried, too. She bit at her lower lip in furious thought, then had to stop when a yawn threatened. The biting, not the thinking. It had to be something to make them worry today in particular. She had seen Tamra in the corridors yesterday, and if there had ever been a woman bubbling with confidence, it had been she. So, the battle that had been raging for the last 3 days. If Jatera really had foretold the battle, if she really had had other foretellings, what else might they have been? Guessing would do no good, but reasoning might. The Aiel crossing the bridges and breaking into the city. Impossible. In 3,000 years, while nations rose and fell and even Hawkwing's empire was swept away in fire and chaos, no army had managed to breach Tar Valon's walls or break down its gates, and quite a few had tried over that time. Perhaps the battle turning to disaster in some other way. or something needed to avoid disaster. Tamra and Jatera were been talk of injured soldiers in such numbers that all sisters with the smallest ability at healing were needed, but no one had said straight out that that was where they were going. Aes Sedai could not lie, yet they often spoke obliquely, and they were not above misdirection. Sisters also could use the power as a weapon if they or their warders were in danger. No Aes Sedai had taken part in a battle since the Trolloc Wars, when they faced Shadowspawn and armies of Dark Friends, but perhaps Jatera had foretold disaster unless Aes Sedai joined. But why wait until the third day? Could a foretelling be that detailed? Maybe if the sisters had entered the battle earlier, that would have caused out of the corner of her eye, Moiraine saw Siuan smiling at her. That smile turned Siuan's face from handsome to pretty and made her clear blue eyes twinkle. Nearly a hand taller than Moiraine. Moiraine had gotten over the irritation she had once felt at being shorter than nearly all the women around her, but she could never help noticing height. Taller and almost as fair-skinned as she, Siuan wore her formal acceptance dress with an air of assurance that Moiraine had never quite mastered. The high-necked dresses were the purest white except for the bands at hem and cuffs that copied the Amyrlin's seven-colored stole. She could not understand how so many sisters of the White Ajah could bear to wear white all the time, as if they were forever in mourning. For her, the hardest thing about being a novice had been dressing in plain white day after day. The hardest aside from learning to control her temper, anyway. That still dropped her in hot water now and then, but not so often as during her first year. "We'll find out when we find out," Siuan whispered with a quick glance at Tamra and Jatera. Neither moved an inch. Jatera's pen was held over the letter again, the ink drying. Moiraine could not help smiling back. Siuan had that gift, making her smile when she wanted to frown and laugh when she wanted to weep. The smile turned into a yawn, and she looked hastily to see whether the Amyrlin or the keeper had noticed. They were still absorbed in their own thoughts. When she turned back, Siuan had a hand over her own mouth and was glaring at her over it, which almost set her giggling. It had surprised her at first, she and Siuan becoming friends, but among novices and accepted, the closest friends always seemed to be very much alike or very different. In some things she and Siuan were alike. They were both orphans. Their mothers had died while they were young, their fathers since they left home. And both had been born with the spark, which was uncommon. They would have begun channeling the power eventually whether or not they had tried to learn how. Not every woman could learn, by any means. That was where the differences began, before they arrived in Tar Valon, and it was not just that Siuan had been born poor and she wealthy. In Caerhyen, Aes Sedai were respected, and Moiraine had been given a grand dance in the Sun Palace to celebrate her departure for the Tower. In Tyr, channeling was outlawed, and Aes Sedai were not popular. Siuan had been bundled quick with puzzles, which Moiraine was not. She could not abide horses, which Moiraine loved, and she learned at a rate that left Moiraine dazed. Oh, not about channeling the one power. They had been entered in the novice book on the same day, and moved almost in lockstep with the power, even to passing for accepted on the same day. Moiraine, though, had received the education expected of a noblewoman, everything from history to the old tongue, which she spoke and read well enough that she had been excused classes in it. The daughter of a Terran fisherman, Siuan arrived barely able to read or do more than the simplest arithmetic, but she had soaked her lessons in like sand soaking up water. She taught the old tongue to novices, now. At least the beginning classes. Siuan Sanche was held up to novices as an example of what they should aspire to. Well, both of them were. Only one other woman had ever finished novice training in just 3 years. Aleida Aroyhan, a detestable woman, had completed her time as accepted in 3 years, too, also a record, and it seemed at least possible that they might match that, as well. Moiraine was all too aware of her own shortcomings, but she thought that Sayuan would make a perfect Aes Sedai. She opened her mouth to whisper that patience was for stones, but wind rattled the casements, and another blast of freezing air hit her. She might as well have been standing in her shift for all the protection her dress gave. Instead of whispering, she gasped, loudly. Tamra turned her head toward the windows, yet not because of Moiraine. The sound of distant trumpets suddenly was floating on the wind, dozens of them. No, hundreds. To be heard here inside the tower, there would have to be hundreds. And the sound was continuous, call rolling over call. Whatever the cause, it must be urgent. The Amyrlin closed the folder lying before her with a slap. Go see if there's news from the battlefield, Moiraine. Tamra spoke almost normally, but her voice held an unidentifiable edge, a sharpness. Sayuan, make some tea. Quickly, child. Moiraine blinked. The Amyrlin was worried, but there was only one thing to do. It will be as you say, mother, she and Sayuan said together without hesitation, offering deep curtsies, and turned for the door to the anteroom, beside the fireplace. The gold-chased silver teapot sat on a ropework tray on a table near that door, along with a tea canister, a honey jar, a small pitcher of milk, and a large pitcher of water, all in worked silver. A second tray held cups made of delicate green seafolk porcelain. Moiraine felt a faint tingle as Sayuan opened herself to the source and embraced Saidar, the female half of the power. A glow surrounded her, though it would be visible only to another woman who could channel. Normally, channeling to do chores was forbidden, yet the Amyrlin had said quickly. Sayuan was already preparing a thin thread of fire to bring the tea water to a boil. Neither Tamra nor Jatera spoke a word to stop her. The anteroom to the Amyrlin's apartments was not large, since it was only meant to hold a few visitors until they could be announced. Delegations came to the Amyrlin in one of the audience halls or in her study next door, not her private chambers. Backed by the sitting room fireplace, the anteroom was almost warm. There was only one chair, simply carved but large, yet despite its weight, slender novice on duty would have better light to read. Facing away from the sitting room door and intent on her wood-bound book, she did not hear Moiraine cross the fringed carpet. Ellen should have felt her presence long before she was close enough to peer over the child's shoulder. Not really a child, since she had been 7 years a novice and had come to the tower at 18, but a novice was referred to as a child no matter her age. For that matter, Aes Sedai called accepted child, too. Moiraine had been able to feel the child's ability to channel soon after entering the room. Ellen certainly should have been able to sense hers from this near. One woman who could channel could never sneak up on another if the second was paying attention. Peering over Ellen's shoulder, she recognized the book instantly. Hearts of Flame, a collection of love stories. The Tower Library was the largest in the known world, containing copies of almost every book that had ever been printed, but this was unsuitable for a novice. Accepted were granted a little leeway. By that time, you knew that you would watch a husband age and die, and your children and great-grandchildren, while you changed not at all. But novices were quietly discouraged from thinking about men or love, and kept away from men entirely. It would never do for a novice to try running away to get married or, worse, to get herself with child. Novice training was purposefully hard. If you were going to break, better it happened as a novice than as a sister. Being Aes Sedai was truly hard, and adding a child to it would only make matters beyond difficult. You should find more appropriate reading, Ellen, Moiraine said levelly. And pay more attention to your duties. Before Moiraine finished speaking, Ellen leapt to her feet with a startled gasp, the book tumbling to the floor, and whirled around. She was not tall for an Andoran, but Moiraine still had to look up to meet her eyes. When she saw Moiraine, she heaved a small sigh of relief. Very small. 2 novices, accepted were only a tiny step below Aes Sedai. Ellen spread her plain white skirts in a hasty curtsy. No one could have come in without my seeing, Moiraine. Marine Sede said I could read. She tilted her head to one side, toying with the wide white ribbon that held her hair. Everything novices wore was white, even their thin leather slippers. Why's that book inappropriate, Moiraine? She was 3 years the elder, but the great serpent ring and banded skirts marked a fount of knowledge in novice eyes. Unfortunately, there were subjects Moiraine felt uncomfortable talking about with just anyone. There was such a thing as decorum. Picking up the volume, she handed it to the novice. The librarians would be very put out if you returned one of their books in damaged condition. She felt a measure of satisfaction at that. It was the sort of reply a full sister might have given when she did not want to answer the question. Accepted practiced the Aes Sedai way of speaking against the day they gained the shawl, but the only ones to practice on safely were the novices. Some tried it with the servants, for a little while, but that only got them laughed at. Servants knew very well that in Aes Sedai, as hoped for, Ellen anxiously began examining the book for damage, and Moiraine went on before the novice could come back to her embarrassing question. Have there been any messages from the field of battle, child? Ellen's eyes widened indignantly. You know I'd have brought it in right away if there'd been any message, Moiraine. You know I would. She did know. Tamra had known, too. But while the keeper or sitter might point out that the Amyrlin had given a foolish order, at least, she thought they might, and accepted could only obey. For that matter, novices were not supposed to point out that an accepted had asked a foolish question. Is that the proper way to answer, Ellen? No, Moiraine, Ellen said contritely, bobbing another curtsy. There hasn't been any message the whole time I've been here. Her head tilted again. Did Jatera Sedai have a foretelling? Go back to your reading, child. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Moiraine knew they were wrong, contradicting what she had said before. It was too late for a recovery, now, though. Turning quickly, and hoping that Ellen had not noticed the blush suddenly heating her face, she glided out of the anteroom with as much dignity as she could muster. Well, the mistress of novices had told the child she could read, and the librarians had let her take the book, if one of the accepted had not loaned it to her. But Moiraine did hate sounding like a fool. A faint trickle of steam was rising from the teapot's spout and more from the water pitcher when Moiraine re-entered the sitting room and closed the door. The glow of Sadar no longer shone around Siuan. Water boiled very quickly when the one power was used. The trick was to keep it all from flashing to steam. Siuan had filled 2 of the green cups and was stirring honey into one. The other was milky. Siuan pushed the cup she had been stirring toward Moiraine. Jatera's, she said softly. And then in a whisper, with a grimace, she likes enough honey to turn it to syrup. She told me not to be stingy. The porcelain was just barely too hot on Moiraine's fingertips, but it should be cooled to exactly the right point by the time she crossed the room to the writing table where Jatera still sat, now drumming her fingers on the tabletop impatiently. The polished blackwood clock on the mantel over the fireplace chimed first rise. The trumpets were still calling. They seemed to sound frantic, though Moiraine knew that was only imagination. Tamra was standing at the windows, peering out at a sky that was growing brighter by the moment. She continued to stare out after Siuan had curtsied and proffered her cup, then finally turned and saw Moiraine. Instead of taking the tea, she said, "What news, Moiraine? You know better than to delay." Oh, she was on edge, to speak so. She had to know Moiraine would have spoken immediately if there had been anything. Moiraine was just offering Jatera her own cup, but before she could reply, the keeper jerked to her feet, bumping the table so hard that the ink jar overturned, spreading a pool of black across the tabletop. Trembling, she stood with her arms rigid at her sides and stared over the top of Moiraine's head, wide-eyed with terror. It was terror, plain and simple. "He is born again," Jatera cried. "I feel him." The dragon takes his first breath on the slope of Dragonmount. He is coming. He is coming. Light help us. Light help the world. He lies in the snow and cries like the thunder. He burns like the sun. With the last word, she gasped, a tiny sound, and fell forward into Moiraine's arms. Moiraine dropped the teacup to try to catch her, but the truth of it was that the larger woman bore both of them to the carpet. It was all Moiraine could do to end up on her knees holding the keeper rather than lying beneath her. In an instant, Tamra was there, kneeling careless of the ink trickling from the table. The light of Sadar already surrounded her, and she already had a weave prepared of spirit, air and water. Gripping Jatera's head between her hands, she let the weave sink into the still form. But delving, used to check health, did not turn to healing. Looking helplessly into Jatera's staring eyes, Moiraine knew why not. She had hoped there was some tiny fragment of life left, something that Tamra could work with. Healing could cure any sickness, mend any injury. But you could not heal death. The pool of ink on the table had spread to ruin whatever the keeper had been writing. It was very odd, what you noticed at a time like this. Not now, Jatera, Tamra breathed softly. She sounded weary to the bone. Not now, when I need you most. Slowly, her eyes came up to meet Moiraine's, and Moiraine started back on her knees. It was said Tamra's stare could make a stone move, and at that moment, Moiraine believed. The Amyrlin shifted her gaze to Siuan, still standing in front of the windows. Siuan had both hands pressed to her mouth, and the teacup she had been carrying lay on the carpet at her feet. She gave a jerk under that gaze, too. Moiraine's eye found the cup she had been carrying. A good thing the cups did not break, she thought. Sea folk porcelain is quite expensive. Oh, the mind did play odd tricks when you wanted to avoid thinking about something. You are both intelligent, Tamra said finally. And not deaf, unfortunately. You know what Jatera just foretold. There was just enough question in that for both of them to nod and say that they did. Tamra sighed as if she had been wishing for a different response. Taking Jatera out of Moiraine's arms, the Amyrlin eased her down to the carpet and smoothed her hair. After a moment, she pulled the wide blue stole from Jatera's shoulders, folded it carefully, and laid it over the keeper's face. With your permission, Mother, Siuan said in a husky voice, I'll send Ellen to fetch the keeper's serving woman to do what's needful. Stay, Tamra barked. That iron-hard gaze studied them both. You will tell no one about this, not for any reason. If necessary, lie, even to a sister. Jatera died without speaking. Do you understand me? Moiraine nodded jerkily, and was aware of Siuan doing the same. They were not Aes Sedai, yet. They still could lie, and some did occasionally, for all their efforts to behave like full sisters. But she had never been expected to be ordered to, especially not to Aes Sedai, and never by the Amyrlin seat. Good, Tamra said tiredly. Send. The novice on duty is named Ellen. Send Ellen in to me. I'll tell her where to find Jatera's woman. And make sure that Ellen had heard nothing through the closed door, obviously. Otherwise, the task would have been Siuan's or Moiraine's. When the girl comes in, the two of you may go. And remember, not a word, not one. The emphasis only drove home the peculiarity. I wished to hear a foretelling, Moiraine thought as she made her final curtsy before leaving, and what I received was a foretelling of doom. Now, she wished very much that she had been more careful of what she wished for. Chapter 3 Practice. The wide corridor outside the Amyrlin's apartments was as cold as her sitting room had been, and full of drafts. Some were strong enough to ripple one or another of the long, heavy tapestries on the white marble walls. Atop the gilded stand lamps between the bright wall hangings, the flames flickered, nearly blown out. The novices would be at their breakfast at this hour, and likely most of the other accepted, too. For the moment, the hallways were empty save for Siuan and Moiraine. They walked along the Blue Runner, half the width of the corridor, taking advantage of the small protection the carpet gave from the chill of the floor tiles, a repeating pattern in the colors of all 7 Ajas. Moiraine was too stunned to speak. The faint sound of the trumpets still sounding barely registered on her. They turned the corner into a hallway where the floor tiles were white, the runner green. To their right, another wide, tapestry-hung corridor lined with stand lamps spiraled gently upward, toward the Asia's quarters, the visible portion floored in blue and yellow, with a runner patterned in gray and brown and red. Inside each Aja's quarters, the Aja's own color predominated, and some others might be missing altogether, but in the communal areas of the tower, the colors of all the Ajas were used in equal proportion. Irrelevant thoughts drifted through her head. Why equal, when some Ajas were larger than others? Had they once been the same size? How could that have been achieved? A newly raised Aes Sedai chose her Aja freely. Yet each Aja had quarters of the same size. Irrelevant thoughts were better than. "Do you want breakfast?" Sayuan said. Moiraine gave a small start of surprise. "Breakfast?" "I could not swallow a bite, Sayuan." The other woman shrugged. "I have no appetite myself. I just thought I'd keep you company if you wanted something. I am going back to my room and try to get a little sleep, if I can settle myself. I have a novice class in 2 hours. And likely more classes to teach today, if the sisters did not start returning soon. Novices could not miss classes for little things like battles, or she did not want to think about the ore. She would miss lessons, too, if the Aes Sedai failed to return. Accepted studied on their own for the most part, but she had a private class scheduled with Malin Sedai, and another with Lorette. "We cannot be sure we will be tested any time soon. Meereen just said she thought we were close." Sayuan snorted loudly. While she was still a novice, the sisters had cleaned up her language, which had been strongly redolent of the docks and often rough with it, but they still had not managed to smooth away all the edges of her. Which was just as well. Rough edges were a part of Sayuan. When Meereen says someone is close, she tests within the month, and you know it, Moiraine. "We'll practice." Moiraine sighed. She did not really believe she could sleep, not now, but she doubted she could concentrate very well, either. Practice took concentration. "Oh, all right, Sayuan." The second surprise, after their friendship, had been the realization that between them, the fisherman's daughter led and the noblewoman followed. Of course, rank in the outside world carried no rights inside the tower. There had been 2 daughters of beggars who rose to be Amyrlin's seat, as well as daughters of merchants and farmers and craftsfolk, including 3 daughters of cobblers, but only 1 daughter of a ruler. Besides, Moiraine had been taught to judge people's capabilities long before she left home. In the Sun Palace especially, you began learning that as soon as you were old enough to walk. Sayuan had been born to lead. It felt surprisingly natural to follow where Sayuan led. "I wager you will be in the hall of the tower by the time you have worn the shawl 100 years, and Amyrlin before 50 more, she said, not for the first time. It brought the same reaction it always did. "Don't ill-wish me," Sayuan said with a scowl. "I intend to see the world. Maybe parts of it no other sister has seen. I used to watch the ships sail into Tyr full of silk and ivory from Shera, and I'd wonder if any of the crew had had the nerve to sneak outside the trade ports. I would have." Her face matched Tamra's for determination. "Once, my father took his boat all the way downriver to the Sea of Storms, and I could hardly pull on the nets for staring south, wondering what lay beyond the horizon. I'll see it, one day. And the Irith Ocean. Who knows what lies west of the Irith Ocean? Strange lands with strange customs. Maybe cities as great as Tar Valon, and mountains higher than the spine of the world. Just think of it, Moiraine. Just think." Moiraine suppressed a smile. Sayuan was so fierce about her intended adventures, though she would never call them that. Adventures were what took place in stories and books, not in life, as Sayun would point out to anyone who used the word. Without a doubt, though, once she had the shawl, she would be off like an arrow leaving the bow. And then they might see one another twice in 10 years if not longer. That brought a pang of sadness, but she did not doubt that her own predictions would come true, as well. It did not take foretelling. No, that was thinking in the wrong direction. As they turned another corner and walked past a narrow marble staircase leading down, Sayun's scowl faded, and she began studying Moiraine in sidelong glances. The floor tiles here were a vivid green, the runner deep yellow, and the white walls were plain and bare. The stand lamps were not gilded in this part of the tower, which was used more by servants than sisters. "You're trying to change the subject, aren't you, Sayun?" "You know what subject, Moiraine. What do you think about it?" The bubble of laughter vanished. There was no need to ask what it was. Exactly the thing that she did not want to think about. "He is born again." She could hear Jatera's voice in her head. "The dragon takes his first breath." Her shiver had nothing to do with the cold this time. For more than 3,000 years the world had waited on the prophecies of the dragon to be fulfilled, fearing them, yet knowing they told of the world's only hope. And now a boy child was about to be born. Very soon, perhaps, by the way Jatera had spoken, to bring those prophecies to a conclusion. He would be born on the slopes of Dragonmount, reborn where it was said the man he had once been had died. 3,000 years ago and more, the Dark One had almost broken free into the world of humankind and brought on the War of the Shadow, which had ended only with the breaking of the world. Everything had been destroyed, the very face of the earth changed, humanity reduced to ragged refugees. Centuries passed before the simple struggle for survival gave way to building cities and nations once more. That infant's birth meant the Dark One would break free again, for the child would be born to face the Dark One in Tarmangidon, the last battle. On him rested the fate of the world. The prophecies said he was the only chance. They did not say he would win. Maybe worse than the thought of his defeat, though, was the fact that he would channel Satan, the male half of the One Power. Moiraine did not shiver at that. She shuddered. Satan bore the Dark One's taint. Men still tried to channel from time to time. Some actually managed to teach themselves, and survived learning without a teacher, no easy feat. Among women, only 1 in 4 survived trying to learn on their own. Some of those men caused wars, usually false dragons, men who claimed to be the dragon reborn, while others attempted to hide in ordinary lives, but unless they were caught and brought to Tar Valon to be gentled, cut off from the power forever, every one of them went mad. That could take years, or just months, yet it was inevitable. Madmen who could tap into the one power that turned the wheel of time and drove the universe. The histories were full of the horrors men like that had done. And the prophecies said that the dragon reborn would bring a new breaking of the world. Would his victory be any better than a victory by the Dark One? Yes. Yes, it must be. Even the breaking had left people alive to rebuild, eventually. The Dark One would leave only a charnel house. And in any case, prophecies did not turn aside for the wishes of accepted. Not for the prayers of nations. "What I think is that the Amyrlin told us not to talk about it," she said. Sayun shook her head. "She told us not to tell anyone else. Since we already know, it must be all right for us to talk about it between us." She cut off as a stout serving woman with the white flame of Tar Valon on her breast appeared around a corner just ahead of them. As the round woman walked past, she peered down her long nose at them suspiciously. "As long as we're careful," Sayun breathed, once the liveried woman was beyond earshot. However certain she was that talking between themselves was all right, she seemed content to say no more until they reached the Accepted's quarters, in the tower's western wing. There, stone-railed galleries in a hollow well surrounded a small garden, 3 levels below. The garden was only a handful of evergreen bushes poking through the snow at this time of year. An accepted who put her feet too far wrong might find herself clearing away that snow with a shovel. The sisters were great believers that physical labor built character, but no one had gotten into that much trouble lately. Resting her hands on the railing, Moiraine peered up at the bright winter morning sky, past the 6 silent rows of galleries above. Her breath made a white mist in front of her face. The trumpets were more audible here than in the hallways, the stink of smoke stronger in the air. There were rooms for over 100 accepted in this well, and the same in a second well, too. Perhaps the numbers would not have come to mind now except for Jatera's foretelling, yet she had thought about them before. They were etched in her brain as if with acid. Space for above 200 accepted, but the second well had been shut up since time out of memory for any living Aes Sedai, and barely more than 60 of these rooms were occupied. The novices' quarters also had 2 wells, with rooms for almost 400 girls, but one of those was long closed, too, and the other held under 100. She had read that once novices and accepted had both been housed 2 to a room. Once, half the girls who were entered in the novice book had been tested for the ring. Fewer than 20 of the current novices would be allowed to. The tower had been built to house 3,000 sisters, but only 423 were in residence at the moment, with perhaps twice as many more scattered across the nations. Numbers that still burned like acid. No Aes Sedai would say it aloud, and she would never dare say it where a sister might hear, but the White Tower was failing. The tower was failing, and the last battle was coming. You worry too much, Sayuin said gently. My father used to say, change what you can if it needs changing, but learn to live with what you can't change. You'll only get a sick stomach, otherwise. That was me, not my father. With another snort, she gave an overdone shiver and wrapped her arms around herself. Can we get inside now? I'm freezing. My room is closest. Come on. Moiraine nodded. The tower taught its students to live with what they could not change, too. But some things were important enough to try even if you were sure to fail. That had been one of her lessons as a child. Accepted's rooms were identical, except in detail, slightly wider at the back than at the door, with plain wall panels of dark wood. None of the furnishings were fine, or indeed anything a sister would have tolerated. There was a small, square Tarabonner rug woven in faded blue and green stripes on Sayuin's floor, and the mirrored washstand in the corner held a chipped white pitcher sitting in the washbasin. Accepted were required to make do unless something actually broke, and if it broke, they had best have a good explanation why. The small table, with 3 leather farmhouse, a small wardrobe completed the furnishings. Nothing was carved or ornamented in any way. When Moiraine had moved from the small, stark room of a novice, she had felt as if she were moving into a palace, though the chamber was half the size of any room in her apartments in the Sun Palace. Best of all, at the moment, was the fireplace of dressed gray stone. Today, any room with a fireplace would seem a palace, if she could stand near it. Sayuin hastily moved 3 pieces of split wood to the fire-irons on the hearth. The woodbox was almost empty. Serving men brought Aes Sedai their firewood, but accepted had to carry theirs up themselves. Then grunted when she discovered that her efforts at banking the coals of last night's fire had failed. No doubt in a hurry to reach the Amerlin's chambers, she had not covered them with ashes well enough to stop them from burning out. A frown creased her forehead for a moment, and then Moiraine felt that small tingle again as the light of Sadar briefly surrounded the other woman. Any woman who could channel could feel another wielding the power if she was close enough, but the tingle was unusual. Women who spent a lot of time together in their training sometimes felt it, but the sensation was supposed to fade away over time. Hers and Sayuin's never had. Sometimes Moiraine thought it was a sign of how close their friendship was. When the glow winked out, the short lengths of log were burning merrily. Moiraine said nothing, but Sayuin gave her a look as if she had delivered a speech. I was too cold to wait, Moiraine, she said defensively. Besides, you must remember Akaran's lecture 2 weeks ago. You must know the rules to the letter, she quoted, and live with them before you can know which rules you may break and when. That says right out that sometimes you can break the rules. Akaran, a slender brown with quick eyes to catch who was not following her, had been lecturing about being Aes Sedai, not accepted, but Moiraine held her tongue. Sayuan had not needed the lecture to think about breaking rules. Oh, she never broke the major strictures. She never tried to run away or was disrespectful to a sister or anything of that sort, and she would never think of stealing. But she had had a liking for pranks from the start. Well, Moiraine did, too. Most accepted did, at least now and then, and some novices, as well. Playing jokes was a way to relieve the strain of constant study with few free days. Accepted had no chores beyond those necessary to keep themselves and their rooms tidy, unless they got into trouble at least, but they were expected to work hard at their studies, harder than novices dreamed of. Some relief was needed, or you would crack like an egg dropped on stone. Nothing she and Sayuan had done was malicious, of course. Washing a hated accepted's shift with Ichok did not count. Aleida had made their first year as novices a misery, setting standards for them that no one could have met, yet insisting they be met. The second year, after she gained the shawl, had been worse until she left the tower. Most of their pranks had been much more benign, though even the most innocent could bring swift punishment, especially if the target was an Aes Sedai. Their major triumph had been filling the largest fountain in the water garden with fat green trout one night the previous summer. Major in part because of the difficulty, and in part because they had escaped discovery. A few sisters had directed suspicious looks at them, but luckily no one could prove they had done it. Luckily, asking them whether they had was simply not done with. Accepted. Putting trout in the fountain might not have brought a visit to the mistress of novices' study, but leaving the tower grounds without permission in order to buy them, and worse, at night, surely would have. Moiraine hoped that Sayuan was not building up to a prank with this talk of breaking rules. She herself was too tired. They were bound to be caught. "Will you go first, or shall I?" she asked. Maybe the practice would take Sayuan's mind off getting into trouble. "You need the practice more. We'll concentrate on you this morning. And this afternoon. And tonight." Moiraine grimaced, but it was true. The test for the shawl consisted of creating 100 different weaves perfectly and in a precise order while under great stress. And it was necessary to display complete calm the entire time. Exactly what that stress would be, they did not know, except that attempts would be made to distract them, and to break their composure. For practice, they provided the distractions for each other, and Sayuan was very good at throwing her off at the worst moment or provoking her temper. Too much temper, and you could not hold on to Saidar at all. Even after her 6 years of work at it, her channeling required at least a degree of calm. Sayuan could seldom be unsettled, and her temper was held with an iron grip. Embracing the true source, Moiraine let Saidar fill her. Not as much of it as she could hold, but enough for practicing. Channeling was tiring work, and the more of the power you channeled, the worse. Even that tiny amount spread through her, filling her with joy and life, with exultation. The wonder of it was near to torment. When she had first embraced Saidar, she had not known whether to weep or laugh. She immediately felt the urge to draw more, and forced the desire down. All of her senses were clearer, sharper, with the power in her. She thought she could almost hear Sayuan's heart beating. She could feel the currents of air moving against her face and hands, and the colors banding her friend's dress were more vivid, the white of the wool whiter. She could make out tiny cracks in the wall panels that she could not have seen without putting her nose against the wall, lacking the power that suffused her totally. It was exhilarating. She felt more alive. Part of her wished she could hold Saidar every waking moment, but that was strictly prohibited. That desire could lead to drawing more and more, until eventually you drew more than you could handle. And that either killed you, or else burned the ability to channel out of you. Losing this bliss would be much worse than death. Sayuan took one of the chairs, and the glow enveloped her. Moiraine could not see the light around herself, of course. Weaving a ward against eavesdropping around the inside of the room, flat against walls and floor and ceiling, Sayuan tied it off so she did not have to maintain it. Holding 2 weaves at once was more than twice as taxing as 1, 3 more than twice as wearing as 2. Beyond that, difficult no longer sufficed as a description, though it could be done. She motioned for Moiraine to turn her back. With a frown for the ward, Moiraine complied. It would be anything to make her scream. No, it had to be the first part of trying to unsettle her, by making her wonder over it. She felt Sayuan handling flows, earth and air, then fire, water and spirit, then earth and spirit, always changing. Without looking, there was no way to tell whether the other woman was creating a weave or just trying another diversion. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated on utter calm. Most of the weaves in the test were extremely complex, and had been designed solely for the test. Oddly, none required any gestures, which a good many weaves did. The motion was not really part of the weave, except that if you did not make it, the weave did not work. Supposedly, the gestures set certain pathways in your mind. The lack of gestures made it seem possible that you might lack the use of your hands during at least part of the test, and that sounded ominous. Another oddity was that none of those incredibly intricate weaves actually did anything, and even done incorrectly, they would not produce anything dangerous. Not too dangerous, anyway. That was a very real possibility with a number of weaves. Some of the simplest could prove disastrous, done just a little off. Women had died in the testing, but obviously not from bungling a weave. Still, a mistake with the first could yield a deafening thunderclap. She channeled very thin flows of air, weaving them just so. This was a fairly simple weave, but you could not force Sadar no matter how small the threads. The power was like a vast river, flowing inexorably onward. Try to force it, and you would be swept away like a twig on the river Aranon. You had to use its overwhelming strength to guide it as you wanted. In any case, size was not specified, and small was less work and the noise would be smaller if Sayuan managed to Moiraine. Do you think the Reds will be able to make themselves leave him alone? Moiraine gave a jerk even before the weave she was making produced a boom like a kettledrum. Any sister was expected to deal with a man who could channel if she encountered one, but Reds concentrated on hunting them down. Sayuan meant the boy child. That explained the ward, and maybe the talk of breaking rules. Maybe Sayuan was not so sure as she pretended that Tamra would not care if they discussed the child between themselves. Moiraine glared over her shoulder. Don't stop, Sayuan said calmly. She was still channeling, but not doing anything beyond handling the flows. You really do need practice if you fumbled that one. Well, do you? About the Reds. This time, the weave produced a silver-blue disc the size of a small coin that dropped into Moiraine's outstretched hand. The shape was not specified, either, another oddity, but discs and balls were easiest. Woven of air yet hard as steel, it felt slightly cold. She released the weave, and the coin vanished, leaving only a residue of the power that would soon fade away as well. The next weave was one of the complex and useless sort, requiring all of the 5 powers, but Moiraine answered as she wove it. She could talk and channel at the same time, after all. Air and fire so, and earth thus. Spirit, then air once more. She wove without stopping. Learn how, or nearly so, at worst. At best, they will have longer. Girls sometimes, if rarely, began channeling as young as 12 or 13, if they were born with the spark, but even with the spark boys never did before 18 or 19, unless they tried to learn how, and in some men the spark did not come out until they were as old as 30. Air again, then spirit and water, all placed precisely. Besides, he will be the dragon reborn. Even the Reds will have to see that he cannot be gentled until after he fights the last battle. A grim fate, to save the world if he could, then for reward be cut off from this wonder. Prophecy was not known for mercy any more than for yielding to prayers. Earth again, then fire, then more air. The thing was beginning to look like the most hopeless knot in the world. Will that be enough? I've heard some Reds don't try all that hard to take those poor men alive. She had heard that, too, but it was only a rumor. And a violation of Tower law. A sister could be birched for it, and likely exiled to a secluded farm to think on her crime for a time. It should be counted as murder, but given what those men would do unrestrained, she could almost see why it was not. More spirit laid down, and earth threaded through. Invisible fingers seemed to run up her sides to her armpits. She was ticklish, as Sayuan knew well, but the other woman would need to do better than that. She barely flinched. As someone told me not long ago, learn to live with what you cannot change, she said wryly. The wheel of time weaves as the wheel wills, and Ajas do what they do. More air, and fire like so, followed by water, earth and spirit. Then all five at once. Light, what a ghastly tangle. And not done yet. What I think, Sayuan began, and the door banged open, letting in a surge of freezing air that swept away all the warmth of the fire. With Sadar filling her awareness heightened, Moiraine felt suddenly covered with a coat of ice from head to toe. The door also let in Myrel Berengari, and accepted from Altera, who had earned the ring in the same year as they. Olive-skinned and beautiful, and almost as tall as Sayuan, Myrel was gregarious and also mercurial, with a boisterous sense of humor and a temper even worse than Moiraine's when she let it go. The two of them had begun with heated words as novices that got them both switched and had somehow found themselves friends. Oh, not so close as Sayuan and she, but still friends, the only reason she did not snap at the other excepted for walking in without knocking. Not that they would have heard if she had pounded, with the ward set. Not that that mattered. There was the principle of the thing. How long before the last battle, do you think? Myrel asked, shutting the door. She took in the half-completed weave in front of Moiraine and the ward around the room, and a grin appeared on her lips. Practicing for the test, I see. Have you been making her squeal, Sayuan? I can help, if you like. I know a sure way to make her squeal like a piglet caught in a net. Moiraine hurriedly let the weave dissipate before it could collapse and exchanged confused looks with Sayuan. How could Myrel know? I did not squeal like in the way you said, she said primly, playing for time. Most Accepted's pranks were aimed at other Accepted, and Myrel's numbers almost matched hers and Sayuan's. That depths of summer heat, when even shade felt like an oven. But she had not sounded anything like a piglet. What do you mean, Myrel? Sayuan asked cautiously. Why, the Aiel, of course. What else could I mean? Moiraine exchanged another look with Sayuan, of chagrin this time. A number of sisters claimed that various passages in the prophecies of the dragon referred to the Aiel. Of course, just as many said they did not. At the beginning of the war, there had been rather animated discussions about the matter. They would have been called shouting arguments if the women involved had not been Aes Sedai. But with what they knew now, all of that had slipped right out of Moiraine's head, and plainly out of Sayuan's as well. Keeping their knowledge hidden was going to take constant vigilance. The pair of you have a secret, don't you? Myrel said. I don't know anybody for having secrets like you two. Well, don't think I'll ask, because I won't. By her expression, she was dying to ask. It isn't ours to tell, Sayuan replied, and Moiraine's eyebrows climbed before she could control her face. What was Sayuan up to? Was she trying to play Days Diamar? Moiraine had tried to teach her how the game of houses worked. In Caerhyen, even servants and farmers knew how to maneuver for advantage and deflect others from their own plans and secrets. In Caerhyen, nobles and commoners alike lived by Daes Daemar, more so than anywhere else, and the game was played everywhere, even in lands where everyone denied it. For all Moiraine's efforts, though, Siowen had never shown much facility. She was just too straightforward. "But you can help me with Moiraine," the woman went on, even more surprisingly. "Their practice was always just the two of them. She knows my tricks too well by now." Laughing, Myrelle rubbed her hands together gleefully and took the second chair, the light of the power springing up around her. Grimly, Moiraine turned her back again and took up the second weave, but Siowen said, "From the beginning, Moiraine. You know better. You have to have the order fixed in your head so firmly that nothing can make you fumble it." With a small sigh, Moiraine produced the silver-blue coin of air once more, then moved on. Siowen was right, in a way, about her knowing Siowen's tricks. Siowen liked to use tickles at the worst possible moment, sudden pokes in unpleasant places, embarrassing caresses, and startling noises right beside her ear. That and saying the most shocking things she could think of, and she had a vivid imagination even after the sisters' work with her language. Knowing the other woman's tricks did not make it any easier to hold on to complete composure, though. She had to start over twice because of Siowen. Myrelle was worse. She liked ice. Ice was easy to make, a matter of using water and fire to draw it out of the air. But Moiraine would like to see how Myrelle managed to make it materialize inside her dress, in the worst places. Myrelle also channeled flows to make sly pinches and sharp flicks as if Moiraine had been snapped with a switch, and sometimes a solid blow across her bottom like the fall of a strap. They were real pinches and real blows. The bruises they left were real. And slowly rotated her head down and feet pointed toward the ceiling so her skirts fell down over her head. Heart pounding and close to frantic, she pushed her skirts up from in front of her face with her hands. It was not modesty. She had to keep weaving. You could hold a weave without seeing it, but you could not weave, and if this particular bundle of the 5 powers collapsed, it would give her a painful shock, as though she had scuffled her feet across a carpet and then touched a piece of iron, only 3 times as bad and felt all over. She managed to complete that one successfully, but all in all, Myrelle broke her concentration 4 times. She felt a growing irritation over that, but with herself, not Myrelle. One thing every accepted agreed on was that whatever the sisters did to you in the test would be worse than anything your friends could think of. And if they were your friends, they would do the worst they could think of, short of actual harm, to help you prepare. Light, if Myrelle and Siowen could make her fail 6 times in so short a time, what hope did she have in the actual test? But she kept on with unbending determination. She would pass, and on her first try. She would. She was making that second weave yet again when the door opened once more, and she let the flows vanish, reluctantly let go of Saidar altogether. There was always a reluctance to let go. Life seemed to drain away along with the power. The world became drab. But she would not have had time to finish in any case before her novice class. Accepted were not allowed clocks, which were too expensive for most to afford in any event, and the gongs that sounded the hour were not always audible inside the tower, so it was best if you developed a keen sense of time. Accepted were no more permitted to be late than novices were. The woman who stood holding the door open was not a friend. Taller than Siowen, Tarna Fair was from the north of Altera, close to Andor, but her pale yellow hair was not her only difference from Myrelle. Accepted were not allowed to be arrogant, yet one look into those cold blue eyes told you that she was. She possessed no sense of humor, either, and as far as anyone knew, she had never played a joke on anyone. Tarna had gained the ring a year before Siowen and Moiraine, after 9 years as a novice, and she had had few friends as a novice and few now. She did not seem to notice the lack. A very different woman from Myrelle. I should have expected to find you two together, she said coolly. There never seemed to be any heat in her. I can't understand why you don't just move into the same room. Are you joining Sayuan's coterie now, Myrelle? All said matter-of-factly, yet Myrelle's eyes began to flash. The glow had vanished from Sayuan, but Myrelle still held the power. Moiraine hoped she was not rash enough to use it. Go away, Tarna, Sayuan said with a quick dismissive gesture. We're busy. And closed the door. Tarna did not move. I have to hurry to make my novice class, Moiraine said, to Sayuan. Tarna, she ignored. They are just learning how to make a ball of fire, and if I am not there, one of them is sure to try it anyway. Novices were forbidden to channel or even embrace the source without a sister or one of the accepted looking over their shoulders, but they did anyway, given half a chance. New girls never really believed the dangers involved, while the older were always sure they knew how to avoid those dangers. The novices have been given a free day, Tarna said, so no classes today. Being dismissed and ignored did not disconcert her a bit. Nothing did. No doubt Tarna would pass for the shawl on her first try with ease. The accepted are summoned to the Oval Lecture Hall. The Amyrlin is going to address us. One other thing you should know. Jatera Moriso died just a few hours ago. The light surrounding Myrelle winked out. So that's the secret you were keeping, she exclaimed. Her eyes flashed hotter than they had for Tarna. I told you it wasn't ours to share, Sayuan replied. An Aes Sedai answer if ever there was one. It was enough to make Myrelle nod agreement, however reluctantly. And that nod was reluctant. Her eyes did not lose their heat. Moiraine expected that she and Sayuan might soon have surprising encounters with ice. Still holding the door open. Was the woman immune to the cold, like a sister? Tarna studied Moiraine and then Sayuan. That's right. You two would have been in attendance. What happened? All the rest of us have heard is that she died. I was handing her a cup of tea when she gasped and fell dead in my arms, Moiraine replied. And that was an even better Aes Sedai answer than Sayuan's, every word true while avoiding the whole truth. To her surprise, an expression of sadness crossed Tarna's face. It was fleeting, but it had been there. Tarna never showed emotion. She was carved from stone. Jatera Sedai was a great woman, she murmured. She will be badly missed. Why is the Amyrlin going to speak to us? Moiraine asked. Plainly Jatera's death had already been announced, and by custom, her funeral would be tomorrow, so there was no need to announce that. Surely Tamra did not mean to tell the accepted about the foretelling. I don't know, Tarna replied, all coolness once more. But I shouldn't have stood here talking. Everyone else was told to leave breakfast immediately. If we run, we can just make it before the Amyrlin arrives. Accepted were required to maintain a certain amount of dignity, preparation for the day they reached the shawl. They certainly were never supposed to run unless ordered to. But run they did, Tarna as hard as the rest of them, hiking their skirts to their knees and ignoring the startled looks of liveried servants in the corridors. Aes Sedai did not keep the Amyrlin seat waiting. Accepted never even thought of it. The Oval Lecture Hall, with its wide scrollwork crown running beneath a gently domed ceiling painted with sky and white clouds, was seldom used. Moiraine and the others were the last of the accepted to arrive, yet the rows of polished wooden benches were less than a quarter filled. The babble of voices, accepted offering suggestions of why the Amyrlin would address them, seemed to emphasize how few they were compared to what the chamber had been built to hold. Moiraine put dwindling numbers firmly out of her head. Maybe, if the sisters number, she would not brood. Thankfully, the dais at the front of the hall was still empty. She and Sayuan found places at the back of the crowd, and Tarna sat beside them, but clearly not with them. The woman wore aloofness like a cloak. Myrelle, still in a huff over not being told about Jatera, stalked around to the other end of the row. Half the women in the room seemed to be talking, all on top of one another. Immediately, Eledrin must have brain fever to be spouting such drivel. Well, she was excitable. Brenda's was even worse. Normally sensible, she was claiming they were all to be sent home because Jatera had foretold the end of the White Tower, or maybe of the world, before she died. Likely by noon there would be a dozen tales about Jatera having a foretelling if there were not more than that already. Rumors grew in the Accepted's quarters like roses in a hothouse, but Moiraine still did not like hearing one. To keep their secret, she was going to have to spin the truth like a top, at least for the next few days. She hoped she was up to it. "Does anybody know anything?" Sayuan asked the Accepted next to her, a slim, very dark woman with straight black hair hanging to her waist and a scattering of black tattoos on her hands. "Or is it all just wind?" Zemail regarded her soberly for a moment before saying, "Wind, I think." Zemail always took her time. For that matter, she was always sober and thoughtful. Very likely, she would choose brown when she was raised. Or perhaps white. She was a rarity in the tower, one of the sea folk, the Athon Mir. There were only 4 sea folk Aes Sedai, all browns, and 2 of them were almost as old as Jatera had been. Athon Mir girls never came to the tower unless they manifested the spark or managed to begin learning on their own. In either case, a delegation of sea folk delivered the girl, then left as soon as they could. The Athon Mir disliked being very long away from salt water, and the nearest sea to Tar Valon lay 400 leagues to the south. Zemail, though, seemed to want to forget her origins. At least, she would never talk about the sea folk unless pressed by an Aes Sedai. And she was diligent, intently focused on earning the shawl from her first day, so Moiraine had heard, though she was not quick to learn. Not slower than most, just not quick. She had been accepted for 8 years, now, and 10 years a novice before that, and Moiraine had seen her fumble a weave time after time before suddenly setting it so perfectly that you wondered why she had failed before. But then, everyone progressed at her own pace, and the tower never pushed harder than you could go. A tall Accepted on the row in front of them, Aisling Noon, twisted around. She was almost bouncing on the bench with excitement. "It's the foretelling, I say. Jatera had a foretelling before she died, and the Amyrlin is going to tell us what it was. You two had the duty this morning, didn't you? You were with her when she died. What did she say?" Sayuan stiffened, and Moiraine opened her mouth to lie, but Tarna saved her. "Moiraine told me Jatera didn't have a foretelling, Aisling. We'll find out what the Amyrlin wants to tell us when she arrives." Her voice was cool, as always, but not cutting. Aisling blushed furiously anyway. She was another rarity for the tower, one of the Tuathon, the Tinkers. The Tuathon lived in garishly painted wagons, traveling from village to village, and like the sea folk, they wanted no self-taught wilders among them. If a band discovered the spark coming out in one of their become Aes Sedai, it must be so, since Varen had said it, yet Aisling applied herself with just as much determination as Zemail, and with more success. She had earned the ring in 5 years, in the same year as Moiraine and Sayuan, and Moiraine thought she might test for the shawl in another year, perhaps less. One of the doors at the back of the dais opened, and Tamra glided out, still in the blue dress she had worn the night before, the Amyrlin stole draped around her neck. Moiraine was one of the first to see her, the first to rise, but in moments everyone was on her feet and silent. It seemed strange to see the Amyrlin by herself. Always when Tamra was seen in the corridors, she was accompanied by at least a few Aes Sedai, whether ordinary sisters presenting petitions or sitters in the hall of the tower discussing some matter that was before the hall. She looked weary, to Moiraine. Oh, her back was straight, and her expression said she could walk through a wall if she took it in mind, but something about her eyes spoke of tiredness that had little to do with missing sleep. In thanksgiving for the continued safety of Tar Valon, she said, her voice carrying easily to everyone, I have decided the tower will give a bounty of 100 crowns in gold to every woman in the city who bore a child between the day the first soldiers arrived and the day the threat is ended. It is being announced on the streets even as I speak. Everyone knew better than to make a sound while the Amyrlin was speaking, yet that brought a few murmurs, including one from Siuan. Actually, hers was more of a grunt. She had never seen 10 gold crowns in one place, much less 100. 100 would buy a very large farm, or who knew how many fishing boats. Ignoring the break in the proprieties, Tamra continued without a pause. As some of you may already know, an army is always accompanied by camp followers, sometimes more camp followers than there are soldiers. Many of these are craftsfolk an army needs, the armorers and fletchers, the blacksmiths and farriers and wagon wrights, but among them are soldiers, wives and other women. Since the army provided the shield to Tar Valon, I have decided to extend the bounty to those women also. Moiraine realized she was biting at her lower lip, and made herself stop. It was a habit she was trying to break. There was certainly no point to letting anyone who saw you know that you were thinking furiously. At least now they knew what Tamra was after. She must believe the boy child really would be born soon. But why under the light Tell accepted? That threat might continue for some time, Tamra said, though I have reports this morning that the Aiel may be retreating, yet the situation appears safe enough to begin collecting names, at least in the camps closest to the city. To be fair to those women, we must begin as soon as possible, before any of them leave. Some will, if the Aiel really are going. Many of the soldiers will follow the Aiel, soon to be joined by their camp followers, and other soldiers will return to their homes. No sisters have returned to the tower yet, so I am sending all of you to begin taking names, country, everything. You will each be accompanied by 4 tower guards to make sure no one troubles you. Moiraine almost choked trying to keep silent. Astonished gasps rose from women less successful than she. It was rare enough for Accepted to be allowed to leave the city, but without a sister. That was unheard of. With a small, indulgent smile, Tamra paused to let order restore itself. She plainly knew she had startled them out of their wits. She also apparently heard something that Moiraine did not catch. As silence fell again, the Amyrlin said, If I hear that someone has used the power to defend herself, Alanna, that someone will sit very tenderly after a visit to the Mistress of Novices. A few of the Accepted were still unsettled enough to giggle, and 1 or 2 laughed aloud. Alanna was a shy woman at heart, but she worked hard at being fierce. She told anyone who would listen that she wanted to belong to the Green, the Battle Aja, and have a dozen warders. Only Greens bonded more than a single warder. None had that many warders, of course, but that was Alanna, always exaggerating. Tamra slapped her palms together, quieting gigglers and laughers alike at a stroke. There were limits to her indulgence. You will all take great care, and heed the soldiers escorting you. There were no smiles, now. Her voice was firm. The Amyrlin seat brooked no nonsense from rulers. She certainly would not from Accepted. The Aiel are not the only danger outside Tar Valon's walls. Some may think you are Aes Sedai, and you may let them so long as you aren't foolish enough to claim that you are. That deepened the stillness. Claiming to be Aes Sedai when you were not violated a tower law that was enforced strictly, even against women who were not initiates of the tower. But there are ruffians who will see only a youthful woman's face. Easy prey, they might think, if not for your escort. Better to remove temptation and avoid the problem altogether. And don't forget that there are children of the light in the army. A white cloak will know an Accepted's dress when he sees one, and if he can safely put an arrow through her back, it will please him as much as if she were Aes Sedai. It hardly seemed possible the room could grow any quieter, yet it did. Moiraine thought she could have heard people breathing, except that no one seemed to be breathing. When an Aes Sedai went out into the world and vanished, as sometimes happened, the first thought was always the White Cloaks. The children called Aes Sedai dark friends and claimed that touching the One Power was blasphemy punishable by death, a sentence they were all too willing to carry out. No one could understand why they had come to help defend Tar Valon. No one among the accepted, at least. The Amyrlin ran her eyes slowly along the rows. At last she gave a nod, satisfied that her warning had sunk in. Horses are being saddled for you at the West Stable. There will be food for midday in the saddlebags, and everything else you will need. Now, return to your rooms, put on stout shoes, and fetch your cloaks. It will be a long day for you, and cold. Go in the light. It was a dismissal, and they offered curtsies almost as one, but as they began moving toward the door to the corridor, she added, as though it had just occurred to her, "Oh, yes." The words jerked everyone to a halt. When you record the woman's name, also put down the infant's name and sex, the day he or she was born, and exactly where. The Towers. Records must be complete in this matter. You may go. Just as though what she had left till last was not the most important thing. That was how Aes Sedai hid things in plain sight. Some said Aes Sedai had invented the game of houses. Moiraine could not help exchanging excited glances with Siuan. Siuan absolutely hated anything that smacked of clerical work, but she wore a wide grin. They were going to help find the Dragon Reborn. Just his name, of course, and his mother's name, but it was as near to an adventure as Accepted could dare to hope for. Chapter 4 Leaving the Tower. Moiraine's room was little different from Siuan's. Her small square table, with 4 books lying on it, and the 2 cushionless straight-backed chairs could have come from the same farmhouse that had provided Siuan's. Her bed was narrower, her Illianer carpet round and flowered, and darned in several places, while on her washstand, it was the basin that had taken a blow sometime in the past. The mirror had a crack in one corner. Apart from that, they could have been the same room. She did not bother with starting a fire. She had banked her coals more carefully than Siuan, but there was no time to so much as take the edge off the room's chill. Reaching into the back of her wardrobe, slightly larger than Siuan's but just as plain, she brought out a stout pair of shoes that made her grimace. Ugly things, made of leather much thicker than her slippers. The laces could have done to mend a saddle, but the shoes would keep her feet dry in the snow, and her slippers would not. Adding a pair of woolen stockings, she sat on the edge of her unmade bed to pull them on over those she was already wearing. For a moment, she considered donning a second shift, as well. However cold it was inside the tower, it would be colder where she was going. But time was short, and besides, she did not want to take off her dress in that icy air. Surely recording names would be done in some sort of shelter, with a fire or a brazier for warmth. Of course it would. Most people in the camps likely would take them for sisters, just as Tamra had suggested. Next out of the wardrobe came a narrow, worked leather belt with silver buckle and a plain scabbard holding a slim, silver-mounted dagger, its blade a little longer than her hand. She had not worn that since arriving in the tower, and it felt awkward at first, hanging at her waist. Perhaps she was forbidden to use the power to defend herself, but the dagger would do nicely, if need be. Transferring her belt pouch from the white leather belt she had laid on the bed, she thought for a moment. It was all very well for Tamra to say that everything the best. Her good riding gloves, dark blue leather with just a touch of embroidery on the back, followed, plus a small sewing kit in a carved blackwood box, a ball of stout twine, 2 pairs of spare stockings in case those she was wearing got wet, several kerchiefs in various sizes, and a number of other items that might be useful, including a little knife that folded, for trimming quill pens, in the event that was what they found themselves using. Sisters would never be forced to put up with such an inconvenience, but they were not sisters. Hanging the script from one shoulder, she gathered her cloak, with its banded hem and another band bordering the hood, and rushed out just in time to see Mightony and Brendas go scurrying through the doorway that led off the gallery, cloaks flaring behind them. Sayuan was waiting impatiently, a scrip on her shoulder, too, beneath her cloak, and her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. She was not alone in being caught up in the moment. On the other side of the gallery, Katerine Alrudden popped out of her room, demanding at the top of her lungs that Carlinia return her sewing kit, then darted back inside without waiting for an answer. Alana, Pratal, can one of you lend me a pair of clean stockings? Someone called from below. I loaned you a pair yesterday, Edicina, came a reply from above. Doors banged throughout the well as women rushed out to shout for Tamail or Desander, Colladera or Atuan or a score of others to return this or that borrowed item or lend something. Had a sister been present, the cacophony would put them all in the soup kettle to their necks, on a hot fire. What kept you, Moiraine? Sayuan said breathlessly. Come on before we're left behind. She set off at a rapid stride, as though she really expected the guardsmen to be gone if they did not hurry. There was no chance of that, of course, but Moiraine did not dawdle. She was not about to drag her feet at a chance to leave the city. Especially not at this chance. Outside, the sun was still well short of halfway to its noonday peak. Thickening dark gray clouds rolled across the sky. They might have more snowfall today. That would not make the task ahead any easier. The walk was easy, since the wide, graveled path through the trees that led to the west stable, beyond the tower wing that held the Accepted's quarters, had been cleared. Not for the convenience of the Accepted, of course. Most of the sisters kept their horses in the west stable, and workmen shoveled that path clean 2 or 3 times a day if necessary. The stable itself was 3 sprawling stories of gray stone, larger than the main stables of the Sun Palace, the wide stone-paved stableyard in front of it almost filled by a crowd of rough-coated grooms and saddled horses and helmeted tower guards who wore gray steel breastplates over nearly black coats and equally dark cloaks worked with the white teardrop of the flame of Tar Valon. 7 striped tabards over the breastplates marked out Bannerman and the lone officer. Brendas and Mightony were climbing into their saddles, and half a dozen other Accepted, cloaked and hooded in a strung-out line, were already riding toward the Sunset Gate surrounded by their guards. Moiraine felt a moment of irritation that so many had beaten her and Sayuan down. Had they packed nothing, to be so quick? But they did not know what they really were looking for. That buoyed her spirits again. Pushing through the crowd, she found her bay mare, the reins held by a lanky groom with a disapproving expression on her narrow face. Very likely she frowned on and accepted having her own horse. Few did. Most could not afford to keep a horse, and besides, opportunities to ride anywhere outside the tower grounds were rare. But Moiraine had purchased Arrow to celebrate attaining the ring. An act of ostentation that she suspected had nearly earned her a trip to Marian's study. She did not regret the purchase, even so. The mare was not tall, since she despised looking like a child, which she did on tall animals, yet Arrow could keep running long after larger horses had tired out. A fast mount was good, but a mount with endurance was better. Arrow was both, and she could jump fences that few other horses would even try. Finding that out had earned a visit to the mistress of novices. Sisters took a dim view of Accepted risking a broken neck. A very dim view. The groom tried to hand her the reins, but she hung the scrip from the saddle's tall pommel by its strap, then unbuckled the flaps of the saddlebags. One side held a cloth-wrapped parcel that proved to contain half a loaf of dark bread, dried apricots in oiled paper, and a large piece of pale yellow cheese. More than she could eat by herself, but some of the others had larger appetites. The other side bulged with a polished wooden lap desk, complete with a thick sheaf of good paper and 2 good steel-nibbed pens inside. No need for the penknife, she thought ruefully, careful to keep her face smooth. She did not intend to let the groom see her look abashed. At least she had been prepared. The lap desk also held a tightly stoppered ink jar of heavy glass. Much to the groom's undisguised amusement, she checked to make sure it was tightly stoppered. Well, the woman could snicker all she wanted, not bothering to hide it behind a hand, but she would not have had to deal with the mess if the ink leaked out over everything. Sometimes Moiraine thought it a pity the servants did not see accepted the way novices did. The groom made a derisory bow as she finally took the reins, and bent to offer cupped hands for a mounting step, another mocking gesture, but Moiraine disdained the help. Donning her snug riding gloves, she swung easily up into the saddle. Let the woman snicker at that. She had been put on her first pony. On a lead, to be sure. As soon as she was old enough to walk without someone holding her hand, and had been given her first real horse at 10. Unfortunately, Accepted's dresses did not have skirts divided for riding, and the necessity of pushing her skirts down, vainly trying to cover her legs, spoiled the dignity of the moment somewhat. It was the cold that concerned her, not modesty. Well, hardly modesty. She noticed some of the guardsmen studying her stockinged legs, bare almost to the knee, and blushed furiously. Attempting to ignore the men, she looked for Siuan. She had wanted to buy Siuan a horse in celebration, too, and now she wished she had not let Siuan talk her out of it. Siuan could have used whatever practice she might then have had. She scrambled onto her mount, a stout gray gelding, so awkwardly that the placid-seeming animal twisted his head around to look at her in consternation. She nearly fell off trying to get her other foot into the stirrup. That done, she gripped her reins, her knuckles, her face set in a grim expression, as if prepared for an onerous test she might fail. For her, it was. Siuan could ride. She was just very bad at it. Some of the men stared at her half-exposed legs, too, but she appeared not to notice. Of course, if she had, it would not have flustered her. According to her, working a fishing boat meant tying your skirts up, and exhibiting your legs well above the knee. As soon as they were both mounted, a slim young under-lieutenant, his helmet marked by a short white plume, told off 8 guardsmen for the escort. He was quite pretty, really, behind the face bars of his helmet, but any tower guard knew better than to smile at Accepted, and he barely looked at her and Siuan before turning away. Not that she wanted him to smile, or to smile back. She was no brainless novice, but she would have enjoyed looking at him a while longer. The leader of the escort was not pretty. A tall, grizzled bannerman with a permanent scowl who curtly introduced himself in a deep, gravelly voice as Stellar formed his soldiers in a loose ring around the pair of them and turned his rangy roan gelding toward the Sunset Gate without another word. The guardsmen heeled their mounts after him, and Siuan and she found themselves being herded along. Herded, she held on to calmness with an effort. It was good practice. Siuan seemed not to think she needed any practice. "We are supposed to go to the West Bank," she called, glowering at Stellar's back. He did not answer. Thumping her heels against the gray's plump flanks, she pushed up beside the man, almost sliding out of her saddle in the process. "Did you hear me? We are to go to the West Bank." The bannerman sighed loudly, and finally turned his head to look at Siuan. "I was told to take you to the West Bank." He paused as if thinking of what title to use in addressing her. Guardsmen seldom had reason to speak to Accepted. Nothing occurred to him, apparently, because when he went on, it was without honorifics and in a firmer tone. "Now, if one of you gets herself bruised, I'm going to hear about it, and I don't want to hear about it, so you stay inside the ring, here. Well, go on, now. Or we'll stop right here until you do." Clenching her jaw, Siuan fell back beside Moiraine. With a quick glance to make sure none of the soldiers was close enough to overhear, Moiraine whispered, "You cannot think we will actually be the ones, Siuan." She hoped for it, true, but this was real life, not a gleeman's tale. He might not even be born, Yet, as much chance as anyone else, Sayuan muttered. More, since we know what we're really looking for. She had not stopped scowling at the bannerman. When I bond a warder, the first thing I'll make sure of is that he does what he's told. You were thinking of bonding Stellar? Moiraine asked in an innocent voice. Sayuan's stare was such a blend of astonishment and horror that she nearly laughed. But Sayuan nearly fell off her horse again, too, and she could not laugh at that. Once past the iron-strapped Sunset Gate, with the gilded setting suns that gave it its name set high in the thick timbers, it quickly became apparent that they were angling southwest through the stone-paved streets, toward the Elendar Gate. There were any number of water gates to the city, where enter, and of course North Harbor and South Harbor for river ships, but only 6 bridge gates. The Elendar Gate was the most southerly of the 3 to the west, and not a good omen for coming near to Dragonmount, but Moiraine did not think Stellar would let himself be turned. Live with what you cannot change, she told herself sourly. Sayuan must be ready to chew nails. Sayuan was silently studying Stellar's back, though not glaring any longer, but studying, the way she did with the puzzles she loved so much, the maddening intricate sort, with pieces fitted together so it seemed they could never come apart. Only, they always did come apart eventually, for Sayuan. The word puzzles, too, and the number puzzles. Sayuan saw patterns where no one else could. She was so absorbed with the bannerman that she actually rode with some ease, if not skill. At least she did not seem ready to topple off at every other step. Perhaps she would figure out a way to turn him, but Moiraine gave herself over to enjoying the ride through the city. It was not as if even accepted were allowed outside the tower grounds every day. After all, and Tar Valon was the largest city, the grandest city, in the known world. In the whole world, surely. The island was nearly 10 miles long, and except for public parks and private gardens, and the Ogier Grove, of course, the city covered every square foot of it. The streets they rode along were wide and long since cleared of snow, and all seemed full to overflowing with people, mostly afoot, though sedan chairs and closed litters wove through the crowd. In that press, walking was faster than riding, and only the proudest and most stubborn, a Terran noblewoman, stiff-necked in a tall lace collar, with her entourage of servants and guards, a cluster of sober-eyed Kandori merchants with silver chains across their chests, several knots of brightly coated Merindian dandies with curled mustaches who should have been out in the fighting, were mounted. Are those with a long way to go, she amended, making another futile effort at covering her legs and frowning at a tilt-eyed Saldian, a tradesman or craftsman by his plain woolen coat, who was ogling them much too openly. Light men never seemed to understand, or care, when a woman wished to be looked at and when not. In any case, Stellar and his soldiers managed to clear a path ahead of them with their mere presence. No one wanted to impede the way of 8 armed and armored tower guards. It had to be that which opened the crush of people. She doubted that anyone in the crowd would know that a banded dress indicated an initiate of the White Tower. People who came to Tar Valon stayed clear of the tower unless they had business there. Every country seemed to be represented in that crowd. The world comes to Tar Valon, so the saying went. Tarboner men from the far west, wearing veils that covered their faces to the eyes, and were transparent enough to show their thick mustaches clearly, rubbed shoulders with sailors, leather-skinned and barefoot even in this cold, from the river ships that plied the Aranon. A borderman in plaited mail passed them riding in the other direction, a stone-faced Shianaran with his crested helmet hanging from his saddle and his head shaved except for a topknot. He was certainly a messenger headed for the tower, and Moiraine briefly considered stopping him. But he would not reveal his message to her, and she would have had to force her way through Stellar's guardsmen. Light, she hated. There were dark-clad Kerhanen, easy to pick out because they were shorter and paler than nearly everyone else, Alteran men in heavily embroidered coats, Alteran women clutching their cloaks, bright red or green or yellow, to shield what their low-cut dresses exposed to the icy air, Terrans in broad striped coats or lace-trimmed dresses, and plainly garbed Andorrans who strode along as though they not only knew exactly where they were going but intended to reach there as soon as possible. Andorrans always focused on one matter at a time. They were stubborn people, overproud, and they lacked imagination. Half a dozen copper-skinned Domani women in fancifully worked cloaks. Doubtless merchants. Most Domani women seen abroad stood buying meat pies from a pushbarrow, and nearby, an Arafellan wearing a coat with red slashed sleeves, his black hair dangling down his back in two braids decorated with silver bells, was waving his arms and arguing with a stolid Illianer who appeared more interested in wrapping his vividly striped cloak around his bulk. She even glimpsed a charcoal-skinned fellow who might have been one of the sea folk, though some Terrans were as dark. His hands were hidden in his frayed cloak as he scuttled away in the throng, so she could not see whether they were tattooed. So many people made a din just by their normal talking, but wagons and carts added to it with the squeak of poorly greased axles, the clatter of hooves and the grate of steel-rimmed wheels on the paving stones. The carters and wagon drivers shouted for people to give way, which they did reluctantly, and hawkers cried ribbons or needles or roasted nuts or a dozen things more from barrows and trays. Despite the cold, jugglers and tumblers were performing on some street corners. Men and women with caps laid out to collect coins were playing flute or pipes or harp, and shopkeepers standing in front of their shops called out the superiority of their goods over any others. Street cleaners with their brooms and shovels and barrows cleaned away what the horses left behind, and any other trash as well, shouting, "Make way for clean shoes. Make way if you want clean shoes." It was so normal. No one appeared to notice the heavy smell of sour smoke that hung in the air. A battle outside Tar Valon could not alter what went on inside Tar Valon's walls. Perhaps even a war could not. But you could see as much in Caerhien, if not in quite the same numbers or quite as much variety. It was Tar Valon itself that made the city unlike any other. The White Tower rose from the center of the city, a thick bone-white shaft climbing almost 100 spans into the sky and visible for miles. It was the first thing anyone approaching the city saw, long before they could make out the city itself. The heart of Aes Sedai power, that alone was sufficient to mark Tar Valon apart, but other, smaller towers rose throughout the city. Not simply spires, but spirals and fluted towers, some close enough together to be linked by bridges 100 feet in the air, or 200, or higher. Even the topless towers of Caerhien did not come close to matching them. Every square had its fountain or monument in the center, or a huge statue, some atop plinths as much as 50 paces tall, but the buildings themselves were grander than most monuments in other cities. Around the palatial homes of wealthy merchants and bankers, have passed for palaces. Nearly all were Ogier built, and Ogier built for beauty. More wondrous still were the structures dotted through the city, half a dozen in sight on every street, where the Ogier masons had been given a free hand. A 3-story banking house suggested a flight of golden marble birds taking wing, while the Kandori merchants' guild hall seemed to represent horses running in surf, or perhaps surf turning into horses, and a very large inn called the Blue Cat strongly resembled exactly that, a blue cat curled up to sleep. The Great Fish Market, the largest in the city, seemed to be a school of huge fish, green and red and blue and striped. Other cities boasted of Ogier-built buildings, but nothing like what Tar Valon possessed. Scaffolding surrounded one of the Ogier-made structures, obscuring its form so that all she could make out was green and white stone and the fact that it seemed all curves, and Ogier stonemasons moved on the wooden platforms, some hoisting large pieces of white stone on a long wooden crane that stuck out over the street. Even Ogier work needed mending now and then, and no human mason could duplicate their craft. They were not often seen, though. One of them was standing in the street, at the foot of the broad ladder leading up to the first platform, in a long dark coat that flared out above his boot tops, with a thick roll of paper under one arm. Plans, no doubt. He could have been taken for human, if you squinted. and ignored the fact that his huge eyes were on a level with Moiraine's as she drew abreast of him. That and the long, tufted ears that stuck up through his hair, a nose nearly as wide as his face, and a mouth that all but cut that face in two. His eyebrows dangled onto his cheeks like mustaches. She offered him a formal bow from her saddle, and he returned it with equal gravity, stroking the narrow beard that hung down his chest. But his ears twitched, and she thought she saw a grin as he turned to begin climbing the ladder. Any Ogier who came to Tar Valon would know an Accepted's dress when he saw one. Flushing, she glanced from the corner of her eye to see whether Sioun had seen, but the other woman was still studying Stellar. She might not even have noticed the Ogier. Sioun could become very engrossed in her puzzles, but to miss seeing an Ogier. Nearly an hour after leaving the tower, they reached the Elindar Gate, wide enough for 5 or 6 wagons abreast to pass uncrowded and flanked by tall towers with crenellated tops. There were towers all along the city's high white walls, thrusting out into the river, but none so tall or strong as the bridge towers. The huge, bronze-strapped gates stood wide open, yet guardsmen atop the gate towers were keeping watch, ready to order them winched shut, and 24 more at the side of the road, carrying halberds, kept an eye on the very few who passed by. She and Sioun and their escort drew those eyes like iron filings to magnets. Or rather, the banded dresses did. No one said anything about Accepted leaving the city, though, which suggested that another party had gone out of this gate already. Unlike the bustling streets, the gate had no traffic. All who had wanted to seek the safety of Tar Valon's walls were long since inside. As their horses' hooves rang on the bridge, she felt her breath catch. The bridges themselves were marvels, constructed with the aid of the power, stone lacework arching nearly a mile to solid ground beyond the marshy riverbank, unsupported that whole way and high enough at the center for the largest river ship to sail beneath. That was not what struck her, though. She was out of the city. The sisters impressed deeply on every novice that so much as setting foot on the bridges constituted an attempt to run away, which was the worst crime a novice could commit short of murder. The same held true for Accepted. They just did not need to be reminded. And she was out of the city, as free as if she already wore the shawl. She glanced at the soldiers around her. Well, nearly as free. At the highest point of the bridge, more than 50 paces above the river, Stellar abruptly drew rein. Was he mad enough to pause for the view of Dragonmount rising in the distance, its broken peak emitting a ribbon of smoke? In her euphoria, she had forgotten the cold, but a strong breeze slicing down the Elindrel Aranon, slicing right through her cloak, reminded her quickly enough. The stench of charred wood seemed particularly strong on that wind. The trumpets had stopped, she realized. Somehow, the silence seemed as ominous as their calling had been. Then she saw the cluster of horsemen at the foot of the bridge, 9 or 10 of them, staring at the city walls. Why the trumpets had gone silent no longer seemed so worrisome. The riders, burnished breastplates and helmets shone like silver, and they all wore long white cloaks, spread across their mounts' cruppers. Embracing the source filled her with life and joy, but more importantly at the moment, it sharpened her sight. As she had suspected, a flaring golden sun was embroidered on the left breast of each of those cloaks. Children of the light, and they dared to block traffic on one of Tar Valon's bridges. Well, there was only her and Sioun and the guardsmen, but the principle was the same. The fact that it was Sioun and her and tower guards made it worse, in truth. That made it intolerable. Bannerman Stellar, she said loudly, white cloaks must not be allowed to think they can intimidate initiates of the tower. Our tower guards. We ride forward. The fool man did not so much as glance around at her from his study of the white cloaks. Perhaps if she gave him a little rap on top of his head with a small flow of air Moiraine. Sioun's whisper was low, but managed a sharp edge. She looked at her friend in surprise. Sioun wore a scowl. How had the other woman known? She had not begun to weave. Still, Sayuin was right. Some things were just not allowed. Guiltily, she released Sadar, and sighed as all of that joyous exultation drained away. Shivering, she pulled her cloak tighter. As if that would do any good. At last the Whitecloaks turned and rode back into the village. Alindar was a very large village, practically a town, with brick houses of 2 or even 3 stories roofed in blue tiles, where they showed through the snow, and its own inns and shops and markets. The blanket of white made it appear clean and peaceful. Constantly, searching the streets ahead, as they rode down the final length of the bridge. Where there was one group of Whitecloaks, there might be another. Moiraine felt suddenly very grateful for the presence of Stellar and his men. A dagger would not be much use against a Whitecloak's arrow. None of her preparations were turning out to be very useful. When they reached the edge of the town, Sayuin again thumped her grey up beside the bannerman, still so wrapped up in her own thoughts that she rode with something approaching not grace, certainly, but at least steadiness. Bannerman Stellar. Her tone combined firmness with civility, and a strong element of certainty. It was very much a voice of command. Stellar turned his head to her, blinking in surprise. "You know why we are here, of course," she went on, and barely waited for his nod. "The women most likely to leave before hearing of the bounty are those in the camps most distant from the city. Visiting them yesterday would have entailed some danger, but the Amyrlin has reports that the Aiel are retreating." Light, she sounded for all the world as though the Amyrlin regularly shared reports with her. "The Amyrlin has expressed her unwillingness to let any of these women slip away without receiving the bounty, Bannerman, so I strongly suggest that we follow the Amyrlin's urging and begin with the more distant camps." Her gesture might have seemed vague to anyone other than Moiraine, but it just happened to point straight at Dragonmount. "The Amyrlin seat will wish it." Moiraine held her breath. Could Sayuin have found the key? "There's not an Aiel this side of the Aranon, so I hear," Stellar replied in an agreeable voice. The next moment, he dashed her hopes. "But I was told the camp's closest the river, so that's what it'll be. And I was told if anybody made a fuss, I was to take her right back to the tower." "You're not making a fuss, are you?" "I thought not." Reining her mount in to let Moiraine catch up, Sayuin fell in alongside arrow. She was not scowling, but her stare at the bannerman's back was blue ice. The glow of Sadar abruptly surrounded her. "No, Sayuin," Moiraine said quietly. Sayuin frowned at her. "I could just be trying to see further ahead, you know. In case there are more Whitecloaks." Moiraine arched an eyebrow, and Sayuin blushed, the light around her vanishing. She had no right to look so surprised. After 6 years practically in one another's belt pouches, Moiraine knew at a glance when her friend was thinking of mischief. For someone as intelligent as she was, Sayuin was blind sometimes. "I don't see how you can stand this," the taller woman muttered, half rising in her stirrups. Moiraine had to put out a hand to keep her from toppling to the ground. "If the camp is much further, I'll need a sister for healing." "I have an ointment," Moiraine said, patting the scrip hanging from her saddle with a touch of satisfaction. The penknife and the dagger might be useless, but at least she had thought of the ointment. "Now if only you had a carriage in there," Sayuin grumbled, but Moiraine only smiled. Alindar lay empty and still. The village had been burned at least twice during the 20-year siege of Tar Valon by Artur Hawkwing's armies, and it seemed the inhabitants had expected the same again. Here a chair sat in the snow-covered street, there a table, a child's doll, a cookpot, all dropped by people hurrying to get inside the city with whatever they could take with them. Then again, every window appeared to be shuttered tightly, every door closed and no doubt locked, whatever remained behind kept safe against the people's return. But the stink of burning was stronger here than on the bridge, and the only sounds were the creak of swinging-in signs and the dull clop of the horses' hooves on the paving stones beneath the snow. The place no longer seemed so pristine. It seemed dead. Moiraine felt a great relief when they left the village behind, even if they were riding south and away from Dragonmount. The countryside was supposed to be quiet, and the smell of burning faded the farther they went. Sayuan plainly was not relieved. From time to time she looked over her shoulder toward the great black peak of Dragonmount. Half the time, she needed a steadying hand from Moiraine to keep her in her saddle, and more than once she ground her teeth audibly. They had often discussed what Ajah they might join, and Moiraine had long since settled on the blue for herself, but she thought Sayuan might well end choosing green. The first camp they came to, 2 miles below Alinder, was a cook-fire-dotted sprawl of wagons and carts and tents in every size and state of repair mixed with rude shelters made of brush. Hammers rang on anvils at 3 different forges, and children ran shouting and playing in trampled, dirty snow as though unaware that there had been a battle or that their fathers might be dead. Perhaps they were. It would be a mercy. The horse lines were nearly empty, and aside from the blacksmiths, few men were in evidence, but a long line of women, well above 50, stood in front of a canvas pavilion where an accepted was seated at a table with 4 tower guards arrayed behind her, so Stellar did not so much as slow down. Moiraine embraced the source briefly and felt Sayuan do the same. Just to better see who it was, of course. A multitude of thin Tarabonner braids surrounded the distant accepted's face. Serene was the most beautiful woman in the accepted's quarters, except perhaps for Elid, though she seemed completely unconscious of it, which Elid definitely was not, but she had remarkably little tact for a shopkeeper's daughter. Her mother must have been glad to see Serene's sharp tongue go off to Tar Valon. "I hope it doesn't get her in hot water this time," Sayuan said softly, just as if she could read Moiraine's thoughts. But then, they both knew Serene all too well. A friend, but a nettlesome one at times. Her saving grace was that she seemed as unaware of what she had said wrong as she was of her face. 100 paces later, the light around Sayuan vanished, and Moiraine released the power, too. A sister might see them, after all. The next camp, less than a mile farther south, was even larger and more disorderly, and without anyone taking names. It was noisier, as well, with 6 forges working, and twice as many children rushing about shouting. The relative absence of men was the same, and the nearly bare horse lines, but surprisingly, over points of honor no one else could see, always fighting duels. But when Stellar announced the purpose of their visit in a bellow that would have frightened a bull, no one wanted to quarrel in the least. In short order 2 weedy young men in worn cloaks carried out a table and a pair of stools for Moiraine and Sayuan. They placed the table in the open, but 2 other youths brought 3-legged braziers that they set at either end of the table. This might not be too unpleasant after all. Chapter 5 The Human Heart. Once Moiraine was seated on one of the stools with her lap desk open on the table in front of her, she changed her mind about the unpleasantness. The warmth of the braziers dissipated rapidly in the open air, barely lessening the chill, and eddies of the thin gray smoke drifted into her face, stinging her eyes and sometimes making her cough. Stout shoes and extra stockings or not, her feet had grown quite cold on the ride. Resting on the trampled snow, they quickly became frigid. And what appeared to be close to 100 women, the greater number clutching infants, formed a crowd around the table, all clamoring at once for their names to be taken first. Most wore plain, thick woolens, but half a dozen or so were in silks or at least ornately embroidered dresses of fine cut that indicated wealth or nobility or both. They shouted as loudly as anyone, though. Noblewomen, shouting along with the commoners. Mirandians had little sense of proper behavior. Helmet held on his hip, Stellar bellowed till his face turned dark for everyone to be quiet and form a line, and no one took any notice at all. 2 of the guardsmen moved as if to begin pushing the women back, until a sharp motion from the bannerman halted them, and well that it did. That sort of thing could start a riot. Moiraine stood up to try putting things to rights, though she was uncertain how. She had never had to face the like on any of her estates. She doubted any of her stewards had, for that matter, and people were more outspoken with a steward than with the lady of the estate. But Sayuan was ahead of her, climbing atop her stool with a scowl. She gripped the edges of her cloak as though to keep from shaking her fists. The light of Sadar enveloped her, and she wove air and fire. It was a simple weave using tiny amounts of the power, but when she spoke, her voice boomed like thunder. Be quiet. It was simply a command, if impressively delivered, without anger, yet startled women shrank back, suddenly as hushed as stones. Even the ring of hammers on anvils ceased. The entire camp grew still, so that Moiraine could hear picketed horses stamping hooves. Stellar gave Sayuan a look of approbation. Bannerman approved of leather lungs, in Moiraine's experience, and the women around the table a glare. A number of babies began crying shrilly, though, and when Sayuan went on, it was without the weave. Still in a loud, firm voice that carried, however, if you want to see a behave as grown women, or you'll wish you had. She nodded once, for emphasis, then frowned at the mass of women to see whether they had taken her words in. They had. As she climbed down from the stool, the women rushed to form two lines in front of the table, with only a little elbowing and jostling that Moiraine could see. The more finely dressed women were at the front, of course, with serving women carrying their babes, yet they were not above trying to push ahead of one another and exchanging scowls. Maybe they were merchants, though what trade they could find here was beyond her. Once, she had seen two well-dressed, seemingly dignified Merendian merchants get into a fistfight in the street, bloodying noses and rolling in the gutter. Despite the petty scuffling, no one spoke a word, and those with crying children seemed to be making every effort to soothe them. A cluster of girls, perhaps 10 or 12 years old, gathered off to one side, huddling in their cloaks, pointing at her and Sayuan and whispering excitedly. She thought she heard Aes Sedai mentioned. Another young woman, 3 or 4 years older, about the age she had been when she came to Tar Valon, stood nearby pretending that she was not watching avidly. Many girls dreamed of becoming Aes Sedai. Few had the nerve to take the first step beyond dreaming. Tossing back her cloak on the right side, Moiraine uncapped her ink jar and picked up a pen. She kept her gloves on. The thin leather did not provide a great deal of protection against the chill, yet it was better than nothing. "Your name, my lady," she said. The plump, smiling woman wore a high-necked green riding dress that was not of the best silk, but it was silk, as was her fur-lined blue cloak, embroidered in red and gold. And she wore a jeweled ring on every finger. Perhaps she was not a noble, even so, yet flattery cost nothing. "And your babes. I am the Lady Mary du Alan Auchenline, a direct descendant of Katrine du Catalan Auquerel, the first queen of Merendi." The plump woman's smile remained, but her voice was frosty with pride. It carried those lilting Merendian accents that made you think they must be peaceable people until you learned better. With one hand, she pulled forward a stout woman in dark wool who had a heavy shawl wrapped around her head and a gurgling infant in her arms, swaddled so that only its face showed. "This is my son, Cedrin. He was born just a week ago. I refused to stay behind when my husband rode to war, of course. I'll have the coins mounted in a frame, so Cedrin will always know he was honored by the White Tower." Moiraine forbore to mention that Cedrin would share that honor with hundreds of others, perhaps thousands, if the other camps were anything like this. She had never expected so many women to have given birth. Keeping her face smooth, she studied the infant for an instant. She was not an innocent. She had observed horse breeding and helped at foaling. If you did not know how a thing was done, how could you know whether your servants did it properly? But she had no experience with babies. The child could have been 10 days old, or a month or 2 for all of her. Stellar and his soldiers were keeping watch a short distance from the table against any further outbreaks, but they were no help here. At least, She could not bring herself to ask. If Lady Auchenline was lying, a full sister would have to sort it out. Moiraine glanced sideways. The woman in front of Sioun was holding a larger child, but Sioun was writing. Dipping her pen, she saw a woman walk past with an infant feeding at her breast. Half hidden in the woman's cloak, the child looked no larger than Cedrin, yet she was ignoring the line quite pointedly. Why is that woman not in line? Is her babe too old? Lady Auchenline's smile faded, and her eyebrows rose. The temperature of her voice dropped. I'm not accustomed to keeping track of every brat born in the camp. She pointed imperiously at the paper on the table. The ring on that finger mounted a large but visibly flawed firedrop. Put down my name. I want to return to the warmth of my tent. I will write your name, and the other information we require, just as soon as you tell me about that woman, Moiraine said, trying for that voice of command that Sioun used. The attempt did not work very well. Mary Auchenline's brows knitted in a frown, and her lips bunched belligerently. She appeared on the point of bursting, or striking out. Before she could do either, the round-faced serving woman spoke up hurriedly, ducking in the semblance of a curtsy every few words. Karam's girl is the same age as Lord Cedrin to the day, begging your pardon for speaking, my lady, begging your pardon, Aes Sedai. But the fellow Karam wanted to marry, he run off thinking to become a warder, and she don't like who she did marry half so well. She gave an emphatic shake of her head. Oh, she wants nothing from the White Tower, Karam don't. Even so, she will receive the bounty, Moiraine said firmly. Tamra had said to get every name, after all. She wondered whether Karam's love had achieved his goal. Few men possessed the necessary skills. A warder did not simply use weapons, he was a weapon, and that was only the first requirement. What is her full name? And the child's? She's Karam Moli, Aes Sedai, and her girl's Elia. Wonder of wonders, Lady Auchenline appeared content to let her serving woman answer. Not only that, her scowl had vanished, and she was studying Moiraine warily. Perhaps a firm tone was all that was needed. That in being thought Aes Sedai. From what town or village? Moiraine asked, writing. And where exactly was your girl born? She heard Sioun saying. Sioun had doffed her gloves, a name-day present from Moiraine, to protect them from ink stains. The impatient silk-clad woman in front of her might have been a beauty if not for an unfortunate nose. She was also quite tall, nearly a hand taller than Sioun. In a hay barn a mile west of here. No, not the place you'd expect to give birth to your heir. Perhaps you shouldn't have been out riding so close to your term, not to mention the fighting that was going on. Now, do you know any woman who's had a child in the last 16 days and isn't here? What is her name? The same questions over and over and writing down the answers, carefully setting aside the filled pages to dry and starting anew on a fresh sheet, soon became boring drudgery. The only breaks in the routine were pauses to warm her hands over the brazier at her end of the table. An indescribable pleasure under the circumstances, with her fingers aching from the cold, yet hardly anything to thrill over. The only surprise was the number of women who were not Merendian. Soldiers gone to war, it seemed, frequently acquired foreign-born wives. The anvils started up again after a time, and some fellows working on a wagon began hammering away as well, trying to force a new wheel into place. The clanging threatened to give her a headache. It was all quite miserable. She made a special effort not to take out her discontent on the women she spoke to, though a handful did try to give her cause. Some of the noblewomen had to be dissuaded from reciting their complete lineage back to Artur Hawkwing's day and beyond, and a few of the plainly clad women wanted to argue against giving the father's name or telling where they came from, glowering suspiciously as though this might be some sort of trick to bilk them of the coins, but it took no more than a level look to quell most. Not even Merendians wanted to go too far with women they thought Aes Sedai, a notion that was spreading fast. It made the lines move a little more smoothly, if not in any way that could be called swift. Her eyes kept drifting to the women she saw walking by who were great with child. Some paused to look at the table as though thinking of their turn to stand in line. One of them might be the mother of the dragon reborn, at least if she chose to journey to Dragonmount to give birth for some reason. The only two infants born that day, after Jatera's foretelling, were girls and, like every other newborn, birthed within a mile of the camp. Some other accepted was going to find the boy child without knowing what she had found. She herself likely would not hear of it for years. Light, but it hardly seemed fair. She knew, and it meant nothing. Coming onto midday, Moiraine looked up to find a slim young woman in dark wool standing before her with a blanket-wrapped child in the crook of her arm. "Susa Win, Aes Sedai," the woman said meekly. "That's me. This is my Cyril," she added, stroking the boy's head. Moiraine might have had no experience of babies, but she could tell a child of 6 or 7 months from a newborn. As she opened her mouth to tell the woman not to try her for a fool, Sayuin laid a hand briefly on her arm. That was all. Sayuin never stopped questioning the woman whose name she was writing, but it made Moiraine take another look. Susa Win was not slim, she was near to gaunt, with deep shadows beneath her eyes and a lost, desperate look about her. Her dress and cloak were worn and much darned. Neatly darned, but in places there seemed to be more darning than original dress. "The father's name?" Moiraine asked, playing for time to decide. This child was too old by far, and that was that. "Except Jack, Aes Sedai. Jack Win." Tears welled in the woman's sunken eyes. "Jack died before the fighting even started. Slipped in the snow and cracked his head on a stone. Hardly seems right. To come all..." Moiraine was not certain whether it was the child's cough, or the tears, or a dead husband, but she entered the woman's particulars carefully. The tower could afford 100 gold crowns for a woman and child who might die without some sort of help. The child seemed plump enough, true, but Susa clearly was starving. And Mary Auchenline intended to frame her coins. It was all she could do not to demand to know who Jack Win had served. Whoever it was should never have allowed matters to come to this state. Noble blood carried as many responsibilities as rights. More, as she had been taught. On top of that, where were the woman's friends? Merindians. "The light bless you, Aes Sedai." Susa tried to gulp back more tears and failed. She did not sob. The tears simply spilled down her cheeks. "The light shine on you forever." "Yes, yes," Moiraine said gently. "Do you have a reader in this camp?" "No." Merindians had another name for women who knew herbs and cures. What was it? Varen Sedai had lectured on the subject the first year she and Sayuin were accepted. A wisdom. A wise woman. At Susa's nod, she took her purse from her belt pouch and pressed a silver penny into the woman's free hand. "Take your child to her." That brought still more weeping and more thanks, and an attempt to kiss her hand that she barely avoided. Light. Susa was not her liege woman. It was hardly decent. With the bounty to come, Sayuin whispered once Susa had finally gone, the wise woman would have given credit. She did not move her eyes from what she was writing in a precise hand, but what Moiraine could see of her face expressed disapproval. Sayuin was very careful with the little money she had. Moiraine sighed. Done was done. And then again when she realized that a flurry of whispers was rushing along the two lines of women. Word that one of the Aes Sedai had accepted Susa Win's child spread like wildfire in dry grass, and in no time she saw women hurrying to join the end of the line, at least one leading her child by the hand. "My Daniil, he's been real peaky lately," Aes Sedai, the round-faced woman in front of her said with a hopeful smile. And a glint of avarice in her pale eyes. The infant cradled in her arms made happy, burbling noises. "I surely wish I could afford to see the wise woman." The woman's gray woolen dress looked almost new. Moiraine's temper flared, and for once, she made no effort to force it down. "I could heal him," she replied coolly. "Of course, he is very young. He might not survive. Very likely not. At that age, he certainly would not survive the rigors of healing, and besides, that was one of the few weaves that accepted were forbidden to make without a sister watching. A mistake with healing could harm more than the weaver. The woman did not know any of that, however, and when Moiraine stretched out a gloved hand, she jerked back, clutching the infant protectively, her eyes nearly coming out of her head with fright. "No, Aes Sedai, thank you, but no. I'll scrape together the coin, I will." Temper faded. It never lasted long. And for a moment, from the belief that sisters were the very opposite of fools in every way. Whispers again flashed down the lines, and the woman leading her child by the hand scurried away more quickly than she had come. At least that would not have to be dealt with. There would have been no way to avoid harsh words with someone who thought the tower could be gulled so easily. "Well done," Sayuin murmured, her pen scratching away. "Very well done, Daniil," Moiraine said, writing. "And your name." Her smile was for the compliment, but Daniil's mother seemed to take it as a sign of forgiveness, offering her answers in a relieved voice. Moiraine was glad to hear it. Many people feared the White Tower, occasionally with reason. The tower could be stern when it must. But fear was a poor tool, and one that always cut the user eventually. She had learned that long before coming to the tower. Once the sun passed its zenith, Sayuin and she went to fetch the food from their saddlebags. There was certainly no point in asking one of Stellar's men to do it. They were already squatting on their heels, making a meal from dried meat and flatbread, not far from where their mounts were tethered on one of the horse lines. None looked ready to stir a foot short of being attacked. But Stellar bowed his head to her and Sayuin as they turned from their mounts, only the slightest bob, yet approving she thought. Men were decidedly odd. With less than half the women's names recorded, she expected grumbling at least, but those remaining scattered to find their own food without a single complaint. A dark woman with a Terran accent brought a battered tin teapot filled to the brim with hot, dark tea to the table, and a pair of green mugs with cracked glazing, and a lean, gray-haired woman brought 2 steaming wooden tankards that gave off the scent of hot spiced wine. Her leathery face looked as though a smile had never touched it. "Susa Win's too proud to take more than a little food from anybody, except for her babe," she said, in a deep voice for a woman, as she set the tankards down. "What you did was kindly done, and well." With a nod, she turned and strode away across the snow, her back as straight as a guardsman on parade. That was certainly a peculiar manner with an Aes Sedai. "She knows who we really are," Sayuin said softly, picking up the tankard in both hands to let the warmth soak in. Moiraine did the same, gloves or no. Poor Sayuin's fingers must have been freezing. "She will not tell," Moiraine said after a moment, and Sayuin nodded. Not that the truth would cause any real problems, not with Stellar and his men present, but it was better to avoid the embarrassment. To think that one of the commoners would know an Aes Sedai's face when none of the noblewomen had. An Aes Sedai's face or an accepted's dress. Or both. She went to the tower when she was young, I think. A woman who could not be taught to channel was sent away, yet she would have seen Aes Sedai and accepted. Sayuin gave her a sideways look, as though she had said water was wet. Sometimes it could be irritating when Sayuin puzzled things out ahead of her. They spoke little while they ate their bread and fruit and cheese. Novices were expected to keep silent during meals, and accept one of them to grow tipsy. Yet Moiraine was surprised to find that she had devoured every scrap of the meal she had been certain was too much. Perhaps being out in the cold had increased her appetite. She was folding up the cloths the food had been bundled in, and wishing there had been a few more of the dried apricots, when Sayuin suddenly muttered, "Oh, no." Moiraine looked up, and her heart sank. 2 sisters were riding into the camp, slowly picking their way between the tents and wagons. In the current state of affairs, women dressed in silk yet moving about the countryside without an entourage had to be sisters, and these were followed by just one man, a dark fellow in a cloak that shifted colors and blended with what lay behind him so that parts of him and parts of his black gelding seemed not to be there at all. His eyes never rested long in one place. He made the tower guards seem half-asleep lapdogs compared to a hunting leopard. A warder's cloak was a disconcerting sight, and murmurs rose in the camp, people gaping and pointing. The blacksmiths lowered their hammers in silence once more. It was not the appearance of just any sisters that made Moiraine's stomach feel hollow. She recognized the faces framed by the hoods of their cloaks. Malyn Arganya, with her silver-gray hair and thrusting chin, was one of the most respected women in the tower. It was said that no one had a bad word for Malyn. By herself, she would not have given Moiraine a moment's pause. The other, however, was Elaida Aroyan. Light, what was she doing here? Elaida had become advisor to the Queen of Andor nearly 3 years ago. She did return to the tower for occasional visits, to confer with the Amyrlin on events in Andor, but Sayuin and Moiraine always learned of her arrival very quickly, to their regret. They offered curtsies as soon as the sisters came near, and Sayuin burst out with, "We have permission to be here." Even Malyn might become upset if she began to berate them only to learn she had no cause. Elaida would be furious. She absolutely hated looking foolish. "The Amyrlin seat ordered us." "We know about that," Malyn cut in mildly. "The way word is spreading, I suspect the cats in Selazin know by now." From her tone, you could not say whether she agreed with Tamra's decision. Malyn's smooth face never showed any hint of emotion. Her startling blue eyes held serenity as a cup held water. With a dark-gloved hand she carefully adjusted one of her divided skirts, so slashed with white that it seemed white trimmed with blue. She was one of the relatively few whites to have a warder. Wrapped up in questions of rationality and philosophy, the greater number saw no need. Moiraine wished she would dismount. Malyn's dappled gelding was tall, and she herself was as tall as most men. Most Kerhanen men, at least. Looking up at her in the saddle threatened to give Moiraine an ache in her neck. "You were surprised to see me," Elaida said, looking down from her fine-ankled bay mare. Her brocaded dress was not a muted red or a faint red, but a bright hue, as though she were screaming her adieu to the world. Her cloak, lined with black fur, was exactly the same shade. A color fit for a tinker's wagon, Moiraine thought. Elaida reached Tar Valon just before the Aiel, and I've been busy since, but never fear, I will call on both of you. Moiraine had been sure her heart could sink no further, but she had been mistaken. It was very hard not to groan in despair. Malyn sighed. "You pay these girls too much mind, Elaida. They'll get above themselves if they start thinking they're your pets. They may already." Moiraine exchanged shocked glances with Sayuin. Pets. Goats staked out for lions, perhaps, but never pets. Since gaining the shawl, Elaida had never deferred to anyone other than the Amyrlin seat or a sitter that Moiraine had seen, yet she bowed her head and murmured, "As you say, Malyn. But it seems possible they might test before the end of the year." "I expect them to, and I expect them to pass easily. I'll accept nothing less from either." Even that lacked her usual intensity. Normally, Elaida seemed as stiff-necked as a bull. Normally, she browbeat everyone who crossed her path. The White Sister gave a slight shrug, as though the matter was not important enough to say more. "Do you children have everything you need? Good. Some of you children came very poorly prepared, I must say. How many names do you have left to take here?" "About 50, Malyn said. Sayuin told her. "Maybe a few more." Malyn glanced up at the sun, its fall toward the western horizon well begun. The dark clouds that threatened snow were moving south, leaving behind clear sky. "In that case, write quickly. You must be back in the tower before dark, you know. Are all the camps like this? Moiraine asked. I would think that men fighting a war would have their minds on that, not on. She trailed off, her face heating. Spawning like Silverpike, Sayuin whispered under her breath. Moiraine only just heard, but the words deepened her blush. Why ever had she asked such a question in the first place? Kaerhanan, Malin breathed. She sounded very nearly amused. But she went on in a serious tone. When a man believes he may die, he wants to leave something of himself behind. When a woman believes her man may die, she wants that part of him desperately. The result is a great many babies born during wars. It's illogical, given the hardship that comes if the man does die, or the woman, but the human heart is seldom logical. Which explained a great deal, and left Moiraine feeling that her face might burn off. There were things one did in public and talked about, and things that were done in private and definitely not talked about. She struggled to regain control of herself, performing mental exercises for seeking calm. She was the river, contained by the bank. She was the bank, containing the river. She was a flower bud, opening to the sun. It did not help that Elaida was studying her and Sayuin like a sculptor hefting hammer and chisel, deciding which piece of stone to remove next in order to bring out the form she wanted. Moiraine found herself gaping, embarrassment forgotten, and not because of Andro's unblinking gaze. A sister and her bonded warder could sense each other's emotions and physical condition, and each knew exactly where the other was, if they were close enough, and at least a direction if they were far apart, but this seemed on the order of reading minds. Some said that full sisters could do that. There were a number of things that you were not taught until you had attained the shawl, after all. Such as the weave for bonding a warder. Malin looked straight into her eyes. No, she said softly, I can't read his thoughts. Moiraine's scalp prickled as though her hair were trying to stand on end. It must be true, since Malin had said it, yet when you've had a warder long enough, you will know what he is thinking, and he will know what you are. A matter of interpretation. Elaida sniffed, though quietly. Alone among the Ajahs, the Red refused to bond warders. Most Reds seemed to dislike men altogether. Logically, Malin said, her serene gaze going to the other sister, Reds have greater need of warders than any except Greens, perhaps greater even than Greens. But no matter. The Ajahs choose as they will. She lifted her fringed reins. Are you coming, Elaida? We must reach as many of the children as possible. Some are certain to lose their heads and remain too long without a reminder. Remember, children. Before dark. Moiraine expected some sort of eruption from Elaida, or at least a flash of anger in her eyes. That comment about warders came very close to violating the codes of courtesy and privacy that governed sisters' lives, all the rules of what an Aes Sedai could say to or ask of another and what not. They were not laws, but rather customs stronger than law, and every accepted had to memorize them. Surprisingly, Elaida merely turned her bay to follow. Watching the two sisters leave the camp trailed by Andro, Sayuin heaved a relieved sigh. I was afraid she'd stay to supervise us. Yes, Moiraine said. There was no need to say which woman Sayuin meant. It would have been right in Elaida's character. Nothing they did could escape her demands for absolute perfection. But why did she not? Sayuin had no answer for that, and in any event, there was no time to discuss it. With Moiraine's and her meal clearly finished, the women had taken their places in line again. And after Malin and Elaida's visit, they no longer seemed so certain that the two were Aes Sedai. A level look and a firm voice failed to squelch argument, now. Sayuin took to shouting when necessary, which it frequently was, and running her hands through her hair in frustration. 3 times Moiraine had to threaten to cease taking down any names at all before a woman carrying a child that was obviously too old would leave the line. She might have been tempted had one of them resembled Susa, but they were well-fed and plainly no poorer than anyone else, just greedy. To cap it off, with above a dozen women still in front of the table, Stellar appeared, helmet on his head and leading his mount. The other soldiers were not far behind, two of them holding the reins of Arrow and Sayuan's animal. "Time to go," Stellar said in that gravelly voice. "I left it as long as I could, but leave it any longer, and we'll be hard-pressed to make the tower by sunset." "Here now," one of the women protested. "They've got to take our names. Look at the sun, man," Sayuan said, sounding harassed. She looked it, as well, with hair sticking up from the constant raking of her fingers. "We have plenty of time." Moiraine did look at the sun, sitting low in the west, and she was not so sure. It was 6 miles back to the tower, the last of it through streets that would be just as crowded come nightfall as they had been that morning. Excuses would not be admitted. Frowning, Stellar opened his mouth, but abruptly the leathery-faced woman who had given them wine was right in front of him with 6 or 7 others, all gray-haired or graying, crowding him and forcing him back. "You leave those girls be," the lean woman shouted at him. "You hear me?" More women came running from every direction, until Stellar was surrounded 10 deep, and his guardsmen as well. Half the women seemed to be screaming and shaking fists, while the rest scowled in sullen silence and gripped the hilts of their belt knives. The anvils went still once more, the blacksmiths watching the crowd of women closely and hefting their hammers. Young men, boys really, began to gather, all hot-eyed and angry. Some had their belt knives drawn. Light, they were going to have a riot. "Right," Sayuan commanded. "They won't hold him long." "Your name?" she demanded of the woman in front of her. Moiraine wrote. The women waiting to give their names seemed to agree with Sayuan. There were no more arguments. By this time, they knew the questions and spilled out the answers as soon as they came in front of her, some so quickly that she had to ask them to start over. When Stellar and his men finally managed to push through the women encircling them without doing anything that would have brought the men and boys still in the camp running, Moiraine was blowing on the last name to dry the ink, and Sayuan was hastily straightening her hair with her carved blackwood comb. The bannerman's face was grim behind the steel bars of his face guard, but all he said was, "We'll need a bit of luck, now." He led them out of the camp at a trot, with the horse's hooves flinging clods of snow and Sayuan bouncing in her saddle so badly that he assigned men to ride on either side of her and keep her from falling. Clinging desperately to the tall pommel of her saddle, she grimaced at them, but she did not order them away. Moiraine realized that Sayuan had never asked for the ointment. She was going to have more need of it than ever. After half a mile, Stellar slowed to a walk, but only for another half-mile, and then he picked up the trot again. Only the 2 soldiers kept Sayuan in the saddle. Moiraine started to protest, but a glance at Sayuan's determined face, and another at the sun held her quiet. Sayuan would take days to forgive her calling attention to how badly she rode. She might never forgive her if she caused them to be called to Marian's study for being late. That was the pace Stellar kept all the way back to the city, trot then walk, and Moiraine suspected he would have maintained it there if not for the crowded streets. A walk was the best they could manage in that mount, along with a sour-faced young under-lieutenant who scowled up at Stellar even as he returned the bannerman's salute, an arm laid across the chest. "You're the last," he growled, sounding as if he wanted an excuse to lash out at anyone who was handy. Did they cause problems? Helping a groaning Sayuan dismount, Moiraine held her breath. "No more than lambs," Stellar replied, and she exhaled. Stepping down from his horse, the bannerman turned to his men. "I want the horses rubbed down and the tack oiled before anybody even thinks of supper." "You know why I'm looking at you, Malvin?" Moiraine inquired of the young officer what they should do with the lap desks. He glared at her before saying, "Leave them where they are. They'll be collected," and he stalked off so quickly that his cloak flared behind him. Why is he so angry? She wondered aloud. Stellar glanced at the guardsmen leading their animals into the stable, then answered in a voice too low for them to hear. He wanted to go fight the Il. I don't care whether the fool man wanted to be a hero, Sayuan said sharply. She was leaning on Moiraine, who suspected that only her arm around the other woman's waist was keeping her upright. I want a hot wash and my bed, never mind supper. That sounds lovely, Moiraine breathed. Except the part about supper, anyway. She thought she could eat a whole sheep. Sayuan managed to walk on her own, but she hobbled, tight-jawed and clearly suppressing groans. She refused to let Moiraine carry her scrip, though. Sayuan never gave into pain. She never gave into anything. When they reached their gallery in the Accepted's quarters, thoughts of hot water vanished. Katarine was waiting. About time, she said, huddling in her banded cloak. I thought I'd freeze to death before you got back. A sharp-faced woman with a mass of wavy black hair that hung to her waist, she could have an acid tongue. With novices and other Accepted, she could. With Aes Sedai, she was milder than milk water, all obsequious smiles. Meereen wants you in her study, Moiraine. Why does she want us? Sayuan demanded. It isn't full sunset even now. Oh, Meereen always tells me her reasons, Sayuan. And it is just Moiraine this time, not you. Well, you've been told, and I want my supper and my bed. We have to do this whole miserable thing over again tomorrow, starting at sunrise. Who'd have thought I'd rather stay in and study than go for a ride in the countryside? Sayuan frowned at Katarine's back as the other woman flounced away. One day she'll cut herself with that tongue. Do you want me to come with you, Moiraine? Moiraine wanted nothing more. She had not done anything, not lately, yet a summons to Meereen's study was never good. Many of the novices and Accepted visited that room to cry on Meereen's shoulder when homesickness or the strain of learning grew too great. A summons was another matter entirely. But she shook her head and handed her cloak and scrip to Sayuan. The jar of ointment is in there. It is very good for soreness. Her friend's face lit up. I could still come with you. I don't need salving that badly. You can barely walk. Go on. Whatever Meereen wants, I am sure she will not keep me long. Light. She hoped Meereen had not uncovered some prank she thought safely hidden, but if so, at least Sayuan would escape punishment. In her present state, she could not have borne that. The study of the Mistress of Novices lay on the other side of the tower, near the novices' quarters and one level below the Amyrlin's study, on a wide hallway where the floor tiles were red and green and the runner blue. Moiraine took a deep breath in front of the plain door between two bright wall hangings and patted her hair, wishing she had taken time to use her brush, then knocked twice, firmly. Meereen told everyone not to tap like mice in the wainscoting. Come, a voice inside called. Taking another deep breath, Moiraine went in. Unlike the Amyrlin's study, Meereen's was rather small and quite plain, the walls paneled in dark wood, the furniture sturdy and completely unadorned for the most part. Moiraine suspected that women who had been Accepted 100 years ago would recognize everything in the room. Maybe 200 years ago. The narrow tea table beside the door, lightly carved on the legs in a strange pattern, might well have been older than that, and one wall held a mirror, its frame spotted with faded fragments of gilding. Against the opposite wall stood a narrow cabinet that she avoided looking at. The strap and the switch were kept in there, along with a slipper that was worse in a way. To her surprise, Meereen was on her feet rather than seated behind her writing table. She was tall. Moiraine's head only reached Meereen's plump chin. With hair that was more gray than not, gathered at the nape of her neck, and a motherly look to her that almost overwhelmed the agelessness of her features. That was one reason most of the young women in training felt comfortable weeping on Meereen's shoulder despite her having made them weep herself often enough. She was also kind and gentle and understanding. So long as you did not break the rules. Meereen had a positive talent for finding out what you most wanted to keep hidden. Sit down, child, she said gravely. Moiraine warily seated herself on the stool in front of the writing table. It had to be bad news of some sort. But what? There is no way to make this easy, child. King Layman was killed yesterday, along with both of his brothers. Remember that we are all threads in the pattern, and the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. The light illumine their souls, Moiraine said solemnly, and may they shelter in the Creator's hand until they are born again. Marian's eyebrows twitched upward, doubtless in surprise that she had not burst into tears on hearing that she had lost 3 uncles in one day. But then, Marianne did not know Layman de Modred, a distant man who burned with ambition, the only warmth in him. Moiraine's opinion was that he had remained unmarried for the simple reason that even the inducement of becoming Queen of Caerhyen was not enough to convince any woman to marry him. Morrisan and Aldacane had been worse, each filled with sufficient heat for 10 men, which they had expressed in anger and cruelty. And in contempt for her father because he was a scholar, because he had taken another scholar for his second wife rather. Shock, Marianne murmured. You're in shock, but it will pass. When it does, come to me, child. Until then, there's no need for you to go out tomorrow. I'll inform the Amyrlin. The mistress of novices had the final say when it came to novices and accepted. Marianne must have been put out to learn that Tamra had sent them out of the city without consulting her. Thank you for the kindness, Moiraine said quickly, but please, no. Having something to do will help, and being with friends. If I remain behind tomorrow, I will be alone. Marianne seemed doubtful, but after more soothing words to soothe the hurt she seemed sure Moiraine must be hiding, she let Moiraine return to her room, where she found both of her oil lamps lit and a fire crackling on her hearth. Siuan's work, no doubt. She thought of dropping into Siuan's room, but the other woman was certainly fast asleep by now. Supper would be available in the dining halls for at least another hour, but she put away any thought of food and instead spent that time kneeling in prayer for her uncle's souls. A penance. She did not mean to be one of those sisters who took on penances at every turn. Maintaining a balance in their lives, they called it. She thought it ostentatious foolishness. Yet she should feel something for the deaths of her own blood kin, however horrible they had been. It was wrong not to. Only when she knew that the dining halls would be full of serving women mopping the floors did she rise and undress to wash herself. After using a trickle of fire to heat the water, cold water would have been another penance, but there were limits. Extinguishing her lamps, she wove a ward to keep her dreams from affecting anyone else's. That could happen with those who could channel. Others nearby could find themselves sharing your dreams, and crawled beneath her blankets. She truly was tired, and sleep came quickly. Unfortunately, nightmares came, too. Not of her uncles, or even of Jack Wynne, but of an infant lying in the snow on Dragonmount. Lightning flashed in the pitch-black sky, and his wails were the thunder. Dreams of a faceless young man. There was lightning in those dreams, too, but he called this lightning from the sky, and cities burned. Nations burned. The dragon was reborn. She woke weeping. The fire had burned down to a few glowing coals. Rather than adding more wood, she used the fire shovel to scoop ashes over the coals, and rather than climbing back into bed, she wrapped a blanket around herself and went out into the night. She was not sure she could go back to sleep, but one thing she was certain of. She did not want to sleep alone. She was certain that Siuan must be asleep, but when she slipped into her friend's room, quickly closing the door behind her, Siuan said softly, "Moiraine." A few flames still flickered on Siuan's small hearth, giving enough light to see her pull one side of her blankets back. Moiraine wasted no time climbing in. "Did you have nightmares, too?" "Yes," Siuan breathed. "What can they do, Moiraine? Even if they find him, what can they do?" "They can bring him to the tower," Moiraine replied, putting more confidence into her voice than she felt. "He can be protected here." She hoped he could. More than the Reds might want him dead or gentled, whatever the prophecies said. And educated. The Dragon Reborn would have to be educated. He would need to know as much of politics as any queen, as much of war as any general, as much of history as any scholar. Varan Sede said that most mistakes made by rulers came from not knowing history. They acted in ignorance of the mistakes others had made before them. He can be guided. That would be the most important of all, to make sure that he made the right decisions. The tower can't teach him to channel Moiraine. That was true. What men did was different. As different as men and women, Varan said. A bird could not teach a fish to fly. He would have to survive learning on his own. The prophecies did not say that he would, or that he would avoid going mad before the last battle, only that he had to be at Tarmangaidon for any hope of victory, yet she had to believe. She had to. Do you think Tamra is having bad dreams tonight, Siuan? Siuan snorted. Aes Sedai don't have bad dreams. They were not yet Aes Sedai, however. Neither of them could close her eyes through the rest of the night. Moiraine did not know what Siuan saw, lying there staring up at the ceiling. She could not make herself ask. But she saw a babe crying in the snow on Dragonmount, and a faceless man calling down lightning. Being awake was no protection against these nightmares. Chapter 6 Surprises. A scratching at Siuan's door near morning proved to be a timid novice named Setsuko, a stocky girl shorter than Moiraine, who told them that the Amyrlin had ordered all accepted to be at the west stable before third rise, ready to carry on with their task. By the light of the lamp she carried, Setsuko's pale eyes were bleak with envy. The Arafellan girl already knew that her stay in the tower would end in a few months. Setsuko had talked openly of running away until a visit to Marian's study taught her discretion if not wisdom. Bitter as the knowledge must be, she could never reach the shawl, but she must be kept until the sisters were certain she could channel without harming herself or others. Despite that, she still might have flight in mind. Novices did run from time to time, and even the rare accepted who flinched at what lay ahead of her, but they were always caught eventually, and their return to the tower was painfully unpleasant to say the least. It was much better for everyone if that could be avoided. Another time, weary as she was, Moiraine might have offered comforting words. Or a caution. This morning, however, the gong for first rise had already sounded, and it was no more than half an hour to second. They could snatch a bite to eat and reach the stable before third, but only just. Yawning, Moiraine gave Siuan a last hug and hurried out into the darkness, wrapped in her blanket, before Setsuko reached the next door and began scratching, trying to wake Sheriam. Half a dozen novices carrying lamps were tapping at other doors, ghostly images in the night. At hers, a very tall girl with golden hair spilling down her back offered a sulky curtsy when Moiraine dismissed her. Lysandre would be allowed to test for accepted, but only if her sulkiness could be cured. Likely it would be. When the tower saw a fault in one of its students, that fault usually was cured, one way or another. She washed and dressed hastily, barely taking time to scrub her teeth with salt and soda and brush her hair into some semblance of order. Yet when she reached the gallery with her scrip hanging beneath the edge of her cloak, the darkness was definitely gray. Siuan was already outside, cloaked and ready, talking to a visibly chafing, flame-haired Sheriam, and other accepted were already scurrying to breakfast. Sheriam says the IL really are retreating, Moiraine, Siuan said excitedly, hitching her scrip on her shoulder. She says they're all leagues east of the river. Sheriam nodded and started to follow the others, but Moiraine caught the edge of her cloak. Are you certain? Moiraine nearly winced. Had she been less tired, she would have used greater care choosing her words. You learn nothing if you put someone's back up to start. Luckily, the slim accepted had none of the temper that her hair and her tilted green eyes might have indicated. She merely sighed and looked longingly toward the door leading from the gallery. I had it first from a guardsman who had it from a Shienaran soldier, a courier, but later, I was told the same by Seraphil, by Rima, and by Janet. One sister may be mistaken, but when three tell you something, you may be sure they have the right of it. She was an enjoyable companion to pass an evening with, yet she did have a way of making casual statements sound like lectures. "Why are you two grinning like fools?" she demanded suddenly. "I didn't know I was grinning," Sayuin replied, schooling her features. She still looked eager, rising up on her toes as though to run. "Is not a chance to ride in the countryside worth grinning over?" Moiraine asked. Now, perhaps they could convince their escort to take them to the camps closest to Dragonmount. She was unsure exactly when she had adopted Sayuin's view, yet it was her own, now. They would find him first. Somehow, they would. Grin. She could have laughed aloud and danced. "Sometimes, you two are passing strange," Sheriam said. "I'm saddle sore near to hobbling, myself." "Well, you can stand here and talk if you wish. I want my breakfast." But as she turned to go, she stopped dead and exhaled in shock. Meereen had come onto the gallery in the fading darkness, her vine-woven shawl draped over her arms so the blue fringe almost brushed the floor. She attracted a good many stares from the accepted. Sisters seldom wore their shawls inside the tower except for official occasions. An appearance here by the mistress of novices, wearing hers, meant someone was in very deep trouble. Or else being summoned for testing. A few of the women lingered on the gallery hopefully, while a handful sped off as fast as they could short of running, no doubt propelled by guilt. Felt guilt about. In Caerhyen, a gooseherd would have known as much. She paid them no heed now, however, as she glided calmly along the gallery, the accepted she passed rising from their curtsies with regret painting their faces. Sheriam was one of those who lingered, and it was in front of her, Sayuin and Moiraine that Meereen stopped. Moiraine's heart fluttered, and she struggled to breathe evenly as she curtsied. She struggled just to breathe in the first place. Maybe Sayuin had been right. Well, she was right, in point of fact. When Meereen said an accepted might test soon, it always came within the month. But she was not ready. Sayuin's face shone with eagerness, of course, her eyes bright. Sheriam's lips were parted in hopeful anticipation. Light, every last accepted must think herself more ready than Moiraine de Madrid did. "You'll be late if you don't hurry, child," the Blue Sister told Sheriam sharply. And surprisingly, Meereen was never sharp, even when there was punishment in the offing. When she lectured on your misdeeds while applying switch or strap or the hated slipper, her voice was merely firm. As the fire-haired woman darted away, the mistress of novices focused her attention on Sayuin and Moiraine. Moiraine thought her heart would pound its way through her ribs. "Not yet. Light, please, not yet. I've spoken with the Amyrlin, Moiraine, and she agrees with me that you must be in shock. The other accepted will have to make do without you today." Meereen's mouth tightened for an instant before serenity returned to her face. Her voice remained a needle, though. "I'd have kept you all in, but people will cooperate better with initiates of the tower than with clerks, even White Tower clerks, and the sisters would be up in arms if they were asked to do the task." The mother was right about that much. Light. She must have argued with Tamra to be upset enough to say all of that to accepted. No wonder she was being sharp. Relief welled up in Moiraine that she was not to be whisked off and tested for the shawl immediately, yet it could not compete with disappointment. They could reach the camps around Dragonmount today. Well, one of the camps, at least. They could. "Please, Meereen, The sister raised one finger. That was her warning not to argue, and however kind and gentle she was in the general course of things, she never gave a second. Moiraine closed her mouth promptly. "You shouldn't be left to brood," Meereen went on. Smooth face or no, the way she shifted her shawl to her shoulders spoke of irritation. "Some of the girls' writing is like chicken scratches." Yes, she was definitely upset. When she had any criticism, However slight, it was delivered to the target of it and no one else. The mother agreed that you can copy out the lists that are near unreadable. You have a clear hand. A bit over-flowery, but clear. Moiraine tried desperately to think of something to say that the sister would not take for argument, but nothing came. How was she to escape? That's a very good idea, Moiraine, Sayuan said, and Moiraine gaped at her friend in amazement. I'm glad you concur with my decision, Sayuan, Meereen said dryly. Moiraine would have blushed to have that tone directed at her, yet Sayuan was made of sterner material, meeting the sister's raised eyebrow with an open-eyed smile of innocence. She shouldn't be left alone, either, so you can help her. You have a good clear hand yourself. The smile froze on Sayuan's face, but the sister affected not to notice. Come along, then, come along. I've more to do today than usher the pair of you around. Gliding ahead of them like a plump swan on a stream, a fast-swimming swan, she led the way to a small windowless room a little down from the Amyrlin's apartments and across the corridor. A richly carved writing table, with two straight-backed armchairs behind it, held a tray of pens, large glass ink jars, sand jars for blotting, stacks of good white paper, and a great disorderly stack of pages covered in writing. Hanging her cloak on a peg and setting her scrip on the floor by the table, Moiraine stared at that ragged pile as glumly as Sayuan did. At least there was a fireplace, and a fire going on the narrow hearth. The room was warm compared to the corridors. Much warmer than a ride in the snow. There was that. Once you've finished breakfast, Meereen said, come back here and set to work. Leave the copies in the anteroom of the Amyrlin's study. Light, Sayuan, Moiraine said with feeling as soon as the sister was gone. What made you think this was a good idea? You. Sayuan grimaced ruefully. We will get a look at more names this way. Maybe all the names, if Tamra keeps us in the job. We could be the first to know who he is. I doubt there could be two boys born on Dragonmount. I just thought it would be you, not us. She breathed a gloomy sigh, then suddenly frowned at Moiraine. Why would you be brooding? Why are you supposed to be in shock? Last night, revealing her woes had seemed out of place, a trifle compared to what they knew the world faced, but Moiraine had no hesitation in telling her now. Before she finished, Sayuan enveloped her in a strong, comforting hug. They had wept on each other's shoulders much more often than either had availed herself of Meereen's. She had never been as close to anyone as she was to Sayuan. Or loved anyone as much. You know I have 6 uncles who are fine men, Sayuan said softly, and one who died proving how fine a man he was. What you don't know is, I have 2 others my father wouldn't let cross his doorstep, one his own brother. My father wouldn't even say their names. They're street robbers, shoulder thumpers and drunkards, and when they've guzzled enough ale, or brandy if they've stolen enough to afford it, they start fights with anyone who looks at them the wrong way. Usually, it is both of them together setting on the same poor fellow with fists and boots and anything that comes to hand. One day, they'll hang for killing somebody, if they haven't already. When they do, I won't shed a tear. Some people just aren't worth a tear. Moiraine hugged her back. You always know the right thing to say. But I will still pray for my uncles. I'll pray was not so much as a twinkle of mirth in her blue eyes. Then again, she truly did hate doing clerical work. No one enjoyed that. The dining hall most often used by accepted lay on the lowest level of the tower, a large room with stark white walls and a white-tiled floor, full of long, polished tables, and plain benches that could hold 2 women, or 3 at a pinch. The other accepted ate quickly, sometimes gulping their food with unseemly haste. Sheriam spilled porridge on her dress and hurried from the room proclaiming that she had time to change. She very nearly ran. Everyone was hurrying. Even Katarine all but trotted off, still eating a crusty roll and brushing crumbs from her dress. It seemed a chance to leave the city was not so miserable, at that. Sayuan dawdled over her porridge, laced with stewed apples, and Moiraine kept her company with another cup of strong black tea containing just a drop of honey. After all, the chance that the Boychild's name was among those awaiting them had to be vanishingly small. Soon they were alone at the tables, and one of the cooks came out to frown at them, fists planted on her hips. A plump woman in a long, spotless white apron. Laras was short of her middle years and more than pretty, yet she could frown a hole through a stone. No accepted was ever fool enough to come over high-handed with Laras, at least not more than once. Even Sayuan gave way beneath that unwavering gaze, hastily spooning the last bits of apple from her bowl. Laras began calling for the scullions to bring their mops before Sayuan and Moiraine reached the door. Moiraine expected the work to be drudgery, and it was, though not so bad as she had feared. Not quite so bad. They began by digging their own lists out of the mound, and added those already in a readable hand, which reduced the stack by half. But only by half. If you came to the tower unable to write, you were taught a decent hand as a novice, but those who came writing badly often took years to reach legibility, if they ever did. Some full sisters used the clerks for anything they wanted someone else to understand. Most of the lists appeared to be shorter than hers and Sayuan's, yet even counting Malin's explanation, it seemed that an astonishing number of women had given birth. And this was only from the camps nearest the river. Noticing Sayuan scanning each page before setting it to one side, she began doing the same. Without any great hope, yet vanishingly small was not the same as impossible. Except that the more she read, the further her spirits fell. Many of the entries were shockingly vague. Born within sight of Tar Valon's walls. The city's walls were visible for leagues, visible from the slopes of Dragonmount. This particular child was a girl, with a Terran father and a Kerhanan mother, yet the note boded ill for locating the boy child. There were far too many like that. Or, born in sight of the White Tower. Light, the tower could be seen from nearly as far as Dragonmount. Well, from a good many miles, at least. Other entries were sad. Salia Pomfrey had given birth to a boy and had left to return to her village in Andor after her husband died on the spine of the world and the Erith Ocean. How could she be found? Salia's child had been born on the wrong side of the Aranon and too early by 6 days, but if the Dragon Reborn's mother was like her, how could he be found? The pages were dotted with names like that, though usually they seemed to be women others had heard of, so the information might be written in full elsewhere. Or it might not. The task had seemed so simple when Tamra said it. The light help us, Moiraine thought. The light help the world. They wrote steadily, sometimes putting their heads together to decipher a hand that really did resemble chicken scratches. Took an hour at midday to go down to the dining hall for bread and lentil soup, then returned to their pens. Aleda appeared, in a high-necked dress even redder than that she had worn the day before, to stride around the table and silently stare over first Sayuan's shoulder and then Moiraine's as though to study their writing. Her red-fringed shawl was richly embroidered with flowered vines. Flowered and, more fittingly, barbed with long thorns. Finding nothing to criticize, she left as abruptly as she had come, and Moiraine echoed Sayuan's sigh of relief. Other than that, they were left alone. When Moiraine dusted her last page with fine sand and poured it into the wooden box sitting on the floor between the chairs, the hour for supper had come. A number of boy children had been born yesterday. The birth had to come after Jatera's foretelling, but not one had seemed remotely possible for the child they sought. After a night of troubled, restless sleep, she needed no urging from Sayuan to return to that small room rather than joining the other accepted hurrying to the stables. Though some were not hurrying so quickly, today. It seemed that even a trip outside the city could pall when all you had to do was sit on a bench and write names all day. Moiraine was looking forward to writing names. No one had told them not to, after all. And they had been wakened by the sounds of the other women getting ready, not by a novice bringing orders to ride out with the rest. As Sayuan often said, it was easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Though the tower was rather short on forgiveness for accepted. Yesterday's gleanings were waiting on the table, an untidy stack as tall as the first had been. While they were sorting out the readable lists, two clerks walked in and stopped in surprise. A stout woman with the flame of Tarvalone worked on one dark sleeve, her gray hair in a neat roll on the nape of her neck, and a strapping young fellow who looked more suited to armor than to his plain gray woolen coat. He had beautiful brown eyes. And a lovely smile. I dislike being set a task only to learn someone else is already performing it, the woman said acerbically. Noticing the younger clerk's smile, she shot him a cold stare. Her voice turned to ice. You know better than that if you want to keep your place, Martin. Come with me. Smile sliding away in worry and red-faced with embarrassment, Martin followed her from the room. Moiraine looked apprehensively at Sayuan, but Sayuan never stopped sorting. Keep working, she said. If we look to be busy enough. Her voice trailed off. It was a small hope, if clerks had been assigned the work, but it was all they had. By a matter of minutes they managed to be copying names by the time Tamra herself walked into the room. Wearing plain blue silk today, the Amyrlin was Aes Sedai. That would save the world. Tamra was followed closely by the gray-haired clerk, who wore satisfaction on her face like too much rouge, and young Martin stood behind her, smiling over her shoulder at Moiraine and Sayuan. He really would lose his place if he did that too often. Moiraine bobbed to her feet and offered her courtesies so fast that she forgot the pen in her hand. She felt it twist, though, and winced at the ink stain it left, a black smear spreading to the size of a coin on the white wool. Sayuan was just as quick, but much more steady. She remembered to lay her pen on the tray before spreading her skirts. Calm, Moiraine thought. I must be calm. Running through the mental exercises did little good. The Amyrlin studied them closely, and when Tamra scrutinized someone, the most thick-skinned and insensitive felt measured to the inch and weighed to the ounce. Moiraine only just managed not to shift in unease. Surely that gaze would see everything they planned. If that could be graced with the name of plan. I had intended you to have a free day, to read or study as you chose, Tamra said slowly, still considering them. Or perhaps to practice for your testing, she added with a smile that did nothing to lessen her scrutiny. A long pause, and then she nodded slightly to herself. You were still troubled by your uncle's deaths, child. I had nightmares again last night, mother. True, but once more they had been of a baby crying in the snow, and a faceless young man breaking the world anew even while he saved it. The steadiness of her own voice amazed her. She had never thought she would dare give an Aes Sedai answer to the Amyrlin seat. Tamra nodded again. Very well, if you think you need to be occupied, you may continue. When the boredom of copying all day overcomes you, leave a note with your finished work, and I will see to replacing you. Half turning, she paused. Ink is very difficult to remove, especially from white cloth. I won't tell you not to channel to do it. You know that already. Another smile, and she gathered up the gray-haired clerk, herding her from the room. No need to look so indignant, Mistress Wellen, she said soothingly. Only fools upset clerks. Their mistakes, accidental or on purpose, could cause too much damage. I'm sure you have much more important tasks than. Her voice faded to a receding murmur in the corridor. Moiraine lifted her skirt to look at the stain. It had spread to the size of a large coin. Ordinarily, removing it would require hours of careful soaking in bleach that stung your hands and offered no guarantee of success. She just told me to use the power to clean my dress, she said wonderingly. Sayuan's eyebrows attempted to climb atop her head. Don't talk nonsense. I heard her as well as you, and she said nothing of the sort. You have to listen to what people mean as well as what they say, Sayuan. Interpreting what others really meant was integral to the game of houses, and put together, Tamra's smile, the cast of her eye, and the phrasing she had used were as good as written permission. Embracing the power, she wove air, water and earth glistened wetly and began to shrink, rising onto the surface of the wool as it did. Smaller and smaller it became, until it was only a small ebon bead of dried ink that fell into her cupped palm. I might keep this as a memento, she said, setting the black bead on the edge of the table. A reminder that Sayuan had been correct. There were times when the rules could be broken. And if a sister had walked in, Sayuan asked wryly, would you have tried to tell her it was all part of the game of houses? Moiraine's face grew hot, and she released the source. I would have told her I would have. Must we talk of this now? There must be as many names as yesterday, and I would like to finish before supper is done. Sayuan laughed uproariously. You might have thought the redness of Moiraine's face was a fool's paint. They had been writing above an hour when Moiraine came to an entry that gave her pause. Born in sight of Dragonmount, it said, which was as ridiculous as saying in sight of the tower. But Willimandair had given birth to a son, west of the river, and on the day of Jatera's foretelling. She copied the entry slowly. Raising her pen at the end, she did not dip it in the ink jar or look for the next name in Elad's spiky hand. Her gaze rose to the ebon bead. She was one of the accepted, not a sister. But she would be tested soon. Billy Mandair could have been born on the riverbank and his mother still have been in sight of Dragonmount. But nothing Elad had written indicated how far the camp she had gone to was from the mountain. Or how close. The earlier entries just said born in Lord Elisar's encampment outside Tar Valon. The white page in front of her was only half filled with her writing, but she drew another blank sheet across the table and copied the particulars for Billy Mandair. A humble name, if he was the one. But it was more likely the dragon reborn would be the son of a simple soldier than of a lord. Suddenly she noticed Sayuan writing in a little leather-bound book, small enough to fit in her belt pouch, while keeping one eye on the doorway. You have to be prepared, Sayuan said. Nodding, Moiraine slid the page bearing a single entry across the table to Sayuan, who carefully copied the information into her little book. Tomorrow, Moiraine would bring her own book. The day produced quite a few names of children born in sight of Dragonmount or even born near Dragonmount, a number of them on the east side of the Aranon. Moiraine knew she should have expected it. The mountain was the most easily identifiable landmark for leagues, after all. But this was only the second day's list, and they added 9 more boys to Sayuan's book. Light, how many names would they gather before it was done? There were other surprises. Shortly after mid-morning, Jarna Malari swept into the room, elegant in dark gray silk, with slashes of white at her temples that added to her commanding presence, sapphires in her long black hair, and more around her neck. The silken fringe on her shawl was so long that it nearly touched the floor with the shawl resting on her shoulders. Jarna was a sitter for the Grey. Sitters rarely seemed to notice accepted, but she motioned. In the corridor, Jarna strolled slowly in silence for a time, and Moiraine was content to have it so. Light, what could a sitter want with her? A task to be done, or a message to be carried, would have been mentioned right away. In any case, Accepted did not try to hurry sisters. As well attempt hurrying the Amerlin as a sitter. The drafts that made the stand lamps flicker did not bother Jarna, of course, but Moiraine began to wish she had her cloak. I hear you are troubled by your uncle's deaths, the sitter said at last. That is understandable. Moiraine made a sound that she hoped Jarna took for agreement. Aes Sedai answers were all very well, but she wanted to avoid outright lying. If she could, she tried not to strain for every inch, but the top of her head only came to the other woman's shoulder. What did the woman want? I fear that affairs of state never wait on grief, Moiraine. Tell me, child, who in House de Madrid do you think will ascend to the sun throne now that Layman and his brothers are dead? Tripping over her own feet, Moiraine staggered and would have fallen had Jarna not steadied her with a hand. A sitter was asking her opinion on politics. Of her native land, to be sure, but sitters knew more of most countries' politics than their own rulers did. Jarna's liquid brown eyes gazed at her serenely, patiently. Waiting. I have given the matter no thought, Aes Sedai, Moiraine said truthfully. I think perhaps the Sun Throne will pass to another house, but I cannot say which. Perhaps, Jarna murmured, half lidding her eyes for the space of the word. House de Madrid has acquired an ill reputation that laymen only made worse. Moiraine frowned before she could stop herself, and hurriedly smoothed away the lines hoping that Jarna had not noticed. It was true. Her father had been alone among his generation in lacking a dark character, men and women alike. The preceding generations had been nearly as bad, when not worse. The deeds done by House de Madrid had blackened the name. But she did not like hearing anyone say it. Your half-brother Tarangail is denied by his marriage to the Queen of Andor, Jarna went on. A ridiculous law, but he cannot change it unless he is king, and he cannot become king until it is changed. What of your elder sisters? Are they not well thought of? The taint seems largely to have skipped your generation. Well thought of, but not for the throne, Moiraine replied. Anvir cares for nothing except horses and hawking. And no one would trust her temper, far worse than Moiraine's had ever been, on the Sun Throne. But that was something she would say only to Siuan. And if Inloin gained the throne, everyone knows affairs of state would come a poor second, at best, to playing with her children. Likely because in playing with her children, she had forgotten all about the affairs of state. Inloin was a warm and loving mother, but the truth was, she was not terribly bright, although very stubborn. A dangerous combination in a ruler. No one will support either for the throne, Aes Sedai, even within House de Madrid. Jarna peered down into Moiraine's eyes for a long moment, reminding her uncomfortably of Malin saying she could not read thoughts. There was nothing for it but to meet that gaze with patience and apparent openness. As well as a fervent hope that Malin had not found. I see, Jarna said finally. You may return to your work, child. What did she want? Siuan asked when Moiraine returned to the room. I am not sure, she said slowly, taking up her pen. That was the first lie she had ever told Siuan. She was all too afraid that she knew exactly what Jarna wanted. By the time they laid the completed copies on the rose-carved writing table that had been Jatera's, in the spacious anteroom to the Amyrlin's study, 6 more sitters had come to take Moiraine aside. One from each Aja, all with very much the same questions. Sutama Wrath, beautiful and hard-eyed enough to make Moiraine flinch, put it to her directly. Have you never thought, Sutama said casually, toying with the red fringe of her shawl, of being Queen of Caerhyen yourself? Thus she gained another nightmare to join the babe in the snow and the faceless man. She sat on the Sun Throne wearing the shawl of an Aes Sedai, and in the streets outside, the mobs were destroying the city. No Aes Sedai had been a queen in over 1,000 years, and even before that, the few who admitted it openly had fared badly. But if that was the goal of the Hall of the Tower, how could she forestall it? Only by fleeing the tower as soon as she did gain the shawl and staying away until matters resolved themselves in Caerhyen. She spent most of that sleepless night praying to be tested soon. Even tomorrow would not be too soon. Light, she was not ready, but she had to escape. Somehow. Chapter 7 The Itch. The following day brought still more names that met the criteria, and in larger number, all with vague reference to Dragonmount for the place of birth. Moiraine realized she and Siuan would never see a name with born on the slopes of Dragonmount attached. The prophecies of the dragon were known to many people, though often known wrongly, especially among the common folk, but the mountain's connection remained in even the most nonsensical versions. No woman would want to admit that she had birthed a son who would channel the power one day, with all that entailed, the child of her body doomed to madness and terror. How much less would she admit to bearing a child who might become the dragon reborn? She could not deny Dragonmount entirely, or her acquaintances might call her on it, yet near the mountain or in sight of it was safe enough. The child they sought would surely be hidden behind such a half-truth. Someone would need to visit each of those women with closer questions, prudently phrased and carefully asked. She rehearsed those questions in her mind, the delicate probing to elicit information while giving away nothing. Rouse the mother's suspicions, and she would lie again. And likely run as soon as the questioner's back was turned. It would be playing Days Diamar with the world at stake. Far from a task she would. The morning also brought a visit from Tamra, who abruptly walked in just as Moiraine was slipping her little book, bearing a fresh name, back into her belt pouch. She tried to disguise the movement, make it part of her curtsy, a touch of clumsiness brought on by surprise. She thought it well done, yet she held her breath as the Amyrlin studied her. Had the other woman seen the book? Suddenly, the notion of asking forgiveness rather than permission seemed very frail. Discovery would gain them neither. In all likelihood, discovery would bring rustication, working on an isolated farm from sunrise to sunset, cut off from friends and studies, forbidden to channel. For novices and accepted, that was the penultimate penalty, one last chance to learn correct behavior, before being sent away forever. Far worse than blistered hands, though, it would certainly separate them forever from the hunt for the child. I'd have thought yesterday would have sated your appetites for boredom, Tamra said finally, and Moiraine breathed again. Especially yours, Siuan. Siuan seldom blushed, but her face colored at that. Everyone knew her dislike of clerical work. Copying lines was the punishment she dreaded most. Moiraine put in, the lists help me govern my thoughts, mother. Once you began giving misleading answers, they came more and more easily, even to the Amyrlin seat. In truth, those thoughts still flashed into her head when least expected, lists or no lists. Thoughts of a babe in the snow and a faceless man. Equally dire, of the Sun Throne. She wanted to beg Tamra to halt that scheme, yet she knew begging would be useless. The tower was no less implacable in its weaving than the wheel of time itself. In both cases, the threads were human lives, and the pattern they made more important than any individual thread. Very well, child, so long as your studies don't suffer. Tamra held out a folded paper that Moiraine had not noticed, sealed with a circle of green wax. Take this to Karine Nagashi. She should be in her rooms. Give it to no one else. As if she would do that. Some accepted complained, very quietly and very privately, over having to climb the wide corridors that spiraled upward through the tower, but even with a climb halfway to the top, Moiraine enjoyed any errand that took her to the Aja quarters. A great deal could be learned through seeing people where they lived. Even Aes Sedai let their guard down in those circumstances. They did a little, at any rate. Enough for one who knew how to listen and observe. The Aja quarters were identical in number of rooms and how they were laid out, but the details differed widely. The impression of a full-sized sword was worked into each of the huge white floorstones of the green Aja quarters, swords in 24 different styles, single-edged and double, curved and straight. Every door along the hallways was carved with a sword, point up, gilded for the rooms of sitters and silvered or lacquered for many others. The tapestries on the walls, between tall gilded stand lamps on bases worked in the form of stacked halberds, were of martial scenes, charging horsemen and battles and famous last stands, alternating with ancient battle standards from lands long dead, many torn and stained and all preserved through the centuries by weaves of the One Power. No Aes Sedai had ridden to war since the Trolloc Wars, but when justice where it often could be obtained only through their warders' swords, but that was just what they did while they waited on Tarmangidon. Another difference here was the number of men. Not just any men, of course. Warders. Tall or short, wide or slim, even quite stout in one case, they moved like lions or leopards. None wore the distinctive cloak indoors, but the cloak was a mere decoration for a discerning eye. You could see warders in any Ajah's quarters, excepting the Red, but most kept rooms in the guards' barracks or even in the city. Greens, warders often lived in the same apartments as the sister. A green-eyed warder who made up for his lack of height threw with glanced at her as he strode by quickly, as if on an errand. 3 others, standing together, fell silent at her approach, their quiet conversation taken up again after she passed. One wore silver bells in his dark Araphellan braids, one had a thick Tarraboner mustache, and the third was very dark, perhaps a Terran or a Southern Alteran, yet aside from the grace of their movements, there was another thing they shared with each other, and with the heavy-set man, and with every man to be seen here. Once, while hawking with cousins, she had looked into the eyes of a caped eagle, with its ruff of black feathers around its head. Meeting a warder's gaze was akin to that. Not fierce, but full of self-knowledge, absolutely aware of their own capabilities, their capacity for violence. And yet, it was a violence in restraint, disciplined by their own wills and their bonds to their Aes Sedai. Here, they were simply going about their daily lives. A lean man, his head shaven except for a Shianaran topknot, was resting against a wall with one booted foot up, tuning a fiddle and ignoring the good-natured jibing of another warder, who said that it sounded like a wet cat caught in a net. 2 others, in shirt-sleeves, were practicing with wooden swords in a broad-side corridor, the bundled laths clattering with each swift blow. Rena Hofton, who somehow made a square face lovely and a stocky build both elegant and graceful, was urging them on with a wide smile, calling, "Well struck, Waylon." "Oh, very well struck, Elias." For size, they might have been twins, though one was dark and clean-shaven, the other fair, with a short beard. Grinning, they moved faster and faster. Their sweat-sodden shirts clung to broad shoulders and backs, yet the pair seemed fresh and untired. Through an open door, Moiraine saw a round-faced warder playing a stately melody on a flute while gray-haired Jala Bandevan, an imposing woman despite standing near a hand shorter than Moiraine, attempted to teach a new warder the steps of a court dance. He had to be new, a blushing, pale-haired boy of no more than 20. Yet no man gained the bond unless he already possessed all the requisite skills. All save dancing, at least. Kareen's door, bearing a sword lacquered in red, gold and black, also stood open, with the sounds of merry music coming out. Moiraine had no idea what the lacquering meant, or the colors, and she suspected she never would unless she chose the green. That would not be, yet she disliked not knowing. Once she identified something she did not know, the ignorance became an itch on her. The few tapestries in Kareen's sitting room were scenes of war or hunting, but most of the wall space was given over to bookshelves carved in the styles of half a dozen countries. Along with a few books, they held a large lion's skull and an even bigger from a bear, glazed bowls, vases in odd shapes, daggers adorned with gems and gold and daggers with plain wooden hilts, one with just the nub of a broken blade. A blacksmith's hammer with the head split in 2 lay next to a cracked wooden bowl that held a single fat fire drop, fine enough to grace a crown. A gilded barrel clock with the hands frozen at just before noon, or midnight, stood beside a steel-backed gauntlet stained black with what Moiraine was sure was blood. They and all the rest were mementos of well over 100 years wearing the shawl. Of memories before the shawl, there were few. Just a row of painted miniatures on the wave-carved mantel over the fireplace, showing a plainly dressed, dignified man, a plump, smiling woman, and 5 children, 3 of them girls. They were Kareen's family, long since passed into the grave along with her nieces and nephews, and their children, and their children's children and more. That was the pain borne by Aes Sedai. Families died, and everything you knew vanished. Except the tower. The White Tower always remained. 2 of Kareen's warders were in the sitting room with her. Massive Carol, whose hair and beard gave him the aspect of a golden-maned lion, was reading a book in front of the fireplace with his boots resting on the ornate brass fender, a feather of blue smoke rising from the bowl of his long-stemmed pipe. Stepan, looking more a clerk than a warder, with his narrow shoulders and sad brown eyes, sat on a stool playing a lively jig on a 12-string bittern, fingers flashing as skillfully as any hired musician's. Neither man stopped what he was doing for the arrival of an accepted. Corinne herself stood working at an embroidery frame mounted on a stand. It always seemed incongruous to see a Green doing needlework, especially when, as now, the subject was a field of wildflowers. How did that accord with the violence and death decorating her walls? A tall, slim woman, Corinne looked exactly what she was, her ageless face strong and beautiful, her nearly black eyes pools of serenity. Even here, she wore a riding dress, the divided skirts slashed with emerald green, and her dark hair, lightly touched with white, was cut shorter than either Carol's or Stepan's, above her shoulders, and gathered in a thick braid. No doubt it was easier to care for while traveling, cut like that. Corinne seldom remained in the tower long before setting out again. She placed her needle on the embroidery frame, took the letter, and broke the green sealing wax with a thumb. Tamra always sealed her messages to sisters with wax in the aja color of the recipient. Of all ajas and none. Whatever Tamra had written was quickly read, and no change came to Corinne's face, but before the green finished, Stepan leaned his bittern against a side table and began buttoning up his coat. Carol placed his book on a shelf, tapped the dottle from his pipe onto the hearth and stuffed the pipe into a capacious coat pocket. That was all, but they were plain. "I'll carry it myself, child," Corinne replied, starting for the door with a brisk stride that made her silk skirts rasp softly. "Tamra wants me urgently," she told the two warders, who were heeling her like hunting hounds, "but she doesn't say why." Moiraine allowed herself a brief smile. As with servants, sisters often forgot accepted had ears. Sometimes, the best way to learn was to keep silent and listen. As she was making her way back down along the drafty, spiraling corridor, thinking about what she had learned and trying to ignore the cold, Sayuan came running up behind her. There were no sisters to be seen, but still another message, Sayuan explained. To Aisha Ravenios. She kept muttering something about urgent, making it a question. "I'll wager it was the same as you carried to Corinne. What do you suppose Tamra wants with a gray and a green together?" The gray handled matters of mediation and justice, where it came from laws rather than swords, and Aisha was reputed to adhere to the strictest letter of the law no matter her own feelings, whether pity or contempt. A trait she shared with Corinne. And both women had worn the shawl for a very long time, though that could be unimportant. Moiraine might not be so handy with puzzles as Sayuan, but this truly was like the game of houses. She looked around carefully, including a glance over her shoulder. A maid was trimming the wicks on a stand lamp farther along the hallway, and two liveried men, one atop a tall ladder, were doing something concerning one of the wall hangings. There still was not a sister in sight, but she lowered her voice anyway. "Tamra wants searchers to look for the boy child. Oh, this changes everything. I was wrong, Sayuan. And you were right. Right and wrong about what? What makes you think she's recruiting these searchers? How could the woman be so deft with puzzles and not see the pattern here? What matter could be more urgent to Tamra right now than the boy child, Sayuan?" she said patiently. "Or more secret, so she dares not put the reason on paper. That secrecy means that she believes the Reds cannot be trusted. That is what you were right about. More than that, how many other sisters will at first want to deny that this child really is the one prophesied? Particularly if he evades discovery until he is a grown man and already channeling. No. She means to use sisters she is sure of to search for him. Where I was wrong was in thinking he would be brought to the tower. That would only expose him to the Reds, and others who might be untrustworthy. Once found, Tamra will send him into hiding. His education will be at the hands of her searchers, the women she trusts most. Sayuan clapped a hand atop her head. I think my skull will explode, she muttered. You built all of that from 2 messages, and you don't even know what they said. I know one thing they said and one they did not. It is simply a matter of seeing the patterns and fitting the pieces together, Sayuan. Really, you should be able to do it easily. Oh, Elid gave me a blacksmith's, thank you. No, Moiraine said politely. And, after a quick look for lurking sisters, stuck her tongue out at the other woman. The next day, Tamra sent 3 more messages. The first went to Malin Arganya, the second to Valera Garovni, a plump little brown who always wore a smile and seemed to be bustling even while standing still, and the third to Ludus Deneen, a bony yellow whose long, grim face was framed by brightly beaded Taraboner braids that hung to her waist. None let slip a hint of the message's content, yet all 3 had worn the shawl well over 100 years, and all 3 shared that reputation for strict adherence to the law. Moiraine saw it as confirmation, and even Sayuan began to believe. 5 seemed too few to undertake the search for the boy child. Day by day the names entered into their small notebooks filled more and more pages, yet Tamra sent no further messages. At least, not by them. Aildra Najaf was raised keeper of the chronicles to replace Jatera, and she might have carried them, or more likely sent them by a novice. For a time, Moiraine and Sayuan tried keeping an unobtrusive watch on the Amyrlin study and her apartments, taking turns to peek around the edge of the doorway, but Tamra had a steady flow of visitors. Not constant, but steady. Sitters could be dismissed from consideration, since sitters rarely left the confines of the city while they held a chair in the hall of the tower, yet any of the others could have been searchers. Or not. It was extremely frustrating for Moiraine. That itch on the shoulder blade, just where her fingers could not reach. Soon enough they gave up attempts to spy. For one thing, there seemed no point. For another, with only one copying, recording the names went much too slowly. And Aildra, returning to the Amyrlin study, caught Moiraine lurking in the doorway. White hair was the sole similarity between Aildra and Jatera, and Aildra's was straight and cut as short as Kareen's. The new keeper was lean, her coppery skin turned to leather from long exposure to sun and wind, yet assuredly no one had ever called her a beauty, with her narrow jaw and sharp nose. For jewelry, she wore the great serpent ring alone. Her dress was of blue wool, finely woven but simply cut, and the deep blue stole on her shoulders was no more than 2 fingers wide. A very different woman from Jatera. What are you looking at, child? She asked gently. Just the sisters going in and out of the Amyrlin study, Aes Sedai, Moiraine replied. Every word true. Aildra smiled, dreaming of the shawl. Perhaps your time would be better spent in study and practice. We find time for both, Aes Sedai, and this work occupies my mind otherwise. Also true. The search for the boy child occupied every scrap of her mind not given to thoughts she would rather not have. A faint frown creasing her forehead, Aildra laid a hand on Moiraine's cheek, almost as if checking for fever. Do those other dreams still trouble you? Some of the Browns know a great deal about herbs. I'm sure one will give you something to help you sleep, if you need it. Varen Sedai already has. The concoction had had a foul taste, but it did help her sleep. A pity it did not help her forget the nightmares that came when she did. The dreams are not so bad, now. Sometimes, there was no way to use evasion. Good, then. Aildra's smile returned, but she shook a mildly reproving finger under Moiraine's nose. Nevertheless, daydreaming in doorways is not proper for one of the accepted, child. If I see it again, I will have to take notice. You understand me? Yes, Aes Sedai. There would be no more spying. Moiraine began to think she would scream from that cursed itch. Chapter 8 Shreds of Serenity. There was no evading their private lessons with the sisters, either. Not that Moiraine wanted to, or Sayuan, either, but long hours sitting and writing left them surprisingly tired, and also left only the evenings free, after supper. The accepted who still rode out every day at sunrise did the same, though many grumbled at it, when there were no Aes Sedai around to overhear. At least, they took lessons when lessons were offered. Some sisters refused, saying they would teach accepted again when they no longer had to give novice classes that should have been taught by accepted. All too many Aes Sedai disliked the situation. Gossip said that petitions had been presented to the Amyrlin requesting a return to normal routines, but if so, Tamra rejected them. The sisters' faces remained masks of serenity, yet frequently the eyes of even the mildest flashed with a fire that made novices squeak and accepted step very gingerly. In the depths of winter's cold, the tower seemed feverish. Sayuan never spoke of her own experiences, but Moiraine quickly realized that she herself attracted particularly heated looks from nearly every Aes Sedai she encountered, and she understood why. Unlike the rest, she and Sayuan could have given novice classes and taken their own lessons at a more reasonable hour. A few sisters who taught others at night pronounced themselves busy when either of them tried to schedule a lesson. In some ways, Aes Sedai could be as petty as anyone else, though that was something no accepted dared say aloud. Moiraine hoped these small enmities would fade soon. Paltry irritations sometimes had a way of festering into lifelong antagonisms. What could she do, though? Apologize humbly to those who seemed most angry, begging their indulgence and hope. She would not give up the lists. Not all sisters were so reluctant. Karine met with her to discuss the relatively few facts known to historians of Artur Hawkwing's empire. Malin tested her on the ancient writer Willem of Menashes and his influence on the Saldean philosopher Shavena Kyenzi, and Aisha questioned her closely on the differences in the structure of law in Shi'enar and Amadisha. Have asked why they were still in the tower. Why were they not out hunting down the names on the list? Why? And yet, she knew the answer. What had to be the answer? Nothing else fit, but they felt no urgency. Taking the boy from his mother straightaway would be cruel. Maybe they thought they had years to find him, but if that was the case, they had not even seen the list yet, with so many entries lacking as much as a home village. Maybe they were waiting for its completion. She hoped there were other searchers, because Sayuan reported Valera and Ludus were still in the tower. No urgency. Moiraine burned with it. Rumor said the fighting continued, many leagues southeast, but only in skirmishes, though some were said to be fierce. Apparently no one among the commanders of the coalition army wanted to press too hard on dangerous foes who were, after all, in retreat. That last was certain, at least, reported by Aes Sedai. Rumor said many of the Merindians and Alterans had already packed up and headed south for home, that the Amadishans and Gildanan planned on following soon. Rumor added that word had come of troubles along the Blight, and the Borderlanders would soon ride north. Aes Sedai, it seemed, paid no heed to rumors. She tried bringing the tales up with them, but rumor is irrational and has no place here, child, Malin told her firmly, her gaze serene above the teacup balanced on her fingertips. Now, when Shavena said that reality is illusion, where did she gain insight from Willem and what was her own? If you want to talk of rumors, make them rumors of Hawkwing, Karine said, voice sharp. She always toyed with one of her knives while teaching, using it for a pointer. Tonight, it was a poor man's belt knife, so old that the wooden handle was cracked and warped. The light knows, half what we have of him is rumor. Aisha sighed and pointed a stout finger, her soft brown eyes suddenly quite hard. A plain-faced woman who could have passed for a farmer's wife, she wore a wealth of jewelry, earrings with large fire drops, long necklaces of both emeralds and rubies, but only the golden great serpent for a finger ring. If you cannot keep your mind on the matter at hand, perhaps a visit to Meereen is in order. Yes, I thought you'd say that. No, making them see the urgency was just impossible. All she could do was wait. And practice not grinding her teeth. Light, let her test soon. With the shawl on her shoulders, she would be out of the tower and searching for the boy like an arrow leaving the bow. Soon, but not before she had all of the names. Oh, it was such a quandary. The Accepted's quarters seethed with rumors more than usual, though not about who had had a spat with whom or which Green was said to be behaving scandalously with a warder. These tales were gotten from guardsmen, from soldiers, from men and women in the camps, about the fighting, about men who had died heroically, and those who had been heroes and still lived. Those were particularly talked over. Such a one might have the qualities of a warder, a subject much discussed by Accepted, save the few who already least that reduced the chances that the right woman would slip away unknown, but if she was already entered and already gone, would she be among those who would be easily found? Moiraine could have screamed from frustration. Elida Baraim had a story from an Aes Sedai, though she insisted it was no rumor. I heard Adalorna tell Shemaine, Elid said with a smile. Elid always smiled when she saw herself in a mirror, and when she smiled, she always seemed to be looking into one. A gusting evening breeze in the well rippled the waves of golden hair framing her perfect face. Her eyes were like large sapphires, her skin like rich cream. The only fault in her appearance that Moiraine could see was an overabundance of bosom. And she was very tall, nearly as tall as most men. Men smiled at Elid, when they did not leer. Novices mooned after her, and too many fools among the Accepted envied her. Adalorna said Jatera had a foretelling that Tarmon Gai'don will come during the lifetimes of sisters now breathing. I can't wait. I intend to choose Green, you know. Every Accepted knew that. I mean to have 6 warders when I ride to the last battle. Every Accepted knew that, too. Elid was always telling you what she intended to do. She almost always did it, too. That hardly seemed fair. So, Moiraine said softly when Elid had joined the others streaming off to supper. Jatera did have other foretellings. At least one, and if one, then perhaps more. Sayuin frowned. We already know the last battle is coming. She fell silent while Katarine and Serene passed, talking wearily of whether they were too tired to eat, then went on once they were beyond earshot. What does it matter if Jatera had a dozen foretellings, or 100? Sayuin, did you never wonder how Tamra could be certain this is the time, that the boy will be born now? I would say it is very likely that at least one of those other foretellings spoke of him. Something that, put with what we heard her say, told Tamra that now is the time. It was Moiraine's turn to frown, in thought. Do you know how the foretelling was with Jatera? It took different women in different ways, including how they gave voice to a foretelling. The way she spoke, he could have been being born at that instant. Maybe the shock of that was what killed her. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Sayuin said glumly, then gave herself a shake. Light, let's go eat. You still need practice. They had resumed the practicing, too, at least at night, and Myrelle continued to help, when she was not so tired that she went straight to her bed after supper. Or sometimes before. Enough of the Accepted did one or the other that the galleries were still and silent long before the lamps were extinguished. The practice went poorly for Moiraine, especially in the beginning. The very first night, Elida entered her room while she was suffering Sayuin and Myrelle's torments on her flowered rug. The fire had been built as high as the small hearth would accept, but the best that could be said was that the blaze took the edge off the chill. At least it was not freezing. I'm glad to see your shawl as though on appointed duties. Moving to a corner facing Moiraine, she folded her arms beneath her breasts. Continue. I wished to observe. There was nothing for it but to obey. Perhaps spurred by Elida's presence, Sayuin and Myrelle did their very best. Which meant their very worst for startling slaps and pinches, sudden bangs beside Moiraine's ear and switch-like blows across her legs, always just when she needed her concentration most. She tried not to look at Elida, but the sister stood where she could not avoid seeing her. Aleda's judgmental gaze made her nervous, yet maybe it inspired her, as well. Or drove her. Focusing herself, concentrating with all she had, she managed to complete 61 weaves before the 62nd collapsed in a tangle of earth, air, water and spirit that left her skin clammy until she let it dissipate. Not a wonderful performance, but neither was it so terrible. She had come close to completing all 100 on numerous occasions, but she had actually done it only twice, once by the skin of her teeth. Pitiful, Aleda said, cold as ice. You'll never pass like that. And I want you to pass, child. You will pass, or I'll make you take off your skin and dance in your bones before you're sent away. You two are pitiful friends, if that's how you help her. We knew how to practice when I was accepted. Directing Sayuan and Myrel to the corner where she had been standing, she took their place at the table. This will show you how it is done properly. Again, child. Wetting her lips, Moiraine turned her back. Myrel gave her an encouraging smile, and Sayuan nodded confidently, but she could see their worry. What would Aleda do? She began. As soon as she embraced the power, flashes of light began streaking across her line of vision, leaving black and silver flecks dancing in her eyes. Bangs and piercing whistles made her ears ring. Blows as from hard-swung straps or switches struck her one after another. It was all continuous, with no let-up until she completed a weave, and then only a short pause until she began to weave again. And all the while, Aleda harangued her in a cold, matter-of-fact tone. Faster, child. You must weave faster. The weave must almost leap into being complete. Faster, faster. Clutching at serenity with her fingernails, Moiraine reached only the 12th weave before her concentration broke completely. The weave not only collapsed, she lost Sadar entirely. Blinking, she tried to clear the dancing flecks from her sight. And more successfully, to blink back tears. Pain covered her from shoulders to ankles, bruises aching, welts throbbing, stinging from sweat. A constant chime was sounding in her ears. Thank you, Aes Sedai, Sayuan said quickly. We see what we must do, now. Myrel's hands were clutching her skirts in fists. Her face was ashen, her eyes wide with horror. Again, Aleda said, it took everything Moiraine had in her to make herself turn her back once more. The only difference was that she finished just 9 weaves this time. Again, Aleda said, on the 3rd try, she completed 6 weaves, and only 3 on the 4th. Sweat rolled down her face. After a while, the flashing lights and ear-piercing whistles hardly seemed more than annoyances. Oh, the endless beating, and the endless pain. On the 5th attempt, she fell to her knees weeping beneath the first shower of blows. The pummeling ceased instantly, but huddling in on herself, she sobbed as though she would never stop. Oh, light, she had never hurt like this before. Never. She was not even aware of Sayuan kneeling beside her until the other woman said gently, "Can you stand, Moiraine?" Raising her head from the rug, she stared up at Sayuan's face, full of concern. With an effort she had not thought in her, she managed to master her weeping, barely, then nodded and began to push herself up laboriously. Bruised muscles did not want to lift her. Every movement scrubbed her shift against the sweat-stung welts, clothing her in burning agony. She will live, Aleda said dryly. A little pain tonight will drive the lesson home. You must be fast. I will come back in the morning to heal her. And you, too, Sayuan. Help her to the bed and begin. Sayuan's face paled, but when an Aes Sedai commanded, Moiraine did not want to watch, yet Sayuan had been forced to, so she held her eyes open by force of will. It made her want to begin weeping all over again. Often when they practiced, Sayuan managed to complete every last weave despite anything Moiraine could do. She never failed less than 2/3 of the way through. Tonight, under Aleda's strict tutelage, she managed 20 the first time. The second, it was 17, and 14 on the third. Her face was drained of color and slick with sweat. Her breath came raggedly, but she had not shed a tear. And when a weave failed, she started from the beginning again without so much as a moment's pause. On the fourth try, she finished 12. And 12 on the fifth, the sixth. Doggedly, she began to weave once more. "That's enough for tonight," Aleida said. Not one drop of pity touched her voice. Slowly, painfully, Sayuin turned, the light of Sadar vanishing. Her face was absolutely devoid of expression. Aleida went on calmly, adjusting the shawl on her shoulders. "Even if you managed to finish, as you are, you would still fail. There isn't a shred of serenity in you." She fixed first Sayuin and then Moiraine with a stern eye. "Remember, you must be serene whatever is done to you. And you must be fast. If you are slow, you will fail as surely as if you fall to panic or fear. Tomorrow night, we will see if you can do better." Sayuin waited until the door closed behind the Aes Sedai, then threw back her head. "Oh, light," she wailed, falling to her knees with a thud, and the tears she had held back came in torrents. Moiraine bounded from the bed. Well, she tried to bound. It was actually more of a pained hobble, and Myrel reached Sayuin first. The three of them knelt there, holding one another and weeping, Myrel as hard as she or Sayuin. Finally, Myrel pushed back, sniffing and wiping tears from her cheeks with her fingers. "Wait here," she said, as if they were in condition to go anywhere, and darted from the room. Soon she returned with a red-glazed jar the size of her two fists, and also Sheriam and Elid to help get Sayuin and Moiraine undressed and apply the ointment in the jar. "This is wrong," Elid said fiercely once the pair of them were naked and she was "Oh," Sayuin growled. "And how often have you had your ear flicked with the power by a sister, or gotten a stripe across your bottom?" A gasp broke from her mouth. "There's no need to rub that clear to the bone, is there?" "I'm sorry," Elid said in contrite tones. "I'll try to be easier." Vanity was a powerful fault, but that was her only real fault. Her only one. It was very hard to like Elid. "You two should report this. We could all go to Meereen." "No," Moiraine breathed hoarsely. Going on, the salve stung worse than the welts. It was better after. A little better. "I think Aleida really is trying to help us. She said she wants us to pass." Sayuin stared at her as though she had sprouted feathers. "I don't recall hearing her say that. Myself. I think she's trying to make us fail. Besides," Moiraine added, "who ever heard?" Oh, Sheriam muttered an apology, but the ointment still stung. Who ever heard of an accepted complaining without paying for it? That brought 3 nods. Grudgingly given, yet they nodded. Novices who complained received a gentle if firm explanation of why matters were how they were. Accepted were expected to know better. They were required to learn endurance every bit as much as history or the One Power. "Maybe she'll decide to leave you alone," Sheriam said, but she did not sound as if she believed it would happen. When they finally departed, Myrel left the jar of ointment behind. Only Varen's vile-tasting concoction let them sleep, huddled beneath the blankets in Moiraine's narrow bed, and it was the grim reminder of that jar sitting on the mantel that warred with sleep as much as their welts and bruises. Aleida was as good as her word, appearing before daybreak to use healing on them. And it was used, not offered. She merely cupped their heads between her hands and wove without asking. When the intricate weave of spirit, air and water touched her, Moiraine gasped and convulsed. For a moment it felt as though she were totally immersed in icy water, but when the weave vanished, her yellowing bruises were gone. Unfortunately, Aleida supplied a new crop that night, and another on the following. Moiraine lasted through 7 attempts and then 10 before pain and tears overwhelmed her. Sayuin made 10 on the second night and 12 on the third. And Sayuin never wept until Aleida was gone. Not one tear. Sheriam, Myrel and Elid must have kept watch, for each night, after Aleida left, they appeared to offer commiseration while undressing Sayuan and her and spreading the salve on their injuries. Elid even tried telling jokes, but no one felt like laughing. Moiraine began to wonder whether the jar held enough ointment to last. Had she misheard? Could Sayuan be right, that Aleida wanted them to fail? A cold terror settled in her belly, a leaden lump of ice. She was afraid that the next time, she would beg Aleida to stop. But Aleida would not. She was certain of that, and it made her want to cry. On the morning after Aleida's third visit, though, it was Meereen who woke them in Sayuan's bed and offered healing. "She will not trouble you in this manner again," the motherly Aes Sedai told them once their bruises were gone. "How did you find out?" Moiraine asked, hurriedly pulling her shift over her head. With them sleeping like the dead under the influence of Varen's mixture, the fire had burned down to ashes in the night, and the air in the room was cold, if not quite so cold as it had been only days earlier, but the floor was little warmer. She snatched up her stockings from where they had been left draped over a chairback. "I have my ways, as you should know," Meereen replied mysteriously. Moiraine suspected Myrelle or Sheriam or Elid, if not all three, but Meereen was Aes Sedai. Never a straight answer when mystery would do, and perhaps do better. In any case, she very nearly earned herself an imposed penance, and I informed her that I'd ask the Amyrlin for mortification of the flesh. And I reminded her that what I must deal to sisters is harsher than what I give novices or accepted. She was convinced. Why shouldn't she get a penance for what she did to us? Sayuan asked, reaching behind herself to do up the buttons on her dress. The mistress of novices raised an eyebrow at her tone, which came very close to demanding. But perhaps she believed they deserved a little leeway after Aleida. Had she used Saidar to punish or coerce you, I'd have seen her strapped to the triangle for birching, yet what she did broke no law. Marian's eyes twinkled suddenly, and her lips curved in a small smile. Perhaps I shouldn't tell you, but I will. Her penance would have been for helping you cheat in the test for the shawl. All that saved her was the question of whether it actually was cheating. I trust you will accept her gift in the spirit it was given. After all, she paid a price in humiliation for giving it when I confronted her. Believe me, Aes Sedai, I will, Sayuan said flatly. What she meant was plain. Meereen sighed and shook her head, but said nothing more. The icy lump that had melted from Moiraine's middle when she learned there would be no further lessons from Aleida returned twice as large. She had almost helped them cheat. Could she have given them a foretaste of the actual test for the shawl? Light, if the test meant being beaten the whole way. Oh, Light, how could she possibly pass? But whatever comprised the test, every woman who wore the shawl had undergone it and succeeded. She would, as well. Somehow, she would. She pushed Myrelle and Sayuan to be harder on her, but though they sometimes made her weep, they refused to do what Aleida had done. Even so, again and again she failed to complete all 100 weaves. That lump of ice grew a little larger every day. They did not see Aleida again for 2 days, and then it was on their way to dinner at midday. The Red Sister stopped beside a tall stand lamp at the sight of them, speaking not a word as they curtsied. Still silent, she turned to watch as they passed her. Her face was a severe mask of serenity, but her eyes burned. Her gaze should have scorched the wool of their dresses. Moiraine's heart sank. Clearly, Aleida thought they had gone to the mistress of novices themselves. And she had paid a price in humiliation, according to Meereen. Moiraine could think of several ways that the thread of a penance could be used to make Aleida give way, and every one of them would have wrung the sister with humiliation. The only question was, how hard had Meereen wrung? When she told Sayuan as much, and her reasoning, the taller woman grunted sourly. Well, I never wanted to be her friend, did I? I tell you, once I gain the shawl, if she ever tries to harm me again, I'll make her pay. Oh, Siuan, Moiraine laughed. Aes Sedai do not go about harming one another. But her friend would not be assuaged. 1 week to the day after Jatera made her foretelling, the weather warmed suddenly. The sun rose in a cloudless sky on what seemed like a cool spring day, and before sunset most of the snow had melted. All of it was gone around Dragonmount, except on the very peak. The ground around the mountain had its own warmth, and snow always melted there first. The limit had been set. It was a boy born within those 10 days that they sought. 2 days later, the number who met the criteria began to dwindle sharply, and near a week on, 5 days had passed without another name being added to their small books. They could only hope that no more were found, though. 9 days after the thaw, in the dim light before dawn, Meereen appeared on the gallery as Siuan and Moiraine were leaving for breakfast. She was wearing her shawl. Moiraine de Madrid, she said formally, you are summoned to be tested for the shawl of an Aes Sedai. The light keep you whole and see you safe. Chapter 9 It begins. Meereen barely allowed time for a quick hug from Siuan before leading Moiraine away, and with every step, the lump of ice in Moiraine's middle grew. She was not ready. In all of her practices, she had managed to complete all of the weaves only twice, and never under anything approaching the pressure Elaida had put on her. She was going to fail and be put out of the tower. She was going to fail. Those words throbbed in her head, a drumbeat marking the walk to the headsman's axe. She was going to fail. As she followed Meereen down a narrow staircase that spiraled deep into the bedrock beneath the tower, a thought occurred to her. If she failed, she would still be able to channel, at least so long as she remained circumspect. The tower frowned on ostentation in the women who were sent away, and when the tower frowned on something, only fools failed to take heed. The sisters said those sent away all but gave up touching Sadar for fear of overstepping the tower's strictures inadvertently, but giving up that rapture was beyond her comprehension. She knew she never would, whatever happened. Another thought, seemingly unconnected. If she failed, she would still be Moiraine de Madrid, scion of a powerful if disreputable house. Her estates would no doubt need years to recover from the ravages of the Aiel, but surely could still supply an adequate income. A third thought, and it all came together, so obvious that disliked outsiders meddling in its affairs, and she would be an outsider, then. Rulers had learned bitter regret for interfering where the tower planned. How much worse for a young exile, however powerful her house. No matter. What would be, would be. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, she murmured, earning a sharp look from Meereen. The ritual was far from complex, but it must be adhered to. That she had forgotten that once below ground she must be silent until addressed said little for her chances in the actual test. It was very odd. She wanted to be Aes Sedai more than she wanted life, yet the knowledge that she could take up the search, whatever happened here, the knowledge that she would, quieted that drumbeat in her head. It even made the frozen lump dwindle. A little, one way or another, in a few days she would begin her own search. Light let it be as Aes Sedai. The lofty passages Meereen led her along, carved through the rock of the island, as wide as any in the tower, were lit by lamps in iron brackets high on the pale walls, though many crossing corridors lay shrouded in darkness, or with only widely spaced lamps making small lonely pools of light. The smooth stone floor was free of any speck of dust. The way had been prepared for them. The air was cool and dry, and, beyond the faint scuff of their slippers, silent. Except for storerooms on the highest levels, these basements were seldom used, and everything was plain and unadorned. Dark wooden doors lined the corridors, all shut, and, as they went deeper, securely locked. Many things were kept down here safe from prying eyes. What was done down here was never for outside eyes, either. On the very lowest level, Meereen stopped before paired doors larger than any they had passed, as tall and wide as fortress gates, but polished to glistening and lacking iron straps. The Aes Sedai channeled, and flows of air swung the doors open silently on well-oiled hinges. Taking a deep breath, Moiraine followed her into a large, round, domed chamber ringed by stand lamps. Their light, reflected from the polished white stone walls, dazzled after the comparative dimness of the passages. Blinking, her eyes went immediately to the object centered beneath the dome, a great oval ring, narrow at top and bottom, its rounded rim little thicker than her arm. Well above a span in height and perhaps a pace across at its widest, it glittered in the lamplight, now silver, now gold or green or blue or swirls of all, never the same for more than a moment, and, a seeming impossibility, it stood unsupported. That was a Tarangrel, a device made to use the one power in the long-ago age of legends. Within it, she would be tested. She would not fail. She would not attend, Meereen said formally. The other Aes Sedai already in the chamber, one from each Aja, came to stand in a ring around them, fringed shawls draped on their shoulders. One was Elaida, and Moiraine's heart fluttered uneasily. To be tried. Calm was all important, but though her voice sounded it, within was another matter. She could not shake Elaida from her thoughts. For what reason should you be tried? So that I may learn whether I am worthy. All of the sisters would try to make her fail. That was the test, after all. But Elaida might try the hardest. Oh, Light, what could she do? For what would you be found worthy? To wear the shawl. And with that, she began to disrobe. According to ancient custom, she must test clad in the light, symbolizing that she trusted to the light's protection alone. As she undid her belt, she suddenly remembered the small book in her pouch. If that were discovered, but to falter now was to fail. She laid belt and pouch on the floor beside her feet and reached behind her back to work at her buttons. Therefore I will instruct you, Meereen went on. You will see this sign upon the ground. She channeled, and her finger drew a six-pointed star in the air, two overlapping triangles written for an instant in fire. Moiraine felt one of the sisters behind her embrace Saidar, and a weave touched the back of her head. Remember what must be remembered, the sister murmured. It was Anaya, the blue. But this was not part of what she had been taught. What did it mean? She made her fingers march steadily along the buttons down her back. It had begun, and she must proceed in utter calm. When you see that sign, you will go to it immediately, at a steady pace, neither hurrying nor hanging back, and only then may you embrace the power. The weaving required must begin immediately, and you may not leave that sign until it is completed. Remember what must be remembered, Anaya murmured. When the weave is complete, Meereen said, you will see that sign again, marking the way you must go, again at a steady pace, without hesitation. Remember what must be remembered. 100 times you will weave, in the order you have been given and in perfect composure. Remember what must be remembered, Anaya murmured for a final time, and Moiraine felt the weaving settle into her, much as healing did. All of the sisters save Meereen moved away and formed a circle around the Tarangrel. Kneeling on the stone floor, each embraced Saidar. Surrounded by the light of the power, they channeled, and the color shifting of the oval ring increased in speed, until it flashed like a kaleidoscope attached to a mill wheel. All of the 5 powers they wove, in a complexity nearly as great as anything required in the test, every sister concentrating on her task. No, not true, not completely. Elaida glanced away, and her gaze was stern and heated when it touched Moiraine. A red-hot awl fit to bore into her skull. She wanted to wet her lips, yet perfect composure meant exactly that. Protection of the light or no. Removing her clothes in front, continuing to undress, she carefully folded each garment and placed it in a neat pile atop her belt and pouch. That should do. All of the sisters save Meereen would be occupied until her test was done. At least, she thought they would. And she doubted the mistress of novices would rummage through her clothing. In any case, there was nothing else to do, now. slipping off her great serpent ring, last of all, and laying the circlet of gold atop the rest brought a pang. Since winning that, she had worn it even when bathing. Her heart was racing, thudding so hard she was certain Marion must be able to hear. Oh, light, Aleida. She would have to be very wary. The woman knew how to break her. She must watch and be ready. After that, she could only stand and wait. Her skin quickly pebbled with gooseflesh in the cool air, and she wanted to shift her bare feet on the stone floor, which was more than cool. Perfect composure. She stood still, back straight, hands at her sides, and breathed evenly. Perfect composure. Light, help her. She refused to fail just because of Aleida. She refused. But that lump of ice in her belly spread its chill along her bones. She let none of it show. A perfect mask of composure. The air in the opening of the ring suddenly turned to a sheet of white. It seemed somehow whiter than the wool of her skirts, whiter than snow or the finest paper, yet rather than reflect the stand lamps, it seemed to absorb some of their light, making the chamber grow dim. And then, the tall oval ring began to revolve slowly on its base, without the slightest sound of stone grating against whatever it was made of. No one spoke. They did not need to. She knew what must be done. Unwavering, at least on the outside, she walked toward the turning ring at a steady pace, neither hurrying nor hanging back. She would pass, whatever Aleida did. She would. She stepped into the whiteness and through, and wondered where in the light she was and how she had come there. She was standing in a plain stone corridor lined with stand lamps, and the only door, at the far end, stood open on sunlight. In fact, the only way out. Behind her was a smooth wall. Very strange. She was certain she had never seen this place before. And why was she there unclothed? Only the certainty that she must display absolute calm kept her from covering herself with her hands. Anyone might walk in through that far door at any moment, after all. Suddenly she noticed a dress lying on a narrow table halfway down the hall. She was positive neither table nor dress had been there a moment earlier, but things did not suddenly appear from thin air. She thought she was certain of that. Fighting not to hurry, she walked to the table and found a full set of garments. The slippers were embroidered black velvet, the white shift and stockings of the finest silk, the dress of only slightly heavier material, in a dark, shimmering green, well cut and meticulously sewn. Bars of red, green and white, each 2 inches tall, made a narrow line of color down the front of the dress from the high neck to below knee level. How could a dress with her own house colors be here? She could not recall the last time she had worn a dress in that style, which was very odd, for surely it had passed out of fashion no more than a year or 2 ago. Her memory seemed full of holes beyond explanation. The garments fit as though her own seamstress had measured her. Once she was dressed, she began to feel every inch the Lady Moiraine de Madrid. Only having her hair arranged in elaborate coils on the sides of her head could have made it more so. When had she begun wearing her hair loose? No matter. Inside Caerhyen, only a handful of people could order Moiraine de Madrid. Most obeyed her commands. She had no doubt she could maintain whatever serenity was necessary. Not now. The door at the end of the hallway opened onto a large, circular courtyard surrounded by tall brick arches supporting a columned walk. Gilded spires and domes suggested a palace, yet there was no one in sight. All lay silent and still beneath a clear spring sky. Spring, or a cool summer day, perhaps. She could not even remember what time of year it was. But she remembered who she was, the Lady Moiraine, who had been raised in the Sun Palace, and that was sufficient. She paused only long enough to locate the 6-pointed star, made of polished brass set into the paving stones in the center of the courtyard, and, gathering her skirts, stepped outside. She moved as one born in a palace, head high, unhurrying. At her second step, the dress vanished, leaving her in her shift. That was impossible. By force of will, she continued her regal walk. Serene, confident. 2 more steps, and her shift melted away. By the time silk stockings and lace garters went halfway to the shiny brass star, they seemed a grievous loss. That made no sense, but at least they had been some covering. A steady pace, serene and confident. 3 men strolled out from one of the brick arches, bulky, and shaven fellows in rough woven coats, the sort who wasted their days drinking in taverns or the common rooms of inns. Certainly not men who would be allowed to wander inside a palace. Color touched her cheeks even before they noticed her and began leering. Ogling her. Anger flashed in her, and she suppressed it. Serenity. A steady movement, neither hurrying nor hanging back. It had to be so. She did not know why, only that it must be. One of the men raked his fingers through his greasy hair as though to straighten it, making a greater mess in the process. Another straightened his ragged coat. They began sauntering toward her, oily smirks twisting their faces. She had no fear of them, just the burning consciousness that these ruffians were seeing her without a stitch. Without a single stitch. Yet she dared not channel until she reached the star. Utter calm and a steady pace. Deep buried anger twitched and strained, but she held it down. Her foot touched the brass star, and she wanted to gasp with relief. Instead, she turned to face the 3 louts and, embracing Sadar, channeled air in the required weave. A solid wall of air, 3 paces high, flashed into being around them, and she tied it off. That was allowed. It rang with the sound of steel when one of them struck it. There was a 6-pointed star gleaming in the brickwork at the top of the very arch the men had come out of. She was certain it had not been there earlier, yet it certainly was now. Walking at a steady pace became difficult past another's shoulders. Again, she was not afraid of them. Just of them seeing her naked again. Color stained her cheeks once more. It was very hard not to pick up her step. But she concentrated on that. On keeping her face smooth and unruffled however red. Stepping through the arch, she turned, ready in case they light. Where was she? And why was she unclothed? Why was she holding Sadar? She released it uneasily as well as reluctantly. She knew she had completed the first weave of 100 she must make, out there in that empty courtyard. She knew that much and no more. Except that she must go on. Luckily, a set of garments lay on the floor just inside the arch. They were rough wool and thick, the stockings scratchy, yet they fit as though made for her. Even the heavy leather shoes. Ugly things, but she put them on. It was very strange, given that what had seemed a palace courtyard lay behind her, but the doorless corridor she walked along was rough-dressed stone, lit by lamps set in iron brackets high on the walls. More suited to a fortress than a palace. It was not entirely doorless, of course. It could not be. She had to go on, and that meant she had to go somewhere. Even odder than the corridor was what the lone doorway at the far end revealed. A tiny village lay before her, a dozen small thatch-roofed houses and ramshackle barns, apparently abandoned in a dire drought. Warped doors creaked on their hinges as the wind blew dust along the single dirt street beneath a pitiless noonday sun. The heat struck her like a hammer, drenching her in sweat before she had gone 10 paces. She was suddenly glad for the stout shoes. The ground was rocky, and might well have burned her in slippers. One stone well stood in the middle of what might once have been called the village green, a patch of dry dirt with scattered tufts of desiccated grass. On the cracked green tiles that made a rim around the well, where once men and women had stood to draw water, someone had painted a 6-pointed star in red paint now faded pale and chipped. As soon as she stepped onto that star, she began to channel air and fire, then earth. As far as she could see lay parched fields and twisted, bare-branched trees. Nothing moved in that landscape. How had she come here? However it had happened, she wanted to be away from this dead place. Suddenly, she was ensnared in black claw bushes, the dark inch-long thorns driving through her woolens, pricking her cheeks, her scalp. She did not bother with thinking it was impossible. She just wanted out. Every piercing burned, and she could feel blood trickling from some. Calm. She must display complete calm. Unable to move her head, she tried to feel for a way to pull at least a few of the tangled brown branches away, and very nearly gasped as sharp points dug into her flesh. Fresh blood dribbled down her arms. Calm. She could channel other weaves than what was required, but how to get rid of these cursed thorns? Fire was useless. The bushes looked dry as tinder, and burning them would envelop her in flames, too. She continued weaving while she thought, of course. Spirit, then air. Spirit followed by earth and air together. Air, then spirit and water. Something moved on one of the branches, a small dark more than the gray marking on its back that resembled a human skull. One bite could sicken a strong man for days. Two could kill him. Still weaving the useless snarl of the 5 powers. Why would she want to weave such a thing? But she must. Still weaving, she swiftly divided the flows and touched the spider with a tiny but very intricate weave of fire. The thing flashed to ash so quickly it did not so much as scorch the branch. It would not take much to set the bushes alight. Before she could feel relief, however, she spotted another spider crawling toward her, and killed it with that small weave, and then another, and another. Light, how many were there? Her eyes, the only part of her that could move, searched hurriedly, and almost everywhere they lit, she found another death's head, crawling toward her. Every one she saw, she killed, but so many where her eyes could find them begged the question. How many were below her sight? Or behind her? Calm. Burning spiders as rapidly as she could locate them, she began to weave faster at that great useless lump. In several places, thin tendrils of smoke rose from blackened spots on the branches. Holding her face in a smooth, frozen mask, she wove faster and faster. Dozens more spiders died, and more tendrils of smoke rose, some thicker. Once the first flame showed, it would spread like the wind. Faster, faster. The last threads fell into place in the worthless weave, and as soon as she stopped weaving, the black claw bushes vanished. They were simply gone. The thorn pricks were not, but they hardly concerned her right then. She very much wanted to scramble out of her clothes and shake them out thoroughly. Using flows of air, the spiders on the bushes had disappeared with the bushes, but what about any that might have crawled onto her dress? Or inside it? Instead, she searched for another 6-pointed star, and found it carved above the door of one of the thatch-roofed houses. Once inside, she could search her clothing. Calmly, she stepped through into pitch blackness, and found herself wondering where she was and how she had gotten there. Why was she dressed in a farmer's woolens, and why was she bleeding as though she had rolled in a thornbush? She knew that she had completed 2 of the 100 weaves she must make, and nothing more. Not even where the first had been made. Nothing except that the way she must go lay through this house. She did look back at the bleak landscape behind her. All she could see ahead was a faint patch of light across the room. Strange. She was sure the windows had been unshuttered. Perhaps that glow indicated some way out. A crack beside a door, perhaps. She could have made a light, but she must not embrace the power again yet. Darkness held no fears for her, but she walked carefully to avoid bumping into anything. Nothing impeded her, though. For nearly a quarter of an hour she walked, with the patch of light slowly growing larger, before realizing that what she saw was a doorway. A quarter of an hour. In a house she could have walked around twice in a quarter of that. A very peculiar place, this. A dream, she would have thought, had she not known it was not. It took almost as long again to reach the doorway, which opened onto a scene as strange as that long walk. A solid wall of massive stones, 5 paces high and 30 on a side, surrounded a stone-paved square, but she saw nothing beyond it, not one building, not a tree. Nor were there any gates or doors. The one she had come out of was gone when she glanced back. A very casual glance, with her face holding its mask of calm as though it were carved. The air was moist and spring-like, the sky bright and clear save for a few drifting white clouds, yet that failed to dent the ominous feel of the place. The six-pointed star, a span across, was carved into the center of the square, and she walked toward it as close to quickly as she dared. Just before she reached it, a massive form in spiked mail pulled itself up on the wall and dropped down inside. It was as tall as an ogier, but no amount of squinting could make it seem human, though the body was human in form. A wolf's jaws and twitching ears made a horror of a face otherwise that of a man. She had seen drawings of Trollocs, but never before one in the flesh. Shadowspawn born of the war that ended the Age of Legends, servants of the Dark One, Trollocs inhabited the shadow-corrupted Blight along the borderlands. Could she be in the Blight? Her blood chilled at the thought. Behind her, she heard the thud of boots landing heavily, and of hooves. Not all Trollocs had human feet. The wolf-muzzled creature drew a huge, scythe-curved sword that had been hanging on its back and began to run at her. Light, the thing was fast. She heard more running feet, running hooves. More Trollocs dropped over the wall ahead of her, faces marred with eagles' beaks and boars' tusked snouts. One more step, and she was on the star. Straightaway, she embraced Sadar and began to weave. The required weave first, but as soon as the first strands of air, earth and spirit were laid down, she divided her flows, making a second weave, and a third, of fire. There were a number of ways to produce balls of fire, and she chose the simplest. Throwing with both hands, she hurled them at the nearest Trollocs and spun, still weaving fire. She had to pause in the more important weave, but so long as she was quick enough light, there were a dozen Trollocs in the square with her, and more climbing over the walls. With both hands she threw, as fast as she could weave, aiming for those closest, and where her fireballs struck, they exploded, decapitating a creature with a ram's snout and horns, blowing a goat-horned Trolloc in two, ripping off legs. She felt no pity. Trollocs took human prisoners only for food. Completing her spin, she was just in time to catch the major weave on the point of collapse. Just in time to hurl balls of fire that removed an eagle-beaked head, only paces away, and half the torso of a wolf-muzzled Trolloc that staggered across the edge of the star before toppling in a lifeless sprawl. It was not going to work. There were too many Trollocs, with more crossing the walls all the while, and she could not neglect the important weave even spinning as quickly as she could. There had to be a way. She would not fail. Somehow, the thought of being killed and eaten by Trollocs never entered into it. She would not fail. That was the whole. Abruptly, the way came to her, and she smiled and began to hum the quickest court dance that she knew. Perhaps the way. A chance, in any case. The rapid steps took her around the rim of the star without ever requiring her to lose sight of the weave she had to complete above all else. After all, however quickly her feet moved, what could be more serene than a court dance? The finest Mardina lace. Dancing, she wove, hurling fire with both hands, killing Shadowspawn with both hands. Sometimes they came so close that their blood spattered her face, sometimes so close that she had to dance out of their way as they fell, dance away from their down-curving swords, but she ignored the blood and danced. The final weave fell into place, and she let the whole thing evaporate, but there were still Trollocs in the square. A quick step took her to the center of the star, where she danced in a tiny circle, back to back with an imaginary partner. Working 3 separate weaves at once had left her exhausted, but she summoned the strength to manage 3 again. Dancing, she hurled fire and called lightning from the sky, harrowing the square with explosions. At last, nothing moved except for her, dancing. She circled 3 more times before she realized it and stopped. stopped humming. There was an archway in the wall now, a shadowed opening with the star carved above it. Her heart turned to ice. An archway that led out to where the Trollocs had come from. Into the Blight. Only madmen entered the Blight willingly. Gathering her rough skirts, she made herself cross that charnel square toward the gate. It was the way she had to go. Chapter 10. It finishes. 99 Weaves. She found the six-pointed star laid out in round river stones amid the towering dunes of a desert where the heat made her lightheaded and sucked the moisture from her skin before sweat had time to form. She found it drawn in the snow on a mountainside where gale winds beat at her and lightning struck all around, and in a great city of impossible towers where people babbled at her incomprehensibly. She found it in a night-shrouded forest, in a blackwater swamp, in a marsh of tall grass that cut like knives, on farms and plains, in hovels and palaces. Sometimes she found it while she was clothed, but her clothing frequently vanished, and just as often, she had none to begin. Sometimes she was suddenly bound with ropes or manacles, bent into contorted positions that twisted her joints, or hanging suspended by her wrists or ankles. She faced poisonous serpents and toothed water lizards 3 spans long, rampaging wild boars and hunting lions, hungry leopards and stampeding herds of wild cattle. She was stung by hornets and ground wasps, bitten by swarms of ants and horseflies and insects she did not recognize. Mobs carrying torches tried to drag her away for burning, white cloaks to hang her, robbers to stab her, footpads to strangle her. And every time, she forgot, and wondered how she had gotten a slash across her cheek, what had to be a sword cut along her ribs, 3 gouges down her back that must have come from claws, other wounds and injuries and bruises that left her bleeding, limping. And she was weary. Oh, so weary, down to the bone. More than channeling even 99 Weaves could explain. Clutching her plain woolen skirts, she hobbled to the 6-pointed star, marked out in red tiles beside a burbling marble fountain in a small garden surrounded by a colonnade of thin, fluted columns. She could barely stand, and maintaining a smooth face took her to the limits of her ability. Pain throbbed in every part of her. No, agony was a better description than pain. But this was the last. Once it was done, this would be done as well, whatever this was, and she would be free to seek healing. If she could find an Aes Sedai. Otherwise, a reader would do. This was another of the useless weaves, producing only a shower of shining colorful flecks if woven correctly. Incorrectly woven, it would redden her skin, painfully, as from a bad sunburn. She began very carefully. Her father walked out of the colonnade right in front of her, in a long coat of a style at least a year out of fashion, with bars of the House de Madrid colors marching from his high collar down to below his knees. He was very tall, for a Carhanan man, just an inch short of 6 feet, with hair more gray than not worn in a club at the nape of his neck. He had always stood straight as a blade, except when bending to let her leap into his arms as a child, but now his shoulders were slumped. She could not understand why the sight of him made her suddenly teary. "Moiraine," he said, worry adding lines to his gentle face, "you must come with me immediately. It is your mother, child. She is dying. There is just time, if you come now." It was too much. She wanted to weep. She wanted to rush off with him. She did neither. The weave seemed to complete itself in a sudden blur, and gaily glittering flecks fell around them. The display seemed especially bitter. She opened her mouth to ask where her mother was, and saw the second star behind him, worked in red tile above the colonnade just where he had first appeared. A steady pace, without hesitation. "I love you, father," she said calmly. Light, how could she stay calm? But she must. "Please tell mother that I love her with all my heart." Brushing past him, she limped toward the second star. She thought he called after her, that he ran after and plucked at her sleeve, but her mind was a haze from the effort of keeping a smooth face and a steady tread. A stumble, really, but she neither hung back nor hurried. She stepped between the fluted columns, beneath the star, and found herself staggering into a round white chamber, the reflected light of stand lamps dazzling her eyes. Memory crashed back into her, nearly buckling her knees. Unable to think as that torrent flooded in on her, she managed 3 more steps before stumbling to a halt. She remembered everything, the making of every weave, where every injury had been received. All of her missteps, her frantic efforts to hold on to some outward semblance of serenity. "It is done," Marine intoned, clapping her hands together with a loud crack. "Let no one ever speak of what has passed here. It is for us to share in silence with she who experienced it. It is done." Again she clapped her hands loudly, the blue fringe of her shawl swinging. "Moiraine de Madrid, you will spend tonight in prayer and contemplation of the burdens you will take up on the morrow, when you don the shawl of an Aes Sedai." Gathering her skirts, the mistress of novices started for the doors, but the rest of the sisters came quickly to Moiraine. All except Elaida, she realized. Shawl wrapped around her as though she felt the coolness, Elaida was leaving with Marine. "Will you accept healing, child?" Anaya asked. A hand taller than Moiraine, her plain features nearly overwhelmed agelessness and made her look more a farmer than an Aes Sedai despite her finely cut blue woolens with their intricate embroidery on the sleeves. "I don't know why I ask. You're not in as bad a state as some I've seen, but bad enough." "I passed," she said in amazement. If blushes counted as breaking calm, no one would ever reach the shawl, Anaya replied, adjusting her own with a laugh. Light, they had seen everything. Of course, they would have too, but she remembered a stunningly handsome man who had snatched her up and begun kissing her quite thoroughly just as she started the 43rd weave, and her face reddened. They had seen that. "You really should heal the child before she falls over," Anaya, Varen said. Short and dreamy-eyed, she was quite plump in her fine russet wool and brown-fringed shawl. Moiraine liked Varen, yet she felt a chill at the sight of her clothing in the brown sister's hands. "I suppose I should at that," Anaya said, and clasping Moiraine's head between her hands, she channeled. These injuries were far worse than the welts and bruises Elaida had given, and this time Moiraine felt as though she were caked in ice rather than dunked in cold water. When it passed, though, all of the cuts and gouges and gashes were gone. The weariness remained, seeming even heavier than before. And she was starving. How long had she been down here? Her carefully learned sense of time seemed utterly scrambled. One touch at her pouch told her the book was still there, but she could do no more in front of the sisters. Besides, she very much wanted to be clothed once more. But there was a question she wanted answered. Her tests had not been simply a matter of chance, completely a product of the Tarandrel. The continual assaults on her modesty left no doubts. "The last test was very cruel," she said, pausing with her dress ready to lift over her head. Pausing to watch their faces. "It is not to be spoken of, however cruel," Anaya said firmly. "Not ever, to anyone. But Yuan," a slim yellow, half glanced toward the door, displeasure in her gray eyes. So, Marine had been no part of the test. Elaida had tried to make her fail, and harder than anyone else, or the Aurfellan sister would not have disapproved. So, the other 3 sisters went their own way, but Anaya and Varen escorted her back above ground, using a different route than she had come down by. When they left her, she went to the room where she and Sayuin had spent so many days. She hurried to the Accepted's quarters, and was 3 times called down for it by sisters. She was still only accepted, until tomorrow. She all but ran, and found Sayuin's room and her own both empty. Some of the name-taking excursions were ending earlier, now, and it was well past midday, so she searched through the other rooms until she found Sheriam and Myrel sitting before the fire in Myrel's room, where the small rug had a ragged red fringe and the washbasin and pitcher were blue. "Marine came for Sayuin a little while ago," Myrel said excitedly. "For her test, did you?" Did you pass? Sheriam asked. Yes, she replied, and felt a touch of sadness at the sudden withdrawal in their faces. They even stood, hands going to skirts, almost making to curtsy. A gulf had opened between them. She was still accepted, until tomorrow, but friendship was at an end, until they also gained the shawl. They did not ask her to leave, yet neither did they ask her to stay, and they seemed relieved when she said she wanted to go to her room to wait alone for Sayuan's return. Once in her room, she examined the book in her belt pouch, but nothing indicated that it had been touched, no pages creased by someone reading carelessly. Which did not mean no one had read. But then, no one would have known what they were looking at unless they knew what Moiraine and Sayuan did. And Tamra's searchers. She offered a silent prayer of thanks that none of them had been among the sisters testing her. So far as she knew, a serving woman, or perhaps a novice, had laid a fire on the hearth and placed a tray on her small table, and removing the crisp white cloth that covered it revealed a larger meal than she thought she had ever eaten in her life. Piled slices of roasted beef, turnips with a cream sauce, broad beans with crumbly white goat cheese, cabbage with pine nuts. There was a round loaf of crusty brown bread, and a huge pot of tea. The tray must only just have been left, because everything was still warm. The tower had a way of timing things to a nicety. Much too much food, yet she ate every shred, even the bread. The whole loaf. Her whole body yearned for sleep, but that would never do. If Sayuan failed, and survived failing, let her live, at least. She would be brought back only long enough to gather her possessions and say her goodbyes. Moiraine refused to take the risk. So she curled up on her bed, but with a small leather-bound book. Hearts of Flame might be unsuitable for a novice, but it was one of her favorites. And Sayuan's. Now, she stared at the first page for minutes before realizing she had not read a word. She got up to pace a while before taking up the book again, yawning, but she still could not manage to hold a sentence. Sayuan would come back. She would not be put out of the tower. But there were so many ways to misstep, so many ways to fail. No, Sayuan would pass. She had to. It would be unfair for Moiraine to reach the shawl and not Sayuan. She knew her friend would be a better Aes Sedai than she could ever manage. Throughout the afternoon she heard the sounds of other accepted returning, some laughing, others complaining, all loudly. The noise always turned to stillness very quickly, though, something in spite of her huge, and late, dinner, but she did not go to the dining hall. For one thing, she doubted she could bear the stares of the others or, worse, their downcast gazes. For another, Sayuan might return while she was gone. She was on her bed, yawning and making yet another attempt at reading, when Sayuan walked in, her expression unreadable. "Did you?" Moiraine began, and could not finish. "It was as easy as falling off a boat," Sayuan answered. "Into a school of Silverpike. I almost swallowed my heart when I remembered this." She slapped her belt pouch, where she also carried her book of names, but after that, it went well. Her whole face suddenly turned bright red. She managed a smile through it. "We'll be raised together, Moiraine." Moiraine leapt to her feet, and laughing, they danced hand in hand for joy. She ached to ask what had happened in Sayuan's test. That furious blush from Sayuan begged intriguing questions, but to be shared in silence, and only then with the women who had shared it with you. How long since they too had failed to share everything? Even here, the shawl brought separations. "You must be starved," Moiraine said, stopping the dance. She was so tired, she had begun to stagger, and Sayuan was not much steadier. "And there must be a tray waiting in your room." She indicated the one on her table. It might have been brought up to her on this special occasion, but she was expected to carry the dirty dishes down herself. And feel lucky if she did not have to wash them, for waiting so long. "I could eat an oar, but there's better than food in my room." Sayuan grinned suddenly. I got 6 mice from one of the grooms this morning. We are practically sisters, Moiraine protested. We cannot put mice in someone's bed. Anyway, beyond improper, it would not be fair. Nearly everyone has been out for most of the day, and they must be as tired as you are. Practically sisters isn't the same as being, Moiraine. Think. It's our last chance. It really won't be proper once we have the shawl. Sayuan's grin faded to grimness. And Elaida hasn't been out of the tower that I know. Mice are a small repayment for those beatings, Moiraine. We owe her. We owe her. Moiraine drew breath. Without Elaida, she might never have practiced trying to weave faster, and without that, she might well have failed. But she suspected her father had not been Elaida's only special addition to her test. Too often, her weaknesses had been laid bare by someone who knew them particularly well. The woman had tried to make her fail. Only after you have eaten, she said. Chapter 11 just before Leiden. Well, sleep would have been beyond her in any case, simply because of what lay ahead this morning. Oh, why had she not argued Sayuan out of that mad prank? It was a question she had asked herself often during the night, and as foolish this time as the first. She rarely won arguments with Sayuan. If only Sayuan were with her now. Contemplating the burdens and duties of an Aes Sedai turned inevitably to the task Moiraine meant to take up, and the scale of that search had loomed larger and larger as the night went on, until it reared before her like unscalable dragonmount itself. Company would have helped, but the ritual was explicit. Each must be alone when they came for her. Missteps now brought no penalties beyond embarrassment, and likely a reputation as flighty dunces that they might never shake off. Of course, they might already have achieved the reputation. Yet it had seemed best to be beyond reproach as far as they could. Once dressed, she laid out her few belongings on the bed, but except for a change of shift and stockings, she left the remaining garments in the wardrobe. They would be washed and put away against a novice gaining the ring who could wear them. None among those currently in white would be able to wear those dresses, without huge alterations, anyway, but no matter. The White Tower was patient. The little book was snug in her belt pouch, the safest place she could think of. She had just put her small rosewood box on the bed, containing the few pieces of jewelry she had brought with her to the tower, when a knock came at the door, 3 firm raps. She jumped at the noise, and her heart fluttered. Suddenly, she was almost as nervous as before the test. It was very hard not to run to answer. Instead, she checked her hair carefully in the mirror on the washstand, used her hairbrush to tame a few strands that really did not need taming, laid the brush on the bed and only then went to the door. 7 sisters awaited her in the night, one from each Aja, all wearing their vine-covered shawls over silks or fine woolens, their faces ageless masks. So the ritual required. Elaida was the red, but Moiraine managed to meet the woman's stern gaze levelly, her features smooth. Well, as smooth as she could make them. Another hour, or just a little more, and they would be equals, at least to some degree. Never again would Elaida be able to make her quail. Without a word, she stepped outside, closing the door behind her for the last time, and wordlessly they formed a ring around her, escorting her along the dark gallery to Sayuan's door. Silence was required. Jain, a slim, copper-skinned Domani, knocked 3 times, the green fringe of her shawl swaying. Sayuan opened the door so quickly she must have been waiting on her toes for the 3rd knock. The ring of sisters parted to let her in, and her eyebrow twitched at the sight of Elaida, but at least she did not grimace, the light be thanked. Moiraine clenched her jaw to suppress a yawn. She would finish without breaking the proprieties. With the soft brush of their slippers on floor tiles they passed along corridors of the tower where nothing moved save themselves and the flames flickering atop the stand lamps. Moiraine was surprised not to see any servants. Much of their work was done in the hours before the sisters rose or after they retired for the night. In silence they climbed down into the levels beneath the tower, along well-lighted passages and past dark. The doors to the chamber where she and Sayuan had been tested stood open wide, but there in the corridor, they all stopped, the ring of A's Sedai breaking apart to form a line behind the two of them as they turned to face the gaping doorway. "Who comes here?" Tamra's voice demanded from within. "Moiraine de Madrid." Moiraine answered clearly, and if her face remained smooth, her heart fluttered with joy. This time, Sayuan spoke her own name at the same instant, defiance touching her tone, if only lightly. She insisted that Aleida would still find some way to rob them of the shawl, if she could. Their teachers had never brought up the matter of precedence. Perhaps they had never expected the two of them to march this far in complete lockstep. But Moiraine heard someone's breath catch behind her, and when Tamra spoke again, it was after a pause so slight that she might have imagined it. "For what reason do you come?" "To swear the 3 oaths and thereby claim the shawl of an Aes Sedai," they answered together. Breach of the proprieties or not, they intended to do everything together this morning insofar as possible. "By what right do you claim this burden?" "By right of having made the passage, submitting myself to the will of the White Tower." "Then enter, if you dare, and bind yourself to the White Tower." Hand in hand, they entered. Together. A smooth face and a steady tread, neither hurrying nor lagging back. The will of the tower awaited them in the flesh. Tamra, in pale brocaded blue with the Amerlin's striped stole around her neck, stood framed by the oval Tarangrel, its colors slowly shifting through silver and gold, blue and green, with Aeldra at her side in a darker shade of blue, holding a black velvet cushion in both hands. Along the circular wall stood the shawl-draped sitters in the hall of the tower, grouped by Aja, and in front of each 3 sitters, 2 more sisters of that Aja, shawled and each with another shawl folded over one arm. Expressionless eyes watched Sayuan and Moiraine cross the floor. The Tarangrel presented the first problem to their plan. The tall oval was too narrow for both to pass through at once, not without squeezing together, and that hardly conformed to the required dignity. This was one argument Moiraine had won. Sayuan gave her a look. It seemed impossible those blue eyes could turn sharp without altering her smooth expression, yet they did, and, gathering her skirts, stepped through with Moiraine following behind. Side by side they knelt in front of the Amerlin seat. From the velvet cushion Aeldra held, Tamra took the oath rod, a smooth ivory-white cylinder a foot long and only slightly thicker than Moiraine's wrist. A Tarangrel, the oath rod would bind them to the 3 oaths, and thus to the tower. For an instant, Tamra hesitated, as though uncertain which of them, but there was no time for thinking of how she should have known Sayuan was up to something when she gave in so easily. The glow of Saidar surrounded Tamra, and she touched the oath rod with a thin flow of spirit. Moiraine closed her hands around the rod. It felt like glass, only somehow smoother. "Under the light and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, I vow that I will speak no word that is not true." The oath settled on her, and suddenly the air seemed to press harder against her skin. Red as white, she thought. Up as down. She could still think a lie, but her tongue would not work to utter it now. "Under the light and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, I vow that I will make no weapon for one man to kill another." The pressure grew abruptly. It felt as though she had been sewn into an invisible garment, much too tight, that molded her from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. To her chagrin, sweat popped out on her forehead, yet she managed to keep her face calm. "Under the light and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, I vow that I will never use the one power as a weapon except against Shadowspawn, or in the last extreme of defending my life or that of my warder or another sister." That garment shrank to still greater snugness, and she breathed heavily through her nose, clamping her jaws to keep it from becoming a gasp. Invisible and utterly flexible, yet oh, so tight. This feeling that her flesh was being compressed would fade, but not entirely for a whole year. Light. She wondered how Aleida had enjoyed taking that last oath, with its mention of warders. The 3 oaths remained unchanged whatever Aja you intended to join. Thinking of that helped, a little. It is half done, the Amyrlin intoned, and the White Tower is graven on your bones. But she did not complete the ceremony. Instead, she took the rod and placed it in Siuan's hands. Moiraine fought down a smile. She could have kissed Tamra. There was no sweating or gasping from Siuan. She rendered the oaths in a clear, strong voice, never so much as blinking as each settled onto her. No physical hardship could faze Siuan, who had never wept until after Aleida was gone, had never shed a tear until they left Marian's study. Siuan had the heart of a lion. It is half done, and the White Tower is graven on your bones, Tamra said, replacing the oath rod on Aeldra's cushion. Rise now, Aes Sedai, and choose your Aja, and all will be done that may be done under the light. However much equanimity Siuan had shown swearing the oaths, she moved no less stiffly than Moiraine as they rose and curtsied formally to Tamra, bending to kiss her great serpent ring. Together, they walked toward the Blue Sisters. Slowly, with as much grace as they could muster, and not holding hands. That would never have done, not now. Like any accepted, they had often discussed which Aja they might enter, arguing merits and faults as though they knew more than the surface, yet for the last year or more, those discussions had been merely to prove a choice already made. The Blue sought to right wrongs, which was not always the same as seeking justice, like Greens and Greys. Seekers after causes, Varen had called Blues, and the capitals were there to be heard in her voice. Moiraine could not imagine belonging elsewhere. Siuan was smiling. Once their direction became clear, the sisters from other Ajas began making their courtesies to the Amyrlin and departing, first the Yellows, then the Greens, gliding from the chamber with their sitters leading the way in regal procession. The Browns left, and then the Whites. What set the order? Moiraine did not know, but once the Reds were gone, the last, Tamra glided from the chamber after them. What passed here now was for the Blue alone. Aeldra remained to watch. The 3 remaining sitters gathered around as copper-skinned lean, willowy and as tall as most men, bent to lay the blue-fringed shawl around Moiraine's shoulders, and Rafaela, slim, dark and pretty, performed the same office for Siuan. Neither had the ageless face yet, but they wore dignity like cloaks. The sitters were dignity incarnate. Stout Edith, with white hair spilling to her waist, kissed Siuan lightly on both cheeks and then Moiraine, each time murmuring, "Welcome home, sister. We have waited long for you." Anli, grave-faced and graying in green/blue and almost as many rings and necklaces as Jatera had worn, repeated the kisses and the words, and then Lelaine, whose solemn expression broke into a smile as she spoke. Lelaine became a great beauty when she smiled. "Welcome home, sister," Lean said, bending once more to kiss Moiraine. "We have waited long for you." Aeldra also kissed their cheeks and spoke words, then surprisingly added, "You each owe me a pie, made with your own hands. It's customary among us for the 6th sister who gives you the welcome kiss." Moiraine blinked and exchanged glances with Siuan. Was the ceremony done so abruptly? A pie. She doubted Aeldra would be able to eat hers. She had never cooked anything in her life. Edith clicked her tongue and adjusted her shawl along her arms. "Really, Aeldra," she said firmly. "Just because these 2 have chosen to step beyond the bounds in so many ways is no reason for you to forget your dignity." Now, long blue silk fringe swung as she raised her hands. "I charge you, Lean Sharif, escort Moiraine de Madrid that the White Tower may see that a Blue sister has come home. I charge you, Rafaela Sindel, escort Siuan Sanche that the White Tower may see that a Blue sister has come home." Gathering Aeldra, Edith led the other sitters from the chamber, but it seemed the rest of them were not entirely done. "Custom is a precious thing that should not be allowed to wither," Rafaela said, eyeing Siuan and her each in turn. Will you proceed to the Blue Aja quarters clad in the light, as ancient custom required? Sayuan clutched at her shawl as though she never meant to remove it, and Rafaela added hastily, and in your shawl, of course. To show that you need no protection beyond the light and the shawl of an Aes Sedai. Moiraine realized she was clutching her own shawl in identical fashion, and made her hands relax, stroking the silk softly with her fingers. The three oaths had made her Aes Sedai, yet oh, do give over, Rafaela, Lean said with a quick, reassuring smile shared between Moiraine and Sayuan. She had been accepted with them for a time, and by the warmth of that smile it seemed their friendship might be taking up where it had left off. 1,000 years ago, women came to be raised clad in the light and left the same way. Everyone here would have been. But the only part of that custom left is keeping the hallways clear until you reach the Aja's quarters, she explained briskly. Lean did everything briskly. I doubt anyone but a few Browns even remembers the custom. Rafaela is half mad with trying to bring back dead customs. Don't deny it, Rafaela. Remember the apple blossoms. Even the Greens don't remember what battle that was supposed to commemorate. Strangely, though Rafaela had reached the shawl a year before Lean, she only sighed. Customs should not be forgotten, she said, but without any force. Lean shook her head. Come along. I know you must want your breakfast, but that has to wait on a few things, including this walk. Which will not include all of the public corridors, she added, cocking an eyebrow at Rafaela. Nor will we stop at each Aja's quarters calling for them to come out and see a Sister of the Blue. Shaking her head, she herded them through the doors, channeling briefly to swing them shut. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. You should have been the one blushing, Rafaela. Varen told her she had such a sweet voice, she should take up singing. One red came out to tell us to stop caterwauling and go away. And the Greens. Some Greens have a rough sense of humor. Whether or not Rafaela had blushed then, color tinged her cheeks faintly now. How rough had those Greens' sense of humor been, Moiraine wondered. At least Rafaela's blushes made her stop worrying about her own. Of course the sisters would present a different face to each other than they did to those who did not wear the shawl. Which she did, now. It made her feel inches taller, even if Lean did tower head and shoulders above her. The other woman had shortened her stride, yet Moiraine still had to trot to keep up as they climbed back up through the basements to tower corridors empty of life save for them. The hallways were seldom crowded, but the absence of people made them seem cavernous. Imagining the tower completely empty became all too easy. It would be, one day, if matters continued as they were. Is the ceremony done with this walk? She asked. The Blue Aja part, I mean. May we ask questions? She supposed she should have asked that first, but she wanted the sound of voices to chase away ill thoughts. Not completely done, Lean replied, but you can ask whatever you like. Some questions, though, can't be answered till you've met the first selector, the head of our Aja. You must never reveal that title, Rafaela put in quickly. Moiraine nodded, though she already knew that. Accepted were taught that every Aja had secrets, as Rafaela had to be aware. More than one sister had told Moiraine that she would have almost as much to learn once she gained the shawl as before. She intended to step very carefully until she learned more. I have a question, Sayuan said with a frown. Are there many customs like this pie? I can cook, but my eldest sister did all the baking. Oh, yes, Rafaela said happily, and she regaled them with arcane customs while they walked along the tower's first level. Some as silly as wearing blue stockings. When leaving Tarv alone, some as sensible as refraining from marriage. Aes Sedai did marry now and then, but Moiraine could not see how that could end other than poorly. The torrent of information continued as they climbed one of the spiraling hallways, only stopping when they reached the plain, polished doors that led into the blue quarters. You can hear the others later, Rafaela said. shifting her shawl down to her arms. Be sure to learn them all quickly. Some are enforced as strictly as Tower law. I think they all should be, but at least some are. Give over, Rafaela, Lean said, and she and the Dark Sister each took a brass door handle and pushed one of the doors open. They had not channeled. Perhaps that was another custom. Riding would be uncomfortable for a few days, and she intended using the time until she could leave the city to memorize those customs, at least those that were enforced. She was not about to have the beginning of her search delayed by something as ridiculous as not wearing all blue on the first day of the month. Light, surely they did not enforce that one. Safer to be sure, though. She and Sayuan stepped through the doorway, and stopped in surprise. The blue was the second smallest Aja, after the white, but every blue sister currently in Tar Valon was lining the main corridor, all save Aeldra formally wrapped in their shawls. Chapter 12 Entering Home. Anaya was the first to step forward and kiss their cheeks, saying, "Welcome home, sister. We have waited long for you. Aeldra told me how she stole my pies," she added, giving her shawl a twitch of irritation that was obvious pretense, betrayed by a laugh. It wasn't fair of her to take advantage of her position that way. Or mine, perhaps, if I'd been a trifle quicker, Chiron said after giving the formal greeting. A beautiful woman, and not overly tall, her smile belied the coolness of her steady blue eyes. May we at least hope you two bake poorly. Aeldra likes pranks almost as much as you two, and it would be nice to see her repaid properly. Moiraine laughed and hugged Sayuan. She could not help it. She truly had come home. They had come home. The blue quarters held none of the flamboyance of the greens and yellows, though they were not so plain as the browns or the whites. The brightly colored winter wall hangings along the main corridor were scenes of spring gardens and fields of wildflowers, brooks running over stones and birds in flight. The stand lamps against the pale walls were gilded, but quite simple in decoration. Only the floor tiles, in every shade of blue from a pale morning sky to the deep violet of twilight and laid in a wavy pattern, gave any hint of grandeur. Those waves. She and Sayuan received the welcome kiss 39 more times before reaching Edith and the other two sitters. Rooms have been prepared for you, the round-faced sister told them, along with proper clothing and some breakfast, but change and eat quickly. There are things I must tell you, things you must know before it is really safe for you to set foot outside our quarters. Or even to walk within it, in truth, though most are tolerant of a new sister. Cabriana, will you show them the way? A pale-eyed sister, light golden hair hanging almost to her waist, spread her blue-slashed skirts in a slight curtsy. Not all sisters taught classes by far, and Moiraine did not recognize her. There was a fierce directness in her gaze suitable for a green, yet her tone was quite meek as she said, "As you say, Edith." And to Sayuan and Moiraine, almost as meekly, "Will you come with me, please?" It was very odd, that blend of fierceness and docility seemed the closest description. "Is she the first selector?" Moiraine asked cautiously as soon as they were out of Edith's earshot. And of anyone else's, she hoped. The sisters who had gathered were dispersing by ones and twos, removing their shawls. "Oh, yes," Anaya said, joining them with Chiron. Cabriana had her mouth open to answer, but she closed it without a trace of protest at being overridden. "It's unusual for the first selector also to be a sitter," Anaya went on, "but unlike some, we blues like to make full use of ability." Folding her shawl and laying it across one arm, Chiron nodded. "Edith is perhaps the most capable blue in the last 100 years, but if she were a brown or a white, they'd let her potter off wherever she wanted." "Oh, yes," Cabriana said, making a TSS king sound. "Some of the brown sitters have been disgraceful. For sitters, at least. But browns always let their minds wander. In any case, you may rest assured that whatever talents you have, a use will be found for them." Disliking the sound of that, Moiraine exchanged a guarded glance with Sayuan. Well, neither of them had any special abilities. But what danger was Edith going to warn them about? A danger even here. She wanted to ask the three sisters escorting them down the hallway, but she was certain the information had to come from Edith, and in private. Otherwise she would simply have told them then and there. Light. Their new home might have as many undercurrents as the Sun Palace. A definite time for caution. A time to listen and observe and say little. The apartments chosen for Sayuan and her were side by side a little off the main corridor, each containing a spacious bedchamber, a large sitting room, a dressing room, and a study, with fireplaces of carved marble whose crackling fires had taken the chill from the air. The polished wall panels were bare, but patterned carpets, some fringed, from half a dozen countries lay on the blue-tiled floors. The furniture was disparate, too, here a table inlaid with mother-of-pearl in a fashion used in Caerhyen 100 years ago, there a chair with vine-carved legs from the light alone knew where, and the lamps and mirrors in as many styles as there were lamps and mirrors, but nothing was chipped or cracked and every piece of wood or metal had been polished till it shone softly. The study, her jewelry box on a side table in the bedchamber, already put her mark on her rooms. "We thought you'd like to be close together," Anaya said when they finished up in Moiraine's sitting room. Chiron and Cabriana stood flanking her on the scrollworked carpet, and looking to her as often as at Sayuan or Moiraine, as well. They talked among themselves with the ease of long friendship, yet Chiron and Cabriana clearly took their lead from Anaya. It was quite subtle, but obvious to eyes trained in the Sun Palace. Not that it meant anything. In any group there was always one who took the lead, but Moiraine filed it away. "You can choose other rooms, if you wish," Chiron added. "We have all too many empty, though I fear some are as dusty as the worst of the basements." She was leaving Tarv alone soon, had spoken casually of some business she had in Tyr. Could she be one of Tamra's searchers? There was no way to know. Aes Sedai were always leaving the tower, and others returning. "If you want to change rooms, I can arrange for the cleaning," Cabriana said, gathering her skirts as if to see to it immediately. She sounded almost anxious. Why was she behaving so strangely? Plainly she was the low woman among the three, yet she acted the same way toward Sayuan and her, too. "Thank you. No." Fingering the lace edging a chair's cushion, she tried to say the rooms were very nice. The three sisters had seen to preparing everything, though the carpets and furnishings were a gift from the Aja. But her tongue refused to form the lie, so she settled for, "These are more than adequate." Every last cushion in the rooms had lace ruffles, and so did the coverlets on the beds and the pillowcases. Some of the ruffles seemed to have ruffles. The rooms would be much more than adequate once she got rid of all those frills. Sayuan had actually smiled at the lace on her bed, as though she would enjoy sleeping in a sea of froth. Moiraine shuddered at the thought. She offered tea or hot spiced wine before realizing she had no idea how to procure either, but Anaya said that they must be eager to change and have breakfast, with the other two nodding agreement, and they gathered their skirts together. "Food can wait," Sayuan said as soon as the door closed behind the three sisters. "Edith first. Have you winkled out any hint of what she has to tell us?" "It sounds like your game of houses, to me." "Edith first. Breakfast later," Moiraine agreed, though the smell of warm porridge and stewed apricots from the cloth-covered tray on a side table made her mouth water. "But I have no clue, Sayuan." "None." Yet it was reminiscent of Days Diamar. 4 dresses of fine blue wool, plain but well cut, were hanging in the dressing room, 2 of them with skirts divided for riding, and she changed into one with a full skirt and left the Bandit Accepted's dress folded in the wicker laundry basket. The small notebook she transferred from the white belt pouch that would be taken away to the plain blue pouch she found in the capacious wardrobe. Even here, perhaps especially here, there seemed no safer place than on her own person. Unsurprisingly, the new dress fit perfectly. It was said the tower knew more of its initiates than their seamstresses and hairdressers combined. Not that, at least, she had grown accustomed to wearing her hair loose, but she would need more than 4 dresses before she left Tarv alone, and in better than wool. Silk was hardly cheap, but it did wear wonderfully. From her carved jewelry box, she took her favorite piece, a Kessiera. She had regretted not being able to wear that here, but even after 6 years her hands remembered how to weave the thin gold chain into her hair so the small sapphire hung in the middle of her forehead. Studying herself in a wall mirror with a scrollwork wooden frame, she smiled. She might lack the ageless face yet, but now she looked the Lady Moiraine de Madrid, and Lady Moiraine de Madrid had navigated the Sun Palace where hidden currents could pull you under even at 15 or 16. Now she was ready to navigate the currents here. Settling her blue-fringed shawl on her shoulders, she went in search of Siuan, and met her in the hall, wrapped in her own shawl and coming the other way. The first sister they saw, Natasha, a slim Saldian with dark tilted eyes and high cheekbones who was a lenient teacher, gave them directions to Edith's rooms with a twist of distaste on her full lips. Moiraine wondered whether Natasha had some dislike for Edith, which it surely would be odd for her to display openly, but Edith herself imitated the expression with near exactness as she showed them to tall, cushioned chairs before her sitting room's broad fireplace, where flames danced. And then she stood warming her hands as though reluctant to speak. There was no offer of tea or wine, or any sort of welcome. Siuan fidgeted impatiently on the edge of her chair, but Moiraine schooled herself to stillness. With difficulty, but she did it. The tightness of the 3 oaths was particularly harsh, sitting. Be quiet, listen, and observe. Edith's sitting room was larger than theirs, with a cornice carved in rolling waves, and 2 tapestries, of flowers and brightly colored birds, on the walls, though her stand lamps were as plain. The massive furnishings were of dark wood inlaid with ivory and turquoise, except for one delicate little table that appeared to be carved ivory or bone. However long Edith had occupied these rooms, she had added few personal touches here, just a tall vase of glistening yellow seafolk porcelain, a wide bowl of hammered silver, and a pair of crystal figures, a man and a woman each reaching a hand toward the other, on the mantel above the fireplace. All of which told her nothing except that the white-haired sister had good taste and restraint. Be silent, listen, and observe. Squirming on her seat cushion, Siuan appeared about to stand when Edith finally turned to face them. Folding her arms beneath her breasts, she took a deep breath. For 6 years you have been taught that the second greatest rudeness is to speak directly of someone's strength in the one power. Her mouth twisted again briefly. In truth, I find it difficult to do so now, necessary though it is. For 6 years, you have been strongly discouraged from thinking of your own strength in the power or anyone else's. Now, you must learn to compare your strength to that of every sister you meet. In time, it will become second nature, and you will do it without thought, but you must be very careful until you reach that point. If another sister stands higher than you in the power, whatever her aja, you must defer to her. The higher she stands above you, the greater your deference. Failure in that is the third greatest rudeness, and third only by a hair. Penance is set by the offended sister, it is seldom light. A month or 2 of labor or deprivation is the least you can expect. Mortification of the spirit and mortification of the flesh are not unheard of. Moiraine nodded slowly. Of course, that explained Aleda's deference to Malin, and Rafaela yielding to Lean. And Cabriana. Cabriana was not very strong at all. That thought came very hard. When the White Tower wanted to strongly discourage something, it was well and truly discouraged. Light, the tower rooted something out of you, then made you use that very thing to determine precedence. What a tangle! At least she and Siuan were near identical in strength, and likely would be as they gained their full potential. They had moved in lockstep so far. It would have seemed unnatural if Siuan had been forced to defer to her. Do we have to obey them? Sayuan asked, finally giving in and standing, and Edith sighed heavily. I thought I was quite clear, Sayuan. The higher she stands above you, the greater your deference. I truly dislike talking about this, so please don't make me repeat myself. It works the other way around as well, of course, but remember that it doesn't apply if your Aja or the tower has set someone above you. If you're attached to an embassy, for example, you obey the tower's emissary as you would me, if she was barely allowed to test for accepted. Now, do you have that clear in your heads? Good. Because I myself feel an urgent need to clean my teeth. And she hustled them from her rooms as if she really did intend to rush for the salt and soda. I was scared half out my wits, Sayuan said once they were back in the corridor, but that wasn't so bad. I thought we'd have to start at the bottom, but we're not so far from the top already. In another 5 years, we'll be close. Whether or not they thought about it, everyone knew when they would reach their full strength. The length of time could vary considerably from woman to woman, but it was always a smooth climb in a straight line. I was frightened, too, Moiraine said with a sigh, but it is not so simple as you make it sound. At what point does deference become obedience? Even if she did not call it so, that is what she meant. We must observe the other sisters closely, and until we know for certain, we must err on the side of prudence. A month from now, I mean to be leagues from Tarv alone, not sweating on a farm across the river. Sayuan snorted. So we stepped carefully. What else have we been doing for 6 years? But it still could be worse. What say I bring my tray to your rooms and we breakfast together? Before they reached their rooms, however, another Aes Sedai intercepted them, a tall, square-faced woman in sky blue silk with her steel-gray hair in a multitude of blue beaded braids that hung to her waist. Moiraine had been certain that every blue in the tower had been at the welcome, but she did not recall seeing this sister. I am Sedalia Delarm, the sister said in a strong Tarraboner accent, eyeing her up and down. By your description, the pretty little porcelain doll, you are Moiraine. Moiraine stiffened. A pretty little porcelain doll. It was all she could do to keep her face smooth, to keep her hands from clutching her shawl in fists. The thought of that farm helped. But Sedalia's attention had already left her. Which makes you Sayuan? No. I am told you are a great solver of puzzles. What do you make of this little puzzle? She said, thrusting a thin stack of pages at Sayuan. Sayuan frowned as she read, and so did Moiraine, reading past her friend's shoulder. Sayuan riffled through the pages too quickly for her to catch everything, but it seemed to be nothing but the names of playing cards, in no particular order she could see. The Ruler of Cups was followed by the Lord of Winds, the Ruler of Flames by the Lady of Rods, but then it was the 5 of Coins followed by the 4 of Cups. A puzzle. It was nonsense. I'm not certain, Sayuan said finally, handing the pages back. Which settled it. If the thing were a puzzle, she would have seen the solution. Oh, that word held a world of disappointment, but after a moment, Sedalia went on, the beads in her braids rattling softly as she tilted her head thoughtfully. You don't say you do not know, so you have the glimmer of something. Of what are you uncertain? There's a game I've read about, Sayuan said slowly, a game wealthy women play with cards, called arrays. You have to put the cards in descending order in one of a set of patterns, but only certain suits can be played on others. I think someone wrote down each card as it was played. In a winning game, Sedalia arched one eyebrow. You have only read of the game. Fishermen's daughters can't afford playing cards, Sayuan replied dryly, and Sedalia's eyes took on a dangerous look. For a moment, Moiraine thought a penance hovered. But all the Tarraboner sister said was I'll wager Moiraine has played the arrays, yet I suspect she would have called it just the nonsensical list of playing cards or some such. Most would, but you, who have only read of the game, deduced the correct answer. Come with me, I have some more puzzles I wish to test you on. I haven't had my breakfast yet, Sayun protested. You can eat later. Come. Obviously, Sedalia thought more than mere deference was due. Watching a reluctant Sayun follow Sedalia up the corridor, Moiraine let herself glare at the woman's back. Surely that behavior at least skirted rudeness. Apparently there were gradations. Well, nuance was everything in the Sun Palace, too. They would only have to bear it a short time, though. Inside the week, they would be gone, and she for one did not intend to return until she was at her full strength. Except to let Tamra know where the boy-child was, of course. Actually being the ones to find him would be wonderful. Her own breakfast porridge still held enough warmth to be edible, and she settled gingerly onto a plump cushioned chair at the table, but before she could take a second bite, Anaya walked in. Anaya was, I'd tell you to sit down and eat, the motherly woman said, but Tamra sent a novice to fetch you. I told the child I'd carry her message because I wanted to offer you healing. It can help with the tightness of the oaths in some cases. Moiraine reddened. Of course everyone knew by now. Light. Thank you, she said, both for the healing. The tightness did not loosen by a hair, but it was much more comfortable, after. And for the clue. If she did not have to stand for Anaya, she surely did not have to obey her. Unless Anaya was simply being courteous, of course. She very nearly sighed. More observation was in order before she reached any conclusions. Leaving the blue quarters with her shawl wrapped firmly around her shoulders. She did not mean to go without that just yet. For one thing, it helped with the chill. She wondered what Tamra wanted with her. Only one possibility came to mind. Now that she and Sayun were full sisters, Tamra might mean to put them among her searchers. After all, they already knew. Nothing else made sense. Her steps quickened eagerly. But I don't want a job, Sayun protested, her belly rumbling with hunger yet again. She felt wrung out after hours in Sedalia's rooms, so full of books and stacked boxes of papers that they seemed to belong to a brown. And the woman seemed never to have heard of a chair cushion. Her chairs were hard as stone. Don't be ridiculous, the gray-haired sister said dismissively, crossing her legs. She tossed the last pages she had given Sayun carelessly onto a writing table already littered 6 deep with others. You didn't do too badly for a beginner. I have need of you, and that is that. I expect you here at second rise tomorrow morning. Now go get something to eat. You are A's Sede. Now. You cannot go around sounding like the leaky drain pipe. There was no point in protesting again. The bloody woman had already made it clear that 2 protests in succession came dangerously close to rudeness in her book. Bloody woman. She let nothing of anger touch her face, a lesson learned long before Tar Valon. On the fishing docks, displaying anger or fear either one could lead to trouble. Sometimes it could lead to a knife in your back. As you say, Sedalia, she muttered, earning yet another raised eyebrow, and just managed not to stalk out of the woman's apartments. Outside, she did stalk, and the Dark One take anyone who did not like it. Burn her. Why had she been fool enough to let the woman goad her? Moiraine had counseled caution, and instead, she had tried to wipe the doubt from bloody Sedalia's bloody voice by thinking like Moiraine. Unskilled hands on the tiller put the boat aground when they did not capsize it. Her unskilled steering meant she would not be leaving the tower anytime soon. Not for years, until she was strong enough to tell Sedalia what she could do with her job. At least the woman had not gotten her claws on Moiraine. With her mind, she would have been a wonder as Sedalia's assistant. Hungry or not, she went in search of Moiraine rather than dinner, to let her know she would be searching by herself. The sight of Moiraine always made her smile. Sedalia had